Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Naruto the Instinctive Shinobi in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 7, Academy and Tragedy. 1 year later. It's been a full year since Naruto met Anko, and it's been hell for the last year. He has been coming home with bruises that even the Kyuubi had some trouble healing for a while until it was used to healing them and only took a few minutes. Anko trained him in dodging, poison, and some water ninjutsu outside of the jutsu his mother created. She taught him water dragon jutsu, water wall, water prison, and water clone. However, them hanging out also got Anko kicked out of the dango shop. The result was a prank done by Anko and Naruto so bad that the shop still isn't open again yet. So now she usually eats at the Akimichi barbecue shop or the Ichiriku's ramen shop, which now sells dango and sake. Of course, the civilian council tried blaming Naruto and Anko for the prank. However, like last time, it resulted in Naruto getting off with no punishment, along with Anko, who openly laughed when Naruto openly insulted Danzo and Koharu to their faces. Now, however, we find the 8-year-old sitting at the training ground working on his wind chakra nature by splitting a rock in half, but can only get it halfway. He would use shadow clones, but he rises to use them except for jutsu practice and not chakra control or nature manipulation. Shisui taught him 4 wind jutsus from scrolls he collected. He taught him wind style, gale palm, wind style, vacuum blade, wind style, wind bullet, and wind style, sonic boom. This is Naruto's favorite wind jutsu because you clap your hands and it creates a tunnel of wind, while crescent-shaped blades of wind move around in the tunnel and cut the opponent up. It's been an interesting yet hectic year for Naruto. The last nurse alive that helped deliver Naruto revealed who his mother was to the public, thinking the Hokage wouldn't do anything to her because he was old and too kind. What happened to her was she was tortured by Anko, who managed to torture her for 48 hours straight non-stop while keeping he alive before she finally killed her. When news got out that he was the son of Kiyomi Uchiha, the village treated him even worse, knowing she was the most hated Uchiha since Madara Uchiha, all because she didn't want a loveless marriage. The Uchiha clan started to act like they cared, but Naruto knew otherwise. They just wanted the Sharingan to remain in the Uchiha clan. However, they also wanted the Kyuubi under their control, but they were stopped by the law stating Naruto can never be adopted or taken in by anybody. He also met Sasuke, who tried to belittle him every chance he got, but each time Naruto would look at him with a blank face and walk away. He also met Kurane, who he recognized from the orphanage, and she became somewhat friends with her, only somewhat, because he told her he learned to read from the Ika Ika books and Kurane hated those books. He also met Yojeo and Hana. He didn't mind Yojeo since he knew she was the same cat masked Umbu that used to watch him. Now Hana was a different story because she tried to tease him, not knowing he already had the talk. After she got done teasing him, he told her if he was a few years older he would put a ball gag in her mouth, cuff her hands, and fuck her doggy style while pulling her hair and slapping her ass and destroy her insides until she couldn't feel her legs anymore, like the dirty little bitch in Heat that she was. The result was Hana being put in the hospital via a severe nosebleed causing blood loss. After that, she never teased him again. She did say she was willing to let him do it, but he said he was saving himself for the love of his life, but wouldn't say who. Only Anko knew who he was talking about. After getting rid of those thoughts, Naruto got up and made his way home since he would be starting the academy tomorrow, and Anko said she would walk him. Next morning, Naruto wakes up and gets ready for his first day at the academy. Naruto knows he is well above academy standards. He was taught a lot by Anko and Shisui, and Anko said without his Sharingan overall he can take on most high Chunin, and with the Sharingan he was able to take on a mid-Jonin opponent. His ninjutsu, they put him at low Jonin. His genjutsu was non-existent without the Sharingan. However, due to some training with Kurane, he can break out of a ranked genjutsu now. His Taijutsu was high Chunin level, and his Fuinjutsu he was a level 9 seal master and was currently working on level 10, but he was learning very slowly because this level would cover Juinjutsu as well, and how to create seals with your own chakra and marking people with seals by just touching them. He wondered how Jiraiya was a seal master if he couldn't do any of these. He was interrupted by a smoke bomb coming through his window, exploding, showing a banner stuck to his ceiling with, "The Great Sexy and Single Anko Mitarashi has arrived," with a chibi Anko in the corner holding up a peace sign. He can only shake his head at this, but he knows he wouldn't trade Anko for anything in the world. "Are you ready, Naru-chan? The academy entrance ceremony starts in 5 minutes, she says. He looks at the clock in shock, and it does start in 5 minutes, so he puts his shoes on and they leave via Shunshin. Anko via a leaf Shunshin, and Naruto just disappears. It helps when you have Shisui the teleported teach you the Shunshin jutsu. However, Naruto's working on adding elemental nature to his to give it more flash. They arrive just in time for the speech to begin. They see the Hokage, who starts talking, but Naruto tunes him out and looks around. He notices he is in a class filled with clan heirs and a lot of civilians. 1,500 Ryo says none of the civilians bothered to even train. He thought to himself. He was broken out of his thoughts when the sound of a bell rang, not knowing what was going on. He looked at Anko, who sighs, knowing he wasn't paying attention. You are in room 103. You are with all the clan heirs and some civilians in the room you will be in for the next 4 years, so get used to it. She said, and kneeled down to give him a hug, much to the shock of everybody around, and whispered about how the demon brat and snake whore began, in which she stands up and yells. Do you have a fucking problem? Hey, you got some shit to say? Nobody spoke up, everybody was quiet and kids were crying. Hiruzen, seeing this, can only sigh at this. That's what I thought. Now have a good day, Naru-chan. She leans and kisses him on the head and leaves, not seeing the look on a certain scar-faced Chunin. Inside the classroom, the teacher is doing roll call and gets to his name and says it with venom. Naruto Uchiha. Yes, that's another thing, he had to change his last name to Uchiha, much to his displeasure. Uzumaki sounded much better. He gives a 2-finger lazy salute. The teacher marks him down and begins the lessons for the day, but not before kicking Naruto out of class for some dumbass reason. He didn't really care though, so he just left with no arguments. A few months later, Naruto was sneaking around the Uchiha clan compound and found out when and how the Uchiha clan are going to attack. He goes to Shisui's training field and finds him standing there. Shisui, I just found out how the Uchiha clan are going to pull off the coup and when they are doing it. He says frantically. Yeah, I know as well, Ataka just told me 5 minutes ago. He says with a sigh, I have an idea on how to stop the coup from happening. He activates his Sharingan and then his main Jakku appears. I have gained a genjutsu called Koda Amatsukami that allows me to send suggestions into someone's brain and make them act out those suggestions without them even knowing. However, I only have one shot at this because with my eyes only being a main Jakku and not having eternal light, I can only use it once. I want to run this by the Hokage since it seems his peaceful talks will no longer work. He says, deactivating his Sharingan. That sounds like a good plan, Shisui. I don't think he would have a problem with it. It's to protect the village and ultimately the world from another war. Naruto says. Him and Shisui talk some more before Naruto goes home, and Shisui does the same. However, the next day we find Naruto in class looking at the clock. He has 1 hour left before he can leave. After an hour the bell rings. Naruto goes home and practices his Fuinjutsu some more. When he senses Shisui's chakra fluctuate, he arrives to see Shisui being attacked by 10 blank mask Umbu with his Sharingan activated and is surrounded by a green ethereal warrior fighting of the Umbu, but Naruto senses he is low on chakra and has a hole in his chest and is coughing out blood. So Naruto activates his Sharingan and rushes into battle. However, Naruto notices that these Umbu are only low Jonin level ninja in terms of skill, so he jumps down and creates an shadow clone and goes through 2 hand signs while the clone is seen holding a sign. Naruto and the clone calls out. Wind style, Sonic Boom Jutsu. Fire style, Fire Dragon Jutsu. Collaboration style, Dragon Cyclone Jutsu. The wind tunnel and crescent wind blades combined with the fierce blue fire of the clone's fire dragon created a larger dragon that ate up 4 Umbu who were not expecting this and burned them alive while cutting them up. Seeing the other 6 Umbu distracted momentarily, Shisui uses his Susanoo to kill them. However, one escaped before he could get hit but was intercepted by Naruto, who caught him in a Sharingan genjutsu, paralyzing him, and before Naruto could do anything the Umbu but down on a pill and began to foam out the mouth, falling to the ground dead. Damn it, he swore until he seen Shisui barely standing up, and Shisui tells him follow him to a cliff and tells Naruto to stay hidden in the trees and do not come out. Naruto does as told, and few seconds later Itachi arrives concerned for his friend, and Shisui explains everything to him, planning on using his main Jakku Sharingan genjutsu to stop the coup and telling the Hokage and him approving of the plan to Danzo trying to steal his eyes with 25 root Umbu backing him up, but failing he didn't mention Naruto at all. After all that is done, Shisui summons a raven that produces a scroll, and Shisui creates a clone and has it remove his eyes and put them in a container with liquid in them before handing it to the raven, who disappears in a puff of smoke, already knowing what to do. Shisui steps back to the edge of the cliff and tells Itachi he is sorry he failed in his mission to stop the coup and entrusts him to stop the coup. Now by now Itachi has his eyes closed, and Shisui looks in Naruto's direction and gives him one last smile before falling off the cliff, ending his life. Shisui Itaki yells as he tried to stop his friend from doing this and fails. He closes his eyes and blood starts to come from his eyes. He opens them to reveal his 3 pinwheel Sharingan eyes and leaves, not even noticing Naruto up in the tree crying his eyes out. He opens them to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan. His has 4 Choktomo spinning around his pupil. Imagine Madara's Mangekyo but with 4 instead of 3. A week later, news has gotten out that Shisui was dead and everybody mourned for his death via suicide. They couldn't believe it, but it was true. But some people within the Uchiha clan claimed it was Itaki even after finding Shisui's suicide note, causing him to lash out and attack 3 members of the police force before his father stopped him. Meanwhile, everyone who knew how close Naruto was to Shisui went to check him, and he wasn't home and he wasn't at the Hokage training ground. They looked all week but gave up knowing he was alright, since it's literally impossible to sneak up on him and they didn't feel his chakra spike. Meanwhile, Naruto was sitting in the same tree. He watched Shisui take his life and staring at Aku, now activating deactivating his Mangekyo. He hasn't been training with it yet because he doesn't know what his can do. He is removed from his thoughts when the same raven Shisui summoned appeared in front of him. It dropped a scroll in Naruto's lap and disappeared. Naruto opened the scroll and channeled chakra into it before a bot fell out along with the vial with Shisui's eyes. Naruto, I know this will be hard for you to cope with it. My death was necessary for the village. Even if I succeeded in stopping the coup d'etat, I would most likely have died within the year anyways. You see, Naruto, what nobody knew was that I had multiple tumors grow in my body that would have required the world's best medic to remove, and she is no longer in the village. I am talking about Tsunade Senju, the granddaughter of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Now do not go blaming her for not being here to save me. I didn't find out until a week before we discovered the Uchiha clan's plan to take over the village. I am happy, Naruto, that I got to meet you and spend time with you. I cherished every single moment I spent with you. Despite you being my nephew, I couldn't help but look at you as my little brother that I always wanted but never got. I have left my eyes to you because, like I told you before, you will need to gain eternal light, and despite having the Kyuubi sealed in you, it cannot stop your eyes from losing the light, only slow down the process. I want you to practice with your Mangekyo and master them and transfer switch my eyes with yours. When everything starts to become a blur, once your eyes reach that stage they will deteriorate at a faster pace. I would suggest you having somebody you trust do the transplant for you. Keep my eyes on you at all times. You cannot let them fall into the wrong hands like someone like Danzo. The ability to basically control someone's mind would be dangerous. I so suggest placing a barely noticeable blood seal on your body and keeping them there until you need them. Now I'm here to tell you the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The first is the Genjutsu. I have Koda Amatsukami. It lets you go into the mind of someone to either give them suggestions or take info out of them without them even knowing you did it. The second ability is the most powerful Genjutsu that can only be broken by another Mangekyo Sharingan only if their will is stronger than the caster of the Tsukuyomi. This Genjutsu lets traps your opponent in a world you control for 3 days. However, in the real world it only lasts 3 seconds. Third, we have Amaterasu black flames that burn for 7 days and 7 nights and can only be extinguished by the caster of the flames. Next we have the ability to control the shape of the Amaterasu flames called Kagutsuki. Next there is the Kamui in long range and short range move to absorb anything including yourself into your own pocket dimension. The left eye is long range while the right eye is short ranger. Next we have the Susanoo, an ethereal warrior made of chakra, the ultimate defense of the Mangekyo Sharingan used for offensive and defensive fighting. Finally we have the Izanagi and Izanami. Izanagi is a genjutsu that allows you to control reality and cheat death. The cost is the eye you use goes blind, and the only way to regain the eyesight is an eye transplant or unlocking the Rinnegan. The Izanami is a genjutsu that affects your opponent through physical contact between them and the user, and unlike the Izanagi where you alter destiny, the Izanami decides for you. That is all I know about the Mangekyo Sharingan and abilities. I need you to burn this note after you read it. You cannot afford to let the Uchiha clan find this note. I'm sorry, but this is goodbye forever. Naruto, please do not fall down the path of darkness and do not go looking for revenge. I have a feeling Danzo may come after me for my eyes, since I seen how he was looking me when I told my plan. Let things run its course, and if Danzo comes after you then you may take him out. However, don't do anything foolish. I have high hopes for you and I know your mother would be proud of you to see the man you will become. I'll see you again someday, but not to swoon. Hopefully grow up and start a family, preferably with that girl Samui if you ever find her again. I'm sure your mom would like some grandbabies. I'm rambling now. See, stay strong, work hard and never forget who you are. Shisui Uchiha. Naruto burns the note after reading it again one more time and using his Sharingan to remember it word for word. He gets up with a look of determination. He places a small blood seal on the inside of his bicep and stores Shisui's eyes in it. Then he gets up and begins practicing his Manjikyu abilities. Meanwhile, a certain fox in a cage looks on at Naruto's determination and notices the darkness that was forming again simply vanished. It was at that moment where the Kyuubi deemed Naruto worthy and would leave him a few parting gifts for when he is finally set free from his prison in a few years. After a few hours of practicing his Manjikyu, he found out he can use Kamui, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi, which means he will be able to use Kagutsuki and the Susanoo, but isn't pushing it. He needs to master what he has now, and with that he returns to the village and enters his apartment to see Anko sleeping on the couch peacefully. He grabs a blanket and places it over her, causing her to wake up, and when she notices him, give him a hug and asks if he's okay, and he tells he about the letter Shisui wrote for him, excluding the part about Danzo and the Uchiha kudeta he did however scare her. She found out he will go blind, but she was relieved when it was a way around it, so she was determined to learn medical ninjutsu to help him out. When the time came for the transfer, it was past midnight when he finally went to sleep. He still has the academy to go to after all. He wakes up the next day feeling like a huge weight was lifted off his shoulders. He decided to walk to school for one and can already feel the hateful stares he is getting, but ignores them. He also senses the Umbu following him. One is Cat aka Yojeo, another is Boat, who is leaking hated at him. However, he also feels one more hanging far back that is emotionless and knows that one belongs to Root. So Danzo already is trying to get me. Sorry you pedophile, I don't roll that way. He thought as he turned down an alley and shunshin's to the school, losing both regular and Root Umbu that was following him. He arrives at the classroom just as the teacher says his name. Naruto Uchiha is absent yet again. He goes to put another red mark, but Naruto stops him. I'm right here, sensei, he says, causing everyone to look at the door. Yo, he says. However, everybody starts calling him names which he doesn't listen to because he is busy thinking about Samui again. She should be here with me right now. He thought, unaware that she was thinking the same thing in Kyumo. Since she moved there, she has adopted a serious stoic look on her face and doesn't speak much. She is a second in her class only because the number one girl was the Two Tails Jinchuriki, who had previous training already. She kept her blonde hair in the same style and never took the necklace off unless she was training. She doesn't talk to her parents at all, and they honestly don't care. It's funny how they treated Naruto with hate but love. The Jinchuriki that live in Kyumo, Naruto told her the second day because she told him her secret of believing monsters lived in her closet and under her bed, and he told her about the Kyuubi. She can't wait for the day she can go on a ninja mission to look for him because she still believes he is alive. Back to Naruto, he finally stops staring off into space and comes back after the insults come, and in typical Naruto fashion he responds. I'm sorry, what was that? He said, making everyone including the teacher fall over. He shrugs and goes to sit down. The class remains the same except he didn't get kicked out, he was just ignored, not that he really cared. Lunchtime came around and he took out a bento and started to eat and look up when somebody stood over him, and he saw Sasuke along with his fan club and Kiba. For some reason, as far as Naruto remembers, they don't like each other. Hey look everybody, it's the loser from the loser side of the Uchiha clan, Kiba says, getting laughs from everybody. Yeah, loser, stand up and bow to your superior, as I'm a part of the main family and son of the clan head. Sasuke said, however Naruto just ignored him. However, what Kiba said next set Naruto off. Yeah, you heard him, stand up and bow to your superiors. You could be like us, but you're nothing but a branch member because of your mother. Instead of her obeying the clan like a good little bitch like she should have, she decided to go out and whore around with random men and just had to have you. I bet if she was alive she would lay down and spread her legs for me as well. The next thing Kiba knew, he had a fist in his stomach and was coughing up blood a lot from a broken rib puncturing his lung. The teacher with the scar across his nose sees this and rushes over. Naruto, what the hell is your problem? Go home, you're suspended for a week. You aren't supposed to. He stopped talking when he saw the cold look in Naruto's eyes. Shut up, Naruto said before walking off. The teacher picked Kiba up and took him to the hospital to be treated. Later that day, Naruto is in the Hokage's office with Kiba, the scarred teacher, and they were waiting for his mother to arrive. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Hiruzen says, and in walks a lady he recognized from the council meetings, and Hana, who blushes when she sees Naruto again, remembering what he said to her last time they talked, getting a raised eyebrow from Hiruzen and her mother. I'm glad you could make it on such short notice. However, there was an incident in school between these two which landed Kiba in the hospital, but he was able to get treated and patched up. He says. Tsuna nods at this. I'm aware there was an incident at school, however I want to know what happened because I've met Naruto before and it would take Kiba doing or saying something stupid for Naruto to react like that. So what happened? Kiba stayed silent and refused to answer, so Naruto said everything that happened, which Kiba denied. Sotsum asked if Inoichi can come search his memories, and within 20 minutes he came and searched Kiba's memories for the incident and revealed what Naruto said was indeed true. Kiba had a scared look on his face from the looks his mom and sister were giving him because they knew who his mom was. Kiba then starts throwing insults at Naruto, who of course once again isn't paying attention and is reading a book on Fuinjutsu, and looks up with Kiba pointing at him and everybody waiting for his response, and simply replies, What was that?" pissing Kiba off, and Hiruzen was hoping Naruto doesn't start showing up late to everything. Hiruzen dismisses everyone but Some asks a question. Naruto, why was Hana blushing when she looked at you? She asked, curious of what was going on, so Naruto whispered in her ear what he told Hana and said loud enough. With my stamina I can make that happen too. What happens next is Tsum gets a nosebleed but manages to stay conscious, however she gets weak in the knees and Hana passes out from blood loss again from another nosebleed. Hiruzen is silently cursing his luck for not knowing what was said, as it could be used in the next Ika Ika book. Everybody leaves but Naruto, who stays behind to hang out with his Jiji and talk. He leaves at night and smells blood and notices 2 chakra signatures killing everything, however one is fluctuating like his does when he uses the Kamui to teleport himself into his dimension. He activated his own Kamui and went into his own dimension and traveled around the Uchiha clan district, seeing Itaka killing his own clan. So this is the way you chose to deal with the Kuitake. I don't know if Shisui would approve of this, but I'll trust your judgment if Shisui wanted you to deal with it. He thought to himself just as he was about to leave, until he noticed a guy in a mask walk up to Itaki and say something to him before leaving. Interesting, so that is the guy claiming to be Madara Uchiha. I've seen pictures of Madara and this guy doesn't even have the right body size, and I can tell he uses a jutsu to disguise his voice. Something isn't right here, he thought before moving towards his house before exiting his pocket dimension. And going to his house. I need to practice the Kamui more. It takes 4 seconds for me to activate the Kamui, that's too long for me. I need it to be instinct activated. Then I can start trying on the Kagutsuki and Susanoo. I need to learn some more of my mom's ninjutsus as well. I heard she had a lighting jutsu she couldn't handle due to her lighting affinity not being strong enough to handle it despite her doing all of the exercises, he said to himself before falling asleep. He wakes up in the morning walking. He can hear the people talking about the Uchiha massacre, but he remained calm because it didn't affect him when he was asked why. He said the only person he cared for from the Uchiha clan was dead before the massacre happened, but would never tell who it was. He gets to the classroom and the teacher comes in and says both Uchiha have the entire week off from school to deal with the massacre. All Naruto did was packed a week's worth of clothes and stayed at the Hokage training grounds and trained his Manjikyu techniques and begin on lightning manipulation. The following week he was supposed to return to school. He was walking when he saw an old lady struggling with her bags and decided to help her out, but she lived on the other side of town and arrived at school 3 hours late. Naruto, mind telling me why you're late? The teacher asked, knowing he wasn't paying attention. To his surprise, Naruto answered right away, however the answer is what pissed him off. Well, you see, I was on my way when I spotted an old lady struggling with her bags and I walked her home, but I had to take the long easy back due to a black cat getting in my way, he said. Silence everybody but the teacher and Sasuke, who was brooding, had the same thought. Does he really expect us to believe that? HN. Damn it, I have a Kakashi in class. This was going to be a long 4 years. Chapter 8, Graduation and Genin Team and Love. 5 years later. Naruto was walking down the streets of Konoha on his way to the academy for graduation. It was finally time for him to graduate and become a genin. It was 5 years because the Sandaime decided to add an extra year, and not wanting to send kids out at 12 years old on dangerous missions, he wanted to add 2 years. However, he had to make it 1 year due to being outvoted by the civilian council who had children in the academy, and with the vote of the Uchiha clan not being counted anymore, he lost the vote. Naruto was excited even though his skills are way above Genin level. Without his Sharingan he is at low mid Jonin, however with his Sharingan activated he can take on a high Jonin, but it would be close. Now if we were to use his Manjikyu he can take on a mid-Umbu level opponent. Speaking of his Manjikyu, Naruto was able to summon the Amaterasu flames almost instantly. His Tsukuyomi lasted the full 3 seconds in the real world. He got the Kamui down to 1 second, however it was still too slow for him. The guy who used it at the Uchiha massacre used it instantly. He unlocked Kagutsuki and was a natural at it, however he has yet to unlock his Susanoo yet, but he isn't worried and doesn't want to stress his eyes yet. His relationship with Anko has grown and it was like they were together his entire life. She even took over his second bedroom and made it her own, although he didn't mind. Kurane was finally able to get over her issue with Naruto and they became close. Hana tried to convince him to let her take his virginity when he became a genin, however he turned her down but introduced her to Genma, who he was cool with after meeting him during one of his pranks on a civilian shop that Genma didn't really like because the merchant was a major douchebag. They have been together for 3 years now. He met Hayate through Yojo and asked him why he was always coughing. He told him he had a lung disease that nobody found a cure yet and Naruto vouched to find it for him. Kurane was secretly dating Asuma, who Naruto met a few years ago. After his return from the Guardian 12 position, he decided to let them remain a secret. Now the 13-year-old has finally reached the academy and is ready to take the exam. Why hello Naruto, nice of you to join us after all, you're only 3 hours late. Iruka said with an eye twitch and barely contained anger. He took over after Naruto's second year after he decided to retire from Umbu. After seeing Anko back in the village, he tried to talk to her but both of them would stutter and blush before saying goodbye. Naruto found it pathetic and decided after he graduates he will get them together as he already had a plan. However, Iruka's assistant Mizuki was pissed that Iruka waited for him to show up. He wanted the demon brat to fail and he would make sure he did. Well, you see Iruka-sensei, I was walking to school when I must have taken a wrong turn along the road and got lost. He says, which was true, however nobody believed him. Whatever, just sit down. He said, now since Naruto is here we can begin the first test, which you have 45 minutes. The first test is a written test. The sound of a head hitting the table was heard and it was Naruto who did it. It wasn't a secret, he hated written tests, he found them pointless even though he always passed. 45 minutes later, all the tests we completed. Alright everyone, outside for the next portion of the exam. Kunao and shuriken throwing followed up by a taijutsu spar against Mizuki in which you have to last at least 2 minutes. The clan heirs all did good except Ino Yamanaka, who got a 4 on Kunao throwing and a 5 on the shuriken throwing. The only person who did worse than her was Sakura Haruno, who got a 3 on the Kunao and a 2 on shuriken. Naruto was wondering how she was the best kunoichi in the class with skills as pathetic as hers. It was now Sasuke's turn, in which resulted in high-pitched squeaking from the Sasuke fan club. Okay Sasuke, go ahead. Iruka said. Sasuke says nothing and just throws the kunao land in 9 out of 10, causing his fangirls to scream, then throws the shuriken and hits 9 as well. Sasuke-kun is so cool. Marry me Sasuke. Look at Sasuke-kun go. The fangirls screamed out. Alright, last up Naruto. Iruka says. Naruto walks up and throws one kunao out. A pulse of chakra from Mizuki causes it to move to the left and he completely misses. Everyone laughs but Naruto releases ki, shutting them up. Hey Iruka sensei, can I restart? Apparently Mizuki can't control his chakra and it interfered in my test. Mizuki agrees because he also felt the chakra pulse Naruto throws at kunao and shuriken and hits all 10. He cheated. Yeah, there's no way he is better than my Sasuke-kun. Your Sasuke-kun, he belongs to me. No me. Shut up, Iruka yells with his big head jutsu. Now everyone inside for the genjutsu portion of the test. You have to break out of a D-rank genjutsu, then we move on to the final part of the test. However, Mizuki will be doing the genjutsu while I grade them, however I will be in charge of the ninjutsu portion. He says. Everybody breaks out of the genjutsu portion until it's Naruto's turn. Mizuki goes through hand signs for an B-ranked genjutsu, however Naruto still breaks out of it faster than most did on a D-ranked genjutsu. Iruka, not knowing it was B-ranked genjutsu, passed Naruto, missing the smug look Naruto gave Mizuki for knowing what he did. Alright class, everybody wait here and I will call your names for the ninjutsu portion and determine if you passed or not. He explains. After the ninjutsu portion is over, Naruto will put his plan into motion to get Anko and Iruka together. After a while all of the class had taken the test except Naruto, which baffles him how Ino took hers before him and her last name begins with the letter Y, but he doesn't dwell on it. So after Ino comes in, it's finally his turn. Okay Naruto, for this I need you to perform the substitution jutsu, the henge, and make at least 3 clones. Naruto shocks them by doing the first two without hand signs, substituting himself with Mizuki's chair, causing him to fall and switching back, making the chair fall on his face. He then hung into Shisui even with the Sharingan activated when he released the henge. Iruka noticed the sad look in his eyes and realized Shisui was the person Naruto cared about the most in the Uchiha clan. "Okay Naruto, I need you to make at least 3 clones for me." Naruto nods and uses the one-hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 perfect copies of Naruto appear and Iruka has his jaw on the floor but recovers from his shock. "I'm sorry Naruto, but we can't pass you since you have to make a regular clone," Mizuki says with a smirk. However, that smirk goes away when Iruka speaks. "What are you talking about, Mizuki? Of course if he passes he could have used an elemental clone if he wanted to, all the test said was to create 3 clones, it never mentioned what kind." "Congratulations Naruto, you passed." He hands him his headband with a smile. "Shisui would be proud of you Naruto," he thought to himself. Meanwhile Mizuki had to come up with another plan to get the forbidden scroll to take to his master. Naruto puts the headband in his pocket and slips a piece of paper into Iruka's pocket before leaving. Hokage monument at the top, 8 p.m. Don't be late, dress nice. Iruka only looks at the note before burning it and wondering why he should go, but trusts Naruto and walks back to the classroom. Naruto enters and Kiba has to open his big mouth. "Ha, I guess the loser couldn't pass a simple exam, what a idiot," he says, causing everybody to laugh at Naruto except Shikamaru and Koji, who can see the headband in his pocket, and a certain pale lavender-eyed Hyuga who watches him from afar. Iruka enters and shuts everyone up with his big head jutsu. "Congratulations to everyone that passed the test. Tomorrow will be team assignments in the morning at 8 am. However, before Iruka can finish, Naruto leaves. "Well, once again congratulations and good luck in your ninja careers," he says as he goes home, having 3 hours to get ready. Naruto arrives at Anko's house with a black dress she left at his house that showed off her womanly figure that would have made any man pass out with a nosebleed, but Naruto didn't mind, he only had eyes for one person. The dress went down to her knees and had a slit going down from the middle of her left thigh to her knee, showing off her leg, not in a slutty way but enough to tease the man she wore it for. Naruto remembers taking the dress off and taking care of it while staring at it with a sad smile, thinking she would never get to wear it. However, today was the day she would get her chance. Naruto hung the dress on the front of her bedroom door with the same note and vanished when he felt her chakra signature closing in on her apartment. She walked in, saw the note and wondered what he was up to, but decided to go anyway. At 8 p.m. Iruka arrived in a black suit with a red shirt that had left the top button unbuttoned. He finished with it off with red dress shoes that looked really expensive. As he was waiting, Anko arrived in her black dress with some black 6-inch heels that complemented the dress, and she has on purple lipstick and eyeshadow. She saw Iruka there and blushed at how handsome he looked since he had his hair down and Iruka had his jaw hanging open. He couldn't believe how beautiful she looked. She had Kurane come over and do her hair for her. She has her hair down, which reached her mid-back, which was straight but at the end was curled up due to a curling iron. Hey Iruka, what are you doing here?" she asks, looking away shyly with a blush on her face. "Hey Anko, I was told to come here at 8 and it seems you got the same note. You look very beautiful. I mean that's a nice dress," he responds. "Thanks, why you don't look too bad yourself," she replies. "Damn it Anko, get it together, you don't stutter, you're better than this," she thought to herself. They stood there in awkward silence between the two of them until somebody clearing their throat made them turn around. It was Naruto with his usual spiky black hair slicked back thanks to 15 jars of hair grease, and has on a waiter's outfit with a white towel on his left arm, standing next to a table with candles and some sake and wine glasses. "Good evening Umino-san, Midarashi-san, welcome to the Hokage Monument Private Restaurant. My name is Naruto and I will be your server this evening. If you follow me to the table I will go and grab your meals while you enjoy the sunset," he says. They both walk over to the table and Iruka pulls the chair out for Anko while Naruto pours them some sake. He leaves to get the food prepared for them. "Wow, the sunset is so beautiful from up here," she says, gazing out at the view before her, unaware of Iruka staring at her with a loving smile. "Not as beautiful as you Anko," he says, making her blush and look away. However, he reaches over and grabs her hands, making her look at him. "Anko, I have to be honest, you are the most beautiful girl I've ever met, and I have been wanting to tell you that since the academy, but I was too shy to say anything. When you went away with Orochimaru I was happy but sad at the same time. Happy because you were living your dream of training to become one of the best kunoichi, but I am sad because I didn't know when I would see you again. When I heard Orochimaru was a criminal wanted for human experiments and killing multiple of our shinobi during the process, I begged Hokage-sama to go after you, but he couldn't let me go. So we made a deal that if I pass the Chunin exams in 6 months and impress the judges, he would promote me and personally place me in Umbu to look for you. I looked for you every mission I went on and had to give up 5 years ago because I couldn't find you. I retired from the Umbu and became an instructor at the academy. I was gonna walk away after the speech, but then I saw you standing with Naruto and I felt relieved that you were alive, and every time we talked I would want to tell you how I felt, but the nerves just got in my way. I guess what I'm trying to say is I love you, Anko Mitarashi, more than you can imagine. He finishes and looks at her. She has tears in her eyes and he reaches over to wipe them away. Why now? Why tell me this now? I thought when I returned you hated me like everyone else. You were one of my best friends. I thought you betrayed me like the rest did, avoided me and talk shit about me being the snake whore that nobody wants, just to use me for a quick fuck and move on. I haven't been with anybody because that's not how I am, and it was hurting me that you weren't around, you weren't there for me. Yes, I met Kurane and Yojeo, but it was too late. By that time I had already began not caring anymore and stopped taking shit from people. I wanted to kiss you so much when I see you again, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I was mad at you, but my feelings for you caused me to act shy around you. So why tell me now? She asked. I honestly don't know why, I just feel like I can't hold in my true feelings for you anymore. That would be my doing. Naruto says as he returns with the food. I placed a seal on both of your chairs that makes you tell each other your true feelings. I got tired of watching you two stutter like some idiots around you, so I made this plan to get you guys together. Anko, you deserve happiness the most out of anybody in this village, and as my sister I couldn't let you live your life alone. I saw the look you had on your face when you showed me the dress when you tried it on. Irika, I saw the look in your eyes every time I mentioned Anko around you, so I knew this had to be done. He says as he takes the seals of their chairs. Now before we get to the food, I have one more surprise for you, Anko. She gets a curious look on her face. I have finished studying Juinjutsu and mastered all levels to sealing levels by Konoha standards, and the first 2 of the Uzumaki sealing levels left behind by a woman who would have been my godmother. The reason I am telling you this is because when you were sleeping over my house I took that time to study that curse seal on your neck. He says as she reaches up to her neck to cover the seal. What I've discovered about the seal is it has 3 layers. The first layer is one that feeds off nature energy, and it mixed with his own sinister chakra that gives a rush of power and acts like a drug that should be addicting. My guess is whoever he puts the curse mark on uses the power once and immediately get addicted to it, drawing them to him for training to get more power. The next layer is a mutation layer with DNA from all kinds of animals. My guess is you are supposed to transform temporarily into some kind of beast if you draw on enough power. The final layer contains what only I can say is a part of his soul. Why it's there I don't know, but I can destroy it. Even though it's a small portion of his soul, he will still feel pain like his insides are burning. There was also supposed to be a tracker seal on you. I'm so he can know where you are, but I guess he was in such a rush to finish this and messed up the tracker seal. The seal only causes you pain because you are resisting the power that is flowing through you. He says shockingly that he studied the seal without her knowing and found out all of that, while Jiraiya only found out about the nature chakra and Irika because Naruto was a seal master even greater than Jiraiya. So what are you trying to say to me, Naruto? She says he knows she is serious because she never calls him that, it's always Naru-chan. What I'm saying is after your date I can remove it for you. The only downside is you will be in pain because of the nature chakra and his chakra being forcefully removed from you, and you will have severe chakra exhaustion and some of your organs will start to malfunction without a medic around. I have a medical seal that will repair your body after the seal is removed, since I can't place it on you while I'm removing the curse seal, so I will have to place a paralyzing seal on you so you can't move. I need you to be completely still and the pain will be excruciating, and I just wanted to check if you would want to go through that or want another suppression seal placed on it. If you want it removed we have to go to the training ground we use, but Irika will have to wait outside since he isn't allowed in the barrier that protects it from anybody not keyed into the barrier. I have everything set up there for the removal. But if you want the suppression seal I can do it now. It's up to you. He says. She gets a thoughtful expression on her face taking all of this, and she can either go through excruciating pain and almost die to have it removed, or just get a suppression seal placed on it but still feel pain from the seal, although a little. She makes up her mind. Naruto, what would happen to you during the seal removal? I know something will happen to you, so what is it? She asks. I'll only have chakra exhaustion, but due to the Kyuubi I should be good in the morning. Yes, I know about the Kyuubi Iruka, I've known for 7 years. He cuts Iruka off as he is about to speak up. On top of that, I'll just be sore in the morning, but I should be fine as the day goes on. You, however, Anko, will need to be on bed rest from the strain on your body for maybe 3 days. Oh, and your chakra control will be bad, maybe taking you down to Chunin level control, but that's only because your reserves are going to expand over the 3 days bed rest, so you will go from mid-Jonin reserves with high Jonin control to low Umbu level reserves with Chunin level control. He says. Okay, I want this shit off tonight, I'll have Yojo stay with me the next 3 days. She says she is happy that it will hurt like hell, but it's worth it, and if it's anybody she trusts the most with this, it's Naruto. Great. Naruto claps his hands once and clears his throat to put back on his waiter voice. He removed the lids on the plates of food. For the lovely young lady, we have chicken katsu served with white rice and tonkatsu sauce with some gyoza on the side. He says. Thank you, my good man, this looks divine. Anko says, playing along with Naruto in her own proper rich voice. Now for the gentleman, here we have goya chanpura served with fried rice, and on the side we have kale kobachi. He says. Iruka, deciding to play along with them, says. Thank you, kind sir, I shall recommend this restaurant to the highest people possible. They all stare at each other before breaking out in laughter. Now for dessert, I have prepared a triple chocolate cake served with ice cream. He says. He puts the dish on the table and sees Anko drooling at the sight of the cake and ice cream. She stands up and gives Naruto a big hug, which he returns. Thank you so much Naru-chan, for doing this for me. She whispers to him. Iruka, seeing this, can't help but smile at this. Anko sits down and they begin eating and talking about missions and random stuff. It was now 10 p.m. and they were at the training field getting ready for the seal removal. Naruto gives her a t-shirt and some sweatpants and tells her he doesn't want her to ruin the dress after her fantastic date, so she goes into the woods and changes, placing her dress in a storage scroll. She come back ready but nervous until Iruka kisses her on the cheek and says she'll be fine. She blushes but walks to Naruto. She has a look on her face and nods at her, getting what he means. She rushes and gives Iruka a passionate kiss before running towards Naruto to begin the removal. They reach the ceiling area. Iruka can't see inside, so he is worried for Anko, but will trust Naruto if Anko does. Okay Anko, are you ready? Naruto asks as she nods. Okay, I need you to take your shirt off and lay on your stomach so I can get started. She does as told, and when she lays down she can't move anymore and she realizes it must be the paralysis seal. Naruto sighs and begins to rapidly go through about 50 hand signs and call out. Cursed seal removal, seal obliteration. He channels a huge amount of chakra and touches her curse mark, and she screams out in pain that she has tears coming from her eyes. This continues for 5 minutes, but she passed out after 30 seconds of pain. The first 2 layers of the seal disappears and the third one turns into a small white snake that tries to slither away. He activates his main Jakyushari non Amaterasu. He sets the snake on fire, killing it, and then cancels the flames after letting them burn for an extra 10 minutes to be safe. In the hidden sound village, Orochimaru is on the ground, screaming on the ground, writhing in pain. It feels like his body is burning from the inside out. Himedica, a silver hair med teen wearing spectacles, was doing whatever he could to stop the pain but was having no luck. Naruto finished removing the seal and you can't even see that it was there. He removes the paralysis seal and Anko's body begins to go into shock and her breathing speeds up. Naruto hurries up and places the medical seal on her, and after 10 minutes her breathing returns to normal. Although she is still passed out, he puts her shirt back on her and carries her to Iruka, who had a worried look on his face, but Naruto told her it was a success and that she was just sleeping and asked him to take her home so he can clean up. After all, he still had one more promise he needed to keep. After Iruka leaves, Naruto enters the barrier again after making sure to key in some of the Kyuubi chakra so the barrier security alarm doesn't go off. Naruto sits down and creates a clone with a paralysis seal for himself. The clone nods at what to do as he goes into his seal. Naruto's mindscape. Hello Kyuubi, are you ready for your freedom from this prison now? Of course I'm ready, although you took an extra 3 years, Kyuubi said with an eye twitch. Sorry about that. I learned to summon Kami, but that process of removal would take 5 hours and I know you want to be out as soon as possible, so I learned the first 2 levels of Uzumaki sealing. Since it covered sealing and unsealing tailed beasts, the process only takes about 30 seconds, but it will hurt like a bitch on my end. he says, rubbing the back of his head, reminding the Kyuubi of a certain blonde-haired Hokage. Wow, you've really outdone yourself, you came along farther than I expected. Kyuubi said. So do you deem me worthy of your respect in knowing your name? Naruto asks. Oh, you've been worthy and had my respect since the death of your uncle. Before you interrupt me, I will explain. Now the day he died and you awaken your main Jakyushari Nana, darkness formed inside of you that always comes with the awakening of the main Jakyu. When you read that letter and saw that the pedophile Danzo tried to kill your uncle for his eyes and was ultimately responsible for his death, you were thinking about getting revenge, causing that darkness to grow. However, when you read that he doesn't want you to go out looking for revenge and falling down the wrong path, when he mentioned your mother and Samui, how he wants you to grow up and have a family, you started to think about that Ichiraku family as well as Anko and the old monkey you made. Your resolve right then and there and the darkness that was forming in you completely disappeared. From then on I had given you my respect and deemed you worthy of knowing my name and something else, however that will have to wait until I am free. The Kyuubi says. Well, alright, let's get this party started then. I'll see you on the outside, my friend. He says and disappears from his mindscape. Once outside, Naruto begins going through 100 hand seals at the speed of an mid-level Umbu. Uzumaki sealing, tailed beast removal. He then laid down on his back and had the clone place the paralysis seal in him before dispersing itself. 5 seconds later, all Naruto could feel was pain from the Kyuubi being freed from the seal. 30 seconds later, the Kyuubi was outstanding at all its might. Naruto was thankful for the seal around the training ground, or everybody would have felt the Kyuubi chakra and then seen it standing there. The paralysis seal wore off and Naruto was in pain all over his body. It's good to be free. Now for my 2 gifts. The first is, you may have noticed the seal still in place now. Within that I've left all but 1% of my chakra in there for you to use. But I would recommend not touching it yet. In order for you to use it, you must separate the hated within the chakra. Once you separate it, you need to lock it back up and let it regenerate before you can take the rest. Once you separate it, you will gain a chakra cloak that is a yellowish orange color. When you do that, you will be faster than you can ever imagine and will be able to use the tailed beast bomb, but I would have to train you for that. You will also be able to create chakra arms. However, once the chakra regenerates that you resettled, you should go and absorb that as well, and everything I just described to you will be enhanced by 100. Now on to the second gift. I left you the same healing ability that I have, which will be able to get passed down to your kits if you have some. Now your third and final gift from me will be this. A scroll almost the same height as Naruto appeared before him. What is this? He asks. This is the Fox summoning contract. I've been keeping an eye on you from both inside and outside the seal with my little helpers. The Kyuubi motions to the 3 foxes coming out of the forest that Naruto always played with. One was all black with a red patch on its chest. The second one had the orange fur, but its paws were covered in white fur and the tips of its 3 tails were white as well. And the final one, the one that always climbed into Naruto's lap to sleep, was still small enough to sleep in his lap and had red fur with a white patch on its chest, and its eyes were silver. These are 3 summons that I had watched you and saw your progress. Although I gave you my respect and found you worthy of knowing my name, it is up to them if they find you worthy of the Fox contract. So do you 3 find him worthy of signing the Fox contract? After 3 nods of the heads, the scroll unrolls and the Kyuubi tells Naruto to prick his fingers and sign with blood and make sure he has blood on all of his fingertips and make his hand print. Naruto does as told and the scroll then disappears. So now what? He asks. Now you must try to summon the boss of the foxes. Your chakra should be replenished by now to do it. The Kyuubi says. Naruto nods, pricks his thumb and goes through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Nothing happens. Naruto's eye twitches and he tries 3 more times. What the fuck am I doing wrong? He yells. Meanwhile the foxes, including the smallest one, is laughing at him. Oh, you're not doing anything wrong, I'm already here. The Kyuubi says, causing the foxes to laugh even harder. Naruto's eyes begin to twitch a dangerous level, making him look like he should be locked in a cell. Okay, enough of the jokes. The foxes that are currently with you don't talk, however the smallest one will be able to talk. As she grows a little bit more, she will become your personal summons, however you must name her. The other 2 are both messenger foxes, however the black fox prefers to work at night while the orange fox prefers to work during the day. Now Kurama, the strongest of the tailed beasts and boss of the fox, summons hereby welcoming Naruto Uchiha as the first person worthy of signing the Fox contract. Now name your personal summons so she may return home. Kurama says. Naruto thinks of a name and finally decides. He looks at the fox kid who is staring at him waiting for a name. Scarlet will be her name. Naruto says, getting a happy yip from the fox who starts to run around Naruto. While this is going on, Kurama notices the same small lizard creature with wings that was watching Naruto before. It makes eye contact with Kurama before looking at Naruto and back to Kurama as if asking a question without speaking. Kurama nods and the creature disappears in a poof of smoke. So they want him as a summoner as well. That is interesting, but they have my blessing to give him the contract. Kurama thought. Well, I better get going. I only have a few hours left before I have to be at the academy for team assignments and my body hurt. He gets a chuckle from Kurama, who nods and disappears along with the other three foxes. Naruto collects everything and shunsins to his house. He decides to sleep on the couch, too tired to move to his bed. He wakes up the next morning at 7:30, so he showers and puts on his outfit. It's the same thing Shisui wore, except Naruto's didn't have the high collar or the Uchiha clan symbol. He simply refused to wear it, and he didn't have a sword on his back. His headband was on his forehead, brushing the bangs out of his eyes, but he had two of them going down the side of his face. He walked to the academy, ignoring the stares and glances towards him, and he made it to the academy. 45 minutes, gets to the classroom, and of course Kiba speaks up. Hey loser, this is for people who graduated, now get lost. Causing everybody to laugh at Naruto. Yeah, Naruto baka, you failed yesterday, only one Uchiha passed and the best one at that, so leave. Said the pink-haired Sakura. Yeah, Naruto, are you that dumb to forget that only people with a headband are allowed? I know your mother did something dumb, but that doesn't mean you should follow in her footsteps. Yelled the blonde Ino, causing the other kids to laugh even harder. Before Iruka could respond, Naruto spoke in a calm voice that reminded Sasuke of his brother, which pissed him off. You idiots clearly didn't learn from the last time somebody insulted my mother. I guess Kiba wasn't much of an example when he was put into the hospital by One Punch. So clearly I need to make another example out of somebody, preferably you, Ino. Perhaps you would like to be sent to the hospital by Iruka-sensei next. How about it? What about you, Sakura? You're a ninja now, although a pathetic one. You're even weaker than you were when you came into the academy. You and Ino are both at the same skill level that can barely be considered academy level. For your information, I passed yesterday, just didn't put my headband on. Now shut the fuck up, you good-for-nothing fangirls, and Kiba, stop acting tough or I'll simply tell your mom and sister. Let's see if you act like this around them. He turns to Iruka. Sorry I'm late, Iruka-sensei. It's okay, mind telling me why you were late? He knew why he was late, but he had to act like he didn't. Yes, I was getting some last-minute training last night and overdid it. My body is still sore. He says and gets a nod from Iruka. However, Ino and Sakura decided to speak, but each were interrupted by a kunao landing as it was near their heads. Shut up, Naruto said with a cold glare. Okay, yes, as you've heard, Naruto did in fact pass yesterday. Why he didn't put his headband on, I don't know. Now, before the teams are assigned, I have to announce Rookie of the Year, Kunoichi of the Year, and the dead last. Rookie of the Year is Sasuke Uchiha. Immediately squeals and cheers were heard from his fangirls. Kunoichi of the Year belongs to Sakura Haruno. She screams. I don't know why you're happy. You only got it because the academics and your mother fucking some of the teachers to boost your physical grades. The real Kunoichi of the Year should be Hinata. Naruto says. Shut up, you baka, I'm better than her, she screams at Naruto. That's enough, Naruto. Sakura is Kunoichi of the Year, and that's final. Even if what you said is true. He mumbled that last part under his breath, but Naruto heard him and smirked at Iruka, who smirked back at him. Now dead last belongs to Kiba and Yazuka. He said. How am I the dead last? That loser slept through basically every single lesson. He said, pointing at Naruto. Yes, Naruto did sleep through the lessons, however all his grades were higher than yours. In fact, I don't even think he was trying. And he finished first in all the physical tests, however his written test scores kept him in the middle of the class, he said. Now Team 1. Teams 1 through 6 are pointless. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and he was cut off by Sakura yelling. Yes, take that, Ino pig, true love prevails. Sakura, shut up. Now, as I was saying, Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uchiha, your squad leader is. He finishes and looked at Naruto, whose eye was twitching. What the fuck, I had stayed in the middle to avoid being on a team with them. Okay, you wanna put me on their team, alright fine, get ready for a whole lot of paperwork, he thought to himself before he started chuckling like a madman, and somehow lightning started to appear and crackle behind him, scaring everybody near him, causing them to back away except Shikamaru and Koji, who was used to it and knew what was coming. Meanwhile, all the jonin waiting for the teams to finish being named all looked at Hiruzen, who was crying, saying sorry over and over again. Pops, you alright? Asked a beard jonin, his Sumasuma Sarutobi. No, I'm not okay. Would one of you mind being my stand-in for tomorrow? He asked, and they all shook their head, making him cry some more. Back with Iruka after Naruto finally calmed down, he continued. Team 8 is Shino Abarame, Hinata Hyuga, and Kiba. Team 9 is still in rotation, so Team 10 Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Koji Akimichi. Why do I have to get stuck with Fatty and Lazy Bones? Ino said. I am not fat. Koji yells and would have done something if Shikamaru didn't hold him down with his shadow possession. Inwardly he was thinking what Ino's problem was. Out of everybody she should know better than to call Koji fat. Don't worry Koji, she isn't much of a ninja and dresses like a prostitute anyway. I'm sure if you get the urge to have some release she would spread her legs for you. Of course you would have to pay, since the only person she would open her legs for free is her precious Sasuke over there, so just make sure you use protection. We don't need any more of her kind running around. Same goes for you Shikamaru, if you pay her enough she might let you both in at the same time. Naruto said. Sticking up for his friend made Ino cry. Naruto, that's enough, it wasn't called for. Iruka said. Neither was her calling Koji fat and Shikamaru lazy, yet she still did it. I was only sticking up for my friend. Now tell us who our Jonin sensei will be. I have to go check on Ankone. He said, pissed off. Oh alright, Team 7 Jonin sensei is Kakashi Hatake, Team 8 Kurane Ui, Team 10 is Under Asuma, will be here at 12 to pick you up, so you have the next 3 hours to yourself. He says. Naruto just shuns out of there, surprising everybody in the classroom that he could do that. Naruto arrives at Anko's house and uses his key to enter her apartment. She gave him a key to check on her house when she was out on missions. He walks to her room and sees her still sleeping and can sense Numbu, who he recognizes as Cat, in the room but in the shadows. However, her chakra is fluctuating like she is pissed. He walks over to where he senses her at and stops but doesn't take his eyes off Anko. What happened? He asks. Some rude Numbu tried to kill her, but I killed 2 of them and 1 got away. Coincidentally, I get a message from the Hokage stating that I have a 2-day mission and the amount of time Anko still needs to recover. Something is not right. The message had his official stamp on it. She says as she hands him the note he read and also gets curious because as far as he knows the Hokage knew Anko needed some rest, he just didn't know why, and Naruto personally asked him to assign Yojo to watch over her. I'll be back. He shuns to the Hokage office with the letter in hand. Yojiji, why did you assign Kat a mission if she was supposed to be on Anko guard duty for the next 3 days? He asked, showing him the letter. Naruto, I didn't assign her any mission, this is a fake letter. This mission was from last year and was completed by a squad of Jonin. He replies. Okay, I'll tell Kat once I go back to check on Anko. Another thing, can you tell Hayate to pack him and Kat some clothes to stay at Anko's house until she is better? He gets a nod in return and begins to leave. However, he gets a mischievous grin on his face, scares the old man, causing him to sweat a little bit. Naruto does one hand sign. Sexy jutsu. He transforms into a slender lady with long black hair tied into a ponytail with breasts that are DD and wide hips complementing her shapely ass and long slender legs, much to the dismay of the old perverted Hokage. Smoke surrounding her upper and lower body parts, but it still causes him to pass out from a nosebleed. Naruto takes out a camera and takes pictures of him before he wakes up. Naruto, I am labeling that an A-rank kinjutsu, never use it again. He says while wiping his nose. Well, you may want to add my harem and reverse harem jutsu to that scroll of yours as well, label them S-ranked kinjutsus. He says. He gets a blank look from the Hokage. Shadow clone jutsu. Harem jutsu. What happens next makes the Hokage pass out again with a much bigger nosebleed. Standing in front of him are 20 naked ladies. However, much to his disappointment, again smoke is covering their upper and lower body parts. Naruto again pulls out his camera and takes pictures. The Hokage wakes up and immediately puts them big in the scroll as A and S ranked kinjutsus. He calls for Mina, his secretary, who falls victim to the reverse harem jutsu. Now this shocked Hiruzen because Mina was a woman who openly hated perverts and did not like that kind of thing. So Hiruzen made it an SS ranked kinjutsu since it works on someone who isn't a pervert. Okay, Naruto, never use those again. Hiruzen says. Alright, by the way, why wasn't Mizuki at team assignments this morning? He asked. Oh, he was caught trying to steal the Forbidden Scroll and Ibiki had his way with him. Too bad Anko missed out on it. But it turns out he was working for my former student Orochimaru, who gave him the curse seal. He was going to take him the Forbidden Scroll to join his ranks, but he won't be doing anything since he was executed. Hiruzen said. Oh well, later, and don't forget about Hayate. He says and vanishes from the office back to Anko's house. The letter was a fake, but I asked him to send Hayate over later with some clothes for you two to stay here overnight with her for the next couple days until she wakes up. Oh yeah, I have these for Hayate. It's medical seals that won't get rid of his sickness, however it will stop the pain and his coughs as well. As he hands her about 100 seals. All he has to do is place them on his chest and the seal will instantly activate, but he has to change them once every month. He tells her before heading back to the academy. He returns to the classroom seeing Kiba trying to talk up Hinata, who isn't paying attention to him. Shikamaru is sleeping, Koji is eating a bag of chips, Shino is sitting by himself quietly. He looks at Naruto and give him a nod, who nods back, and then he finally sees Sasuke being hounded by his two most loyal fangirls who are arguing about who will marry him and have his babies. He shakes his head and sits next to Koji, who offers him a bag of chips. Even after what I said to her earlier, she still fawns over him. Oh well, it can't be helped. He says they wait for about 10 more minutes before the Jonin senseis arrive. The first 6 teams left, then 5 minutes later Asuma and Kurane arrive at the same time, pick up teams 8 and 10. However, Naruto notices Kurane has a slight limp and gives her a knowing smirk that he picked up from Anko, and in return Kurane gives him a glare that's basically tells him to shut up or die. He simply smiles at her and she leaves with her team, leaving him alone with Sasuke and Sakura, who is still pestering Sasuke about something. He falls asleep and wakes up 3 hours later when Kakashi decides to show up and Sakura shouts, "You're late. My first impression is that you're all idiots. Meet me on the roof." In 5 minutes he disappears in a puff of smoke and they go to the roof. Now introduce yourselves, your likes, dislikes and dreams. Kakashi says. Sensei, can you go first so we know it's done? Sakura says. Are you kidding me? She was supposed to be the kunoichi of the year. Naruto thought. Oh okay, well my name is Kakashi Hatake, I have a few likes and some dislikes as well. My dreams for the future, well I don't feel like telling you. All he said was his name. Sakura thought. Okay Pinky, you first. Kakashi says, pointing at Sakura. My name is Sakura Harano. What I like, I mean the person I like is. She looks at Sasuke and squeals. My dream for the future. She looks at Sasuke again and blushes with a squeal. Okay, your dislikes? Kakashi asks. Naruto, Baka and Ino Pig. Okay, you next, the brooding one. He points at Sasuke. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I have no likes or dislikes. I don't have a dream because what I have I will make a reality, that is to restore my clan and destroy a certain someone. He says with a dark look on his face. Sasuke-kun is so cool, Sakura thought. Just as I expected. Kakashi thought. Dude, Ataka would kill you multiple times over before you would even blink. Naruto thought. Okay, last one. Kakashi said, uninterested in what he has to say, unlike he was with Sasuke, something Naruto picked up on. My name's is Naruto, I like my precious people, I dislike child abusers, rapists, and pedophiles. My dream is to find somebody that was taken away from me as a child, become Hokage, and start a family, he said. However, nobody was paying attention to him, but he didn't really care. Alright, meet me training ground 7 for your graduation exam at 7 am. Kakashi says. Wait, I thought we were already genin. Sakura said. No, that was just a genin hopeful exam. This test tomorrow is the real one and 66% of the teams never make it. So I'll see you tomorrow at training ground 7 at 7 am. Oh, and I suggest you don't eat breakfast, you'll throw up. He vanishes in a puff of smoke. Sakura once again asks Sasuke on a date, yet he refuses and she turned blame Naruto, but he left as well. So she decided to do what she usually does. She goes to stalk Sasuke well, watching over him from afar is what she calls it. Next day Naruto wakes up at 8:30 and eats breakfast. He left at 9:45 via Shunshin. He arrived at training ground 7 where Sakura yelled at him. "You're late. Kakashi-sensei said to be here by 7, it's almost 10 Yubaka." She swings her fist at him but he just leans back and she falls on her face and starts to complain about her dress being ruined. 10 minutes later Kakashi arrived. "Yo. You're late. Sorry, I was on my way when a black cat crossed my path so I had to go the long way around." Liar. I bet I know that cat, Naruto thought. "Anyway, you have until noon to get these bells," Kakashi said as he pulled out 2 bells and a timer. "But wait, Kakashi-sensei, there's only 2 bells and 3 of us," Sakura replies. "Quite observant of you, Sakura. The one who doesn't get the bell gets sent back to the academy," he says. "I can't afford to not be on a team with Sasuke-kun. I need to get those bells for us. Then he will love me and ask me to marry him," Sakura thought. "I need those bells I have to pass in order to kill him," our resident emo thought. "I wonder what Samui is up to right now. I know she's still alive out there. I can't feel it. I hope she's taking care of herself," Naruto thought. After the 2 bells are collected, whoever has them can eat these bento boxes. Kakashi shows 2 bento boxes and 2 out of the 3 stomachs growled and they looked at Naruto, who was lost in thoughts until Sakura yelled in his ear, "Hey Baka!" which resulted in her getting backhanded to the ground. "Will you stop yelling, damn it, it's not necessary. What are you looking at me for?" he says. "You ate breakfast," Kakashi stated. "Yeah, and what's the fucking problem, Cyclops?" he said, still pissed T Sakura for yelling in his ear. "I thought I told you not to eat breakfast." "No, you made a suggestion. If I suggested you go make out with that green spandex wearing freak, would you listen?" "No, you wouldn't, so let's continue. I need to get my fucking ear checked." Which was a lie. He wanted to check on Anko and see how she was doing, but they didn't need to know that. "I guess I wouldn't listen to your suggestion." "Okay, you have 2 hours, time starts now." All 3 of them vanished. Let's see, Sakura is in the bushes to my left. Sasuke is in a tree about 50 meters out and Naruto is, wait a minute. Where is Naruto? I can't sense him or smell him, Kakashi thought. He pulled out a certain orange book and began walking through the forest. "Okay, I have wires set up that should wrap him up and I'll be able to grab the bells and give one to Sasuke," she said out loud. Not even noticing Kakashi right behind her. Pissed Sakura. She turns around and Kakashi puts her in a D-rank genjutsu that she should break out of easily. Inside the genjutsu, Sakura is walking in the middle of the forest looking around. "Sakura." She turns around and sees Sasuke, but he has multiple kunai stabbed in his back. "Help me," Sasuke says and collapses and Sakura screams. Back in the real world, Sakura screams and passes out. Kakashi shakes his head at her and leaves to find Sasuke and see what he can do. Sasuke is walking through the forest when he hears Sakura scream. Kakashi must have gotten to her already. Shinobi Battle Skill Lesson 2. The illusion skill. Sakura learned that in the academy and was said to be the best at breaking them, but I guess I was wrong. That won't work on me. I'm far better than her and Naruto. Say that after you get a bell, alright Sasuke. Kakashi and Sasuke stand off before Sasuke throws some shuriken at him, which Kakashi dodged. Sasuke threw a kunai at a rope that Kakashi didn't see and it released more kunai that shot out of the trap at Kakashi. Sasuke took the time Kakashi was focused on dodging and appeared behind him, going for a heel kick to the side of his head, which Kakashi blocked, and grabbed his ankle, so Sasuke tried a right hook to the face, which Kakashi blocked with his hand. Sasuke used this opening to throw an overhead kick with his right leg, causing Kakashi to drop Sasuke's fist to block the kick with his forearm. Sasuke, seeing this, reaches out and touches one of the bells before Kakashi jumps back. Sasuke beings going through hand signs, shocking Kakashi that he can use a jutsu. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. He shoots out a ball of fire towards Kakashi and after a few seconds releases the jutsu, and Kakashi is gone. He looks left, right and behind but doesn't see him. Earth style, Headhunter Jutsu. A hand comes out of the ground, pulls Sasuke into the ground, leaving his head visible. Shinobi skill number 3. Ninjutsu. You were right, are different than the others, but different doesn't mean better. With that, Kakashi walked away. Looking for Naruto, he finds him at the memorial stone criticizing the food he brought. I mean seriously, this food looks like it was taken straight out of a box. It's dry as hell and has no nutrients. Why not just give us a piece of cardboard to eat, Kakashi? And what is in this one chicken teriyaki? It looks like dog food on top of mush. Naruto says he closes the food and sees because Kakashi was behind him. What do you want? Naruto asks. You are in the middle of a test and you have 10 minutes left and you haven't even tried to get a bell. Kakashi states. Oh okay, well, can I have a bell? No. Oh well, I tried. Naruto, you need to actually try. Why, this whole test is farce. We both know the elders and council pressured you into taking a team with Sasuke so you can train him to use his Sharingan when he unlocks it, and you aren't a Chunin, so you can't take an apprentice. So even if we fail, the council will reverse the decision somehow and pass us by. I did help. I released Sakura from that pathetic genjutsu you put her. Now I believe the test is about over with and I will let you tie me to the post. A couple minutes later they are all sitting down while Naruto is tied to the post. Kakashi tells them they all fail because they couldn't look underneath and says the actual goal of the test was teamwork. Sasuke attacks Kakashi, but Kakashi moves faster than he can see and pins him to the ground. You are all little kids, you wouldn't last long in the shinobi world. For instance, Sakura kill Naruto or Sasuke dies. He says, putting a kunai on his neck. Sakura freezes up and Kakashi gets off Sasuke and tells them about the memorial stone having the names written off all or most shinobi who have died in battle or protecting the Leaf Village in some kind of way. Now I will give you all a second chance. Sasuke, Sakura, you can have a bento box, but Naruto doesn't get any. With that he vanishes, but Naruto can sense him in the trees in front of them. Sasuke and Sakura have an internal debate if they should feed Naruto. In the end, Sasuke offers Naruto some food and Sakura, wanting to impress Sasuke, does the same. Kakashi appears angrily. I thought I said you couldn't feed Naruto any food. You disobeyed my orders. Do you have anything to say for yourselves? We're a team and we need him to be at full strength to take you on, so if it means failing then so be it, Sasuke said. Yeah, we're a team and we stick together. You fail one of us, you fail all of us. Naruto nods while inwardly waiting for this to be over. Well, if the case, then you all pass. Kakashi says, confusing Sakura and Sasuke. You pass. Remember these words: those who abandon their mission are scum, however those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. With that he left to report his team passing. Sasuke left and Sakura followed him. Naruto activated his main Jakyu to Kamui out of the rope he left to begin training. Kakashi arrived as soon as the Jonin for Team 6 failed his team. Team 7 passed. He said. Everyone looked at him. Explain. Was all Hiruzen said. Well, Sakura is pathetic. She couldn't break out of a D-rank genjutsu and was more worried about Sasuke than anything. Sasuke is at a high genin level, maybe low chunin. He actually forced me to try a tad bit and managed to touch one of the bells. Naruto on the other hand didn't even try. I mean, he asked for a bell and I told him no and he didn't care. He actually spent most of the time criticizing my food, saying he might as well eat cardboard. That causes Kurenai to start laughing. What's so funny? Of course Naruto would criticize your food. He was taught to cook by the Ichirakus and we all know how seriously they take food preparation. I've actually had some of Naruto's food before at Ichiraku's. It's actually really good. She says, and everybody nods at that explanation. They all knew how the Ichirakus were when it came to food. They were almost as bad as an Akimichi. Team 8 passed as well. Hokage-sama Shino was the leader who came up with a plan of him trapping me with his bugs, and Hinata close my Tenketsu points and Kiba give the finishing blow, although Kiba tried to protest with a plan that made absolutely no sense until Hinata agreed with Shino's plan and Kiba reluctantly agreed. Shino is around the same level as Sasuke, however he relies on his bugs too much and would be a sitting duck in a taijutsu fight, so I would have to fix that. Hinata should be mid-chunin for how long she has been training in taijutsu by the clan head, but her confidence issues puts her around mid-genin, and Kiba is high genin low chunin. He is just a horny little boy who hits on any female moving. I would need to fix that as well. Kurenai said. Team 10 passes. Ino is just like Sakura, which baffles me since she is the heir to the Yamanaka clan, however Koji and Shikamaru are both high genin level. Asuma says. Alright, you are dismissed and good luck. Hiruzen said. All Jonin left the office, leaving him with his book until Mina walked in with a smile and 6 stacks of paperwork on a cart behind her. The Hokage starts to cry and wishes he never retook the seat. Meanwhile, Naruto stopped at Ichiraku's and talked to them for about 20 minutes while eating some ramen before getting the Anko special for takeout, which included 20 sticks of dango and an extra large bowl of red bean soup with a bottle of sake on the side. He pays and says goodbye and starts to make his way to Anko's apartment when feels a chakra signature following him, so he goes into an alley and suppresses his chakra and jumps to the roof. To his surprise, it's Hinata that is following him and looks confused that he disappeared from her sight. "You've gotta be kidding me. I have a fangirl and she actually stalks me." Sheesh, this reminds of Sakura and Ino stalking Sasuke. He thought as he watched her leave. He shunsins to Anko's apartment. He unlocks the door and to his shock and surprise Kurane is there as well as Hana, Irika, and Hiruzen with Yojao in her normal clothes. However, what gets him is Anko is awake and on the couch with them. She sees Naruto and rushes to him and grabs in bone-crushing hug, thanking him over and over again. Hiruzen decides to speak up. "Okay, what's going on? Why did you need us all here, Anko? Why are you here, Jiji? Don't you have paperwork to do?" Naruto asks. "I'm just a shadow clone. The original me is still at the office. Once I disperse, he will get my memories," the clone said. "So let me get this straight, you send a shadow clone to do something for you if you need to be in 2 different places." He gets a nod, yet you don't use the shadow clones to help you with your paperwork. All he gets is a blank look from the clone before it dispersed. Few seconds later you can hear the Hokage scream across the entire village. Fuyuyuyuk. Hiruzen then appears at Anko's apartment before he can knock. Naruto opens the door looking at him with a smug smile. "You knew, didn't you?" he asks Naruto, who nods happily. "So why didn't you tell me?" "You didn't ask," Naruto said, making everyone laugh. "Okay, why is everyone here, Anko?" Kurane asks. "Well, first things first, I have a boyfriend," she says and kisses Irika on the lips. Kurane, Yojao and Hana squeals happily for their friend. Now the actual reason is this, look. She puts her hair up in her high ponytail and pulls down her shirt by her left shoulder. Everybody minus Irika and Naruto wonder what's so special about the shoulder. "I don't get what's so great about your shoulder that you had to call us all over here," Hana asked. "What's missing from my shoulder?" Yojao notices and says, "No way, but how?" "How what, Yojao?" Kurane asks. "Her cursed seal is gone," Yojao says, shocking everyone. Anko then explains what happened 2 nights ago about her meeting up with Irika because of Naruto and the removal of the cursed seal. She was done. She looks at Naruto and notices he has a takeout bag. "What's in the bag, Naru-chan? Your lunch?" "Nope, this is one Anko special from Ichiraku ramen, 20 sticks of dango, an extra large bowl of red bean soup and 1 bottle of sake," he says, handing it to her, and she eats like it's not tomorrow. After hanging around a few more hours, Naruto and everyone get ready to leave. As Kurane leaves, Naruto calls out to her. "Yes, Naruto, can I help you?" "Yes, can you tell Hinata to stop stalking me around the village? It's getting out of hand. I caught her today by going into an alley, jumped to the roof and suppressed my chakra so her Byakugan couldn't find me. I've told her before I don't like her like that and it's annoying at this point. I'll talk to her, Naruto. She said she liked you, so I told her to give it a shot and talk to you. I never knew you told her you didn't like her. I guess she thought you were joking, but I'll talk to her tomorrow. Thank you, and tell Asuma I said hey. And use protection, alright." He disappears as soon as he says that because Kunao flew right when his head would have been. Chapter 9, Wave Mission and Legacies Passed Down. It's been 2 months since Naruto was assigned to this genin team and he hated it. Not the D-rank missions, because money was money, and also it was them helping a lot of old people he has helped before, so imagine the look on everyone's face when they found out he was never lying about why he was late. His favorite mission had to easily be the Tora mission. To his surprise, this was the same cat that always crossed his path. So when he saw Tora, they had a good old Texas standoff which lasted for about 10 minutes until they rushed at each other. Everyone thinks this was going to be another genin that gets scratched up, but to their shock and horror a field of flowers appear and they begin running in slow motion until the end, where Tora hops in his arms and Naruto gushes over Tora. "Oh Tora, you mischievous little cat, I missed you stealing my bentos in our 3-hour chases. He cries anime tears while hugging the cat, causing it to purr in happiness. However, what gets them is the shout of youth in the back, causing the sun to shine brighter. The result, an entire block of people passed out along the street. It has happened 3 times already, and the genjutsu was placed in the Forbidden Scroll next to Might Guy and Rock Lee Sunset Genjutsu. However, the combination of the genjutsu were labeled SS rank in the Forbidden Scroll. However, what did piss Naruto off was his sensei's complete show of favoritism these 2 months. Although Naruto didn't need the help, the man could have at least tried to help him or Sakura. However, he didn't, and after the first 2 months Naruto doesn't even call him sensei anymore. He sees the private lessons he gives Sasuke, and well, he was less than impressed by Sasuke's development. He could only guess that Sasuke would only begin copying jutsus with his Sharingan when he finally awakens it. That's another thing, Naruto has yet shown them any skills really, or that he has his Sharingan. Now here we find Team 7 returning from another D-rank mission, Naruto's favorite, the Tora mission. "Yo old man, we're back from the mission," Naruto says as he is petting Tora. "Baka, show the Hokage some respect," Sakura says and gets ready to swing at Naruto, but Tora hissed at her with claws out and she backed off. Hiruzen chuckles at Naruto. "It's quite alright, Sakura. I allow Naruto to call me that because he is like a grandson to me. Now Tora rescue mission is complete," he says and walks in a fat lady who they also recognize as the Fire Daimyo wife. She grabs Tora and begins to squeeze the life out of her. "Oh Tora, mommy has missed you so much, you need to stop running away from me," she says, hugging the cat to death. "That's right, squeeze that little demon cat till she pops," Sakura thought. If she keeps this up, no more Tora missions, which means no more daimyo breathing down my neck about the stupid cat, thought the Sandaime. HN thought our resident brooder. Why hasn't Sasuke unlocked his Sharingan yet? Actually I think already has during the massacre, but can't reactivate it yet, Kakashi thought. Everyone was cut from their thoughts by Naruto. "What the hell are you doing?" he says as he grabs Tora from the lady. "Young man, do you know who I am? I am the daimyo's wife. I demand you show me some respect when speaking to me," she says with a rich snob voice. "Respect is earned, not given, fat ass, and you were about to kill Tora if you kept squeezing her. I'm sure she hasn't been taken to the vet to check for injuries. Perhaps the way you squeeze the cat is why the daimyo always pulls out while having sex with you. You would just kill the damn baby from squeezing it to death. Now you wait here, I'm taking Tora to the vet." He vanishes to the Inyazuka compound and sees Hana. "Hey Hana, can you do a checkup on Tora for me?" he asks. "Sure, set her down on the table for me." He does, and her hand is surrounded by medical chakra. After 5 minutes her hand turns to normal. Well, all her ribs are bruised and her spine is slightly bruised and out of place a little bit. But minor surgery and 1 month of rest should do wonders for her, she says, but Tora screeches at the sound of that. "No need, I'll just place an animal medical seal on her. She should be fully healed in about 10 minutes. Shocking Hana. "Is it possible that I can have some of those? I can really use them for our Ninken after missions," she asks. "Sure, they don't work on broken bones though, I've tried it and it didn't work. I'm the reason you have less stray animals that get cuts and bruises, freeing you up for more major injuries and have more free time. They all come to me and only go to you if a bone is broken. I've even set up a compartment at my complex where they don't have to walk up the steps to my apartment. They just go and lay on the seal in a cubby and it automatically puts the seal in them. The compartment holds 5 animals up to the size of your mother's partner," he says as he unseals a large scroll from his wrist. He pulls and unseals a tag and places it on Tora, who purrs at the feeling of the medical chakra going into her system. He gives the large scroll to Hana. Inside of the scroll is about 200 medical tags and the instructions on how to make them. Don't worry about adding chakra to seal other than to complete it, since it converts nature chakra into medical chakra using the correct dosage. I'll come by and build the compartment another time, or just request it from the Hokage if I'm busy. Well, I have to get back to the mission room to finish yelling at the daimyo's wife, so I'll see you around. Oh, and just between us, he means toward her ear and whispers, "If I wasn't waiting to find my certain girl, I would have bent you over this table and completely destroyed that pussy of yours by now." He blew in her ear, making her horny before leaving. Hana was sure of one thing: Genma was definitely getting laid tonight after he returned from his mission. Naruto arrives back at the mission office with Tora in his arms, glaring at the lady. Now let me tell you how much you are hurting Tora. All of her ribs were bruised and her spine was bruised and slightly out of place. Now I had her fixed up, so I'm not gonna take her from you, believe it or not. Tora likes the palace, however she hates when you squeeze her. It hurts. You are too damn big for that, and stop dressing her up. I've seen the pictures, the outfits are horrible, and please get her a male cat. She only leaves the palace when she is in heat, but sadly all the cats in the village are slobs. He says. So what are you telling me? She asks. Are you fucking stupid? I just told you stop squeezing her, pet her gently like I do, stop dressing her up in those dumbass outfits, and get her a male cat so she can get laid. You do all that and you don't have to worry about her running away. She says okay and pays quadruple the amount for the mission. I like him, Hiruzen. Not many have the courage to talk to me like that. I'll keep an eye on you and give a word to the fire daimyo. You may get a recruitment letter if you ever take the Chunin exams and can fight as good as you talk. With that she bows and gently takes Tor, wags her tail goodbye at Naruto. Everyone minus Sasuke is looking at Naruto in shock that he just got away with talking by the fire daimyo's wife like that. And put an end to the Tora missions for good. The two Chunin who were in the room walked in front of Naruto and kneeled down and bowed their head to him. We appreciate all your hard work, Naruto-sama. We bestow to you the king of the Tora mission. Out of nowhere they produce a crown and place it on his head. And bow once more. Everyone's sweat drops at this, even Sasuke. Okay, now that whatever that was is over with. Kakashi, are you taking another mission today? He gets a nod in response. Okay, we have painting some fences, cleaning a river, or... He was cut off by Sakura screeching. No, I demand a higher ranked mission. You are holding me and Sasuke-kun back from being great. Give us a higher mission now, so dash dot. She was cut off by Naruto placing a silencing seal on her neck. Thank you, Naruto. Hiruzen said. No problem, old man. However, although we have different reasons, I would like to also say we should take a C-rank mission since C ranks are relatively harmless. Although if you need to be persuaded, I can do that as well. So how are we going to do this, the easy way or the hard way? He asks. Hiruzen wouldn't budge. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I can't allow you to go on a C-rank mission 2 months out of the academy. He says with a no questions tone. Sasuke looked ready to explode, but Naruto held a hand up for him to stay quiet and let him handle it. Sakura was yelling but no sound was coming out, and Kakashi, although aware of what was going on, was thinking of ways for Sasuke to unlock his Sharingan. That's too bad, old man. It would be a shame if these got out to the public and ruined your good image. He said he produced photos of the old man at a brothel in the red light district and some of him after seeing the sexy jutsu and harem jutsu. After seeing the photos, Hiruzen coughed. Well, due to some rather compelling evidence, I will allow Team 7 to take a C-ranked mission. However, he was interrupted by Team 8 walking in. Sorry, Hokage-sama, we were just coming to hand in the mission report. We can wait outside. Kurane said. Actually, Kurane, you arrived just in time. I'm assigning Team 7 to an C-rank mission and I'm adding your team onto the mission as well. He said, shocking her. Are you sure, Hokage-sama? They've only been out of the academy for 2 months. She says. Yes, I've been produced with some rather interesting evidence, so I'm allowing it. He said, glancing at Naruto, who was smiling innocently, which Kurane knew was fake, having spent time around him and Anko quite a bit. Send in Tajuna, in walks a man with a straw hat and a sake bottle that was half empty. This is it. A bunch of kids and 2 adults. The pink-haired girl looks like she can't lift a damn twig, the one with the dog looks as dumb as a bag of rocks, the girl with short hair looks blind and seems she would cry if she spills her ice cream, the one with the duck-ass hairstyle looks constipated and has a pole shoved up his ass making it look worse. The only 2 I can tell has some skill is the blue-eyed boy with the cool hairstyle and the one with the coat covering his lower face. He looks at Kakashi. Can you even see where you're walking? Then looks at Kurane and giggles like a pervert. How about during the travel me and you grab a hotel room or share a tent and make some babies? Faster than anybody can see, Naruto grabs Kurane, who is about to kill the client but is struggling against Naruto's grasp. Hiruzen, seeing this, spoke up. Your mission starts tomorrow at 8 AM. Dismissed. Naruto shunshin him and Kurane to her apartment, where she finally calms down. Thank you, Naru-chan, but how do you know where I live? She asked. I brought you here a couple times after you Anko and Hannah had your drinking nights at my house since Anko has a room there and could never be left alone while drunk. He says. She nods. She remembers those nights but never remembers going home. Well, thank you for that as well. Now get going, we have a mission to pack for. She leans and kisses him on the forehead like always and goes inside Naruto Shunshin home, not seeing the shock and anger on a certain Hyuga face. Next day everyone is on time except for Naruto, who is an hour late. They see him walking up to them but is surrounded by about 20 animals. I'm sorry guys, but I have a mission, it's my job now. But L left enough food for each of you for 2 months as well as the medical area. I've restocked it and added a heating compartment to it as well so you all have somewhere to sleep at night now. He leans down and they all nuzzle you to him. Walking off said that he was leaving for a long time. Kurane smiles at that scene, knowing how Naruto took in the stray animals. Kiba, seeing this, openly mocked Naruto. Ha, I guess you need all those animals, after all you're a street rat just like them. Causing Sakura to join in. Yeah Baka, nobody wanted those animals like nobody wanted you, it's fitting they find comfort in you. Sasuke smirks at that one, causing Sakura to squeal and fangirl over him. While Kiba openly laughs at him. Kurane looks at Naruto and sees him going through hand seals. Now Kurane, having been around Naruto quite a bit, recognized those hand seals and immediately grabs his hand and shakes her head no. He sighs, shunshined away from them, walking towards Wave. It took them an hour to catch up to him. When they do, they see him tying up 2 shinobi who Kurane and Kakashi recognizes as the demon brothers of the mist. Naruto looks at them and sees the shock on everyone's face except Kurane, and anger on Kakashi and Sasuke faces, and lust on Hinata. Kakashi started to berate him. Naruto, what the hell is your problem? Why did you go off on your own? You could have been killed. I should write you up or have you suspended from the ninja program. Kurane was about to speak up but Naruto beat her to it. Shut up Kakashi, we all both know you are only mad because you couldn't see your precious Sasuke in action. Don't act all disciplinary now like you actually care. Since there is another Jonin around and a client to protect you, never discipline the other 2 members of the team. Let me guess, you see Sasuke and see a spitting image of yourself from when you were younger, and Sakura's whore of a mother must have let you fuck her again or paid you off to tolerate Sakura. He says. He gets no response. TCH, that's said, a well-respected shinobi like yourself can be bought, that's a shame. Now I've already interrogated them, you have some explaining to do, Tajuna. He says in a tone of voice that reminds Sasuke of his brother again, making him pissed off. After Tajuna explains his story, they decided to continue on and later they set up camp for the night. Naruto is sitting by a river when he feels Kurane walking to him. He doesn't move her because she is allowed inside the invisible barrier he set up. He can sense Hinata in the trees looking at him but she can't get through the barrier. She is shocked when Kurane gets tough and sits next to him. Naruto, are you okay? You let out a bit of anger back there. She says and wrapped her arm around him, pulling him into a hug much to Hinata's displeasure. Yeah, I'm fine now. I have to vent like that sometimes to not let any darkness grow inside me if I want to master the Kyuubi chakra. He says. What do you mean by that? Can you just force it to give you chakra because of the seal? She asks. No, it doesn't work like that. The Kyuubi chakra is filled with hate and anger and I have to separate the hate and anger first to gain control over it before taking in the rest of it. If I have any amount of darkness in my body, the hatred will overpower me, killing me in the process before disappearing. He says. What do you mean? She doesn't quite understand, so with a sigh he tells her about him freeing the Kyuubi and the truth behind the Kyuubi attack and him gaining the Fox contract. Kurane, shocked and amazed at this, can't help but feel proud of her little brother. Summon a fox, so I know you're telling the truth about the contract. Naruto nods and goes through some hand signs before clapping his hands together. Nothing happened, Naruto. She states. I know we have a stalker in the trees. She couldn't hear us but now she can't see us either. Not even her Byakugan can see through the barrier. He then goes through hand signs and summons Scarlet, his personal summons, who is sleeping, as proof and sends her back. Kurane is amazed by this and couldn't help but gush about how cute the fox was. After talking for another hour he drops the barrier and they leave. They wake up the next morning and Naruto tells Kurane that Zabuza of the Hidden Mist will be waiting and has an apprentice with him. She nods and tells Kakashi. A few days later Zabuza arrives and what should have been an easy 2-on-1 since the apprentice decided to stay back turned into a train wreck because Kakashi kept getting in Kurene's way resulting in them both being trapped in a water prison. "Run, you guys are no match for him," Kakashi says. Kurene doesn't say anything because she's focused on her breathing and working on a plan to try and escape. She looks up to see Zabuza create 10 water clones and Kiba and Sasuke rush in to fight them but get easily handled. Naruto seeing this size and throws 2 kunai with at the clones, but what they don't see is a third kunai with an explosive tag in the shadow that falls into the water. Kurene saw it and braced herself. Next thing they know the 2 kunai turned into 50 and takes out all the water clone while the kunai in the river exploded making Zabuza lose control of the water prison and freeing Kakashi and Kurene from the water prisons. Kurene jumps to shore while Kakashi and Zabuza go through hand signs mirroring each other. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The 2 dragons collide while Kakashi goes through another set of hand signs that Naruto copies. Water style, giant vortex jutsu. A whirlpool of water forms and crashes into Zabuza sending him into a tree. Zabuza gets up. "How did you use my jutsu before me? Can you see the future?" "Yes, and your future is death." Kakashi rushes at him to end his life but jumps back when 2 senbon hit Zabuza in the neck and he falls to the ground. Kakashi checks for a pulse and doesn't find one. "He's dead," he says as he covers his Sharingan. Then a person in a hunter-nin mask appears at Zabuza's body. "Thank you for distracting him. I'll take his sword and body to turn them in." With that the ninja disappears along with Zabuza and his sword. Naruto shared a knowing look with Kurene who shook her head. "Good job Sasuke and Kiba, good teamwork. Sakura, Hinata, and Shino, nice job protecting the client. Naruto, you're getting suspended once we head back to the village for not following orders a second time," Kakashi said. "I don't really care, Kakashi. Whoever your Jounin sensei was would be disappointed in you. I hope whoever it was isn't alive so they wouldn't see what kind of failure and sellout you've become," Naruto said. Kakashi rushed at Naruto but he simply dodged and struck a pressure point in Kakashi's back temporarily paralyzing him. "Naruto, you can't do that to Kakashi sensei, apologize right now," Sakura screeched. "Shut up and go put Sasuke's dick your mouth. That's all you Haranos are good for anyway. Useless bitch," Naruto says. Now this shocks Kurene because Naruto has a lot of respect for women and would never call one a bitch like that and not apologize. "I need to get him off that team," she thought. "Alright, that's enough, since Kakashi is out I'm in charge. Tajuna, how much further until we reach Wave?" Kurene said. "We should be there in another 30 minutes if we keep to the road we're on. It's a small boat that can take us the rest of the way," he says. "Alright, let's move out. Kiba, you carry Kakashi, Tajuna lead the way," Kurene said. They walked and reached Wave. Had they walked faster they would have ran into a squad of Kumo shinobi with a certain blonde on the team who just left delivering a client after the Raikage refused to help the poor country but had the team escort him back. Naruto was staring off into space looking at the unfinished bridge that is humongous. If he had to guess it would take another 2 to 3 weeks to complete. He was broken out of his thoughts when Sakura yelled in his ear. "Hey, stop daydreaming and get moving, Naruto, I swear you're such a baka. Stop screaming in my fucking ear, you stupid bitch." He yelled back. He walked away not even caring. Kurene stops him. "You're going the wrong way, Naruto. Tajuna said his house was this way," pointing in the direction. "I'll meet you there later. I can easily find you, remember I'm a sensor type as well. I'm gonna try and find out anything about this ghetto by walking around the village." He says. She nods and tells him to be back by 8 p.m. That gives him 4 hours to gather as much info as needed. He walks away as they head to the house. Meanwhile Samui, who was jumping through the trees with her team, suddenly stopped and turned around. She thought she heard a familiar name called but brushed it off as her imagination. "Samui, what's wrong? Why did you stop jumping?" asked a red-haired girl. "Nothing, Karui, I thought I heard something, let's keep going," she said in her usual cold tone of voice. "Wow, Karui, you're really worried about Samui. You should be more worried about if your flat chest will ever grow," said a light blonde-haired boy on her team. "Shut up, Omoi, I am only 13, they'll grow later," Karui said, punching the now named Amwa in the stomach. "That's enough, you two, come on, we have to get back to Kumo. Samui, I'm very impressed with your work on missions. You too as well, if you keep it up the rakeage may give you all a field promotion to Chunin. Now let's go, said their Jounin sensei, who had blonde hair but had it in a long ponytail going down her back. It looked almost like a cat tail. Hi sensei, they all said, and three of them took off. However, Samui stayed behind a little longer and pulled out her half of the yin-yang necklace and looked at Naruto name on it. A tear fell from her eye and she hurried up and wiped it away before putting back on her cold stoic face. She takes off, catching up to her team. Meanwhile, Naruto is walking through the wave village and is taken back by what he sees. Everything looks poor and has no money. All the shops are barely standing and they have little food to eat. He keeps walking until he sees some of Gato's goons trying to force themselves on a woman and her daughter who looks to be about 14 to 15. He rushes over just as they both try to grope their breasts and kicks them away. The four goons stand up and charge at Naruto, who takes them down with ease. He ties them up and tells the woman and her daughter to leave and go home. They nod but not before thanking him and leaving. Naruto looks at the thugs and activates his main Jakyushari non Tsukuyomi. 3 seconds later, in the real world, he has all the info he needed and killed the thugs and burned their bodies with a small fireball jutsu. He returns to the house after walking around some more, getting a layout of the place. However, before he left, made clones go to every house he could and drop of bentos and blankets to keep them warm at night. He kept in a large storage scroll sealed on his wrists. The food was kept in fresh warm due to a tiny seal he put on all the bentos. He left a note in every house that simply said, "Gato will be no more in a week." The villagers were confused at first but held on to hope that the letter wasn't a lie and ate some of the bentos left in the house. He gave each family enough food for 2 weeks. He reaches Tajuna's house and Hinata opens the door for him and he walks in, not saying a word to her. He sits down and tells Kurane what he found out and she nods. He looks around at everybody. Tajuna is asleep in a chair, Shino is in a corner by himself. Kiba must be upstairs with Kakashi sleeping. He senses for their chakra and he was right. Sakura was fawning over Sasuke as usual. However, Naruto noticed Sasuke had his Sharingan awakened again due to the fight but only has one tomo in each eye. That's cute, he thought to himself, and finally Hinata was surprised right next to him, sneaking glances. Tsunami comes out and her greets her. Then her son Inari came in yelling at the ninja about how they don't know what it means to struggle and that Gato and his goons will kill them. Naruto stands up and walks to Inari. "Put your shoes on and come with me," he said in a no questions asked tone. Inari, scared for his life, does as told. Tsunami tries to stop them but Kurane says Inari will be fine. Tsunami nods reluctantly and goes back to cooking dinner. Naruto talks to Inari about his life and Inari tells him about how Kaiza tried to stand up to Gato and was killed in front of the village. Naruto takes Inari around the village and shows him how people are living compared to him. "See Inari, you may have it bad but remember somebody always has it worse than you. That's why I never complain about life and how it's treated me. I never let my past shape my future or hold me down. In about a week or so Gato will no longer be a problem because he is a rapist. He hasn't raped anybody from this village but that doesn't mean he hasn't tried. So next time he shows his face will be the last. Now let's go unless you want to say hi to that girl you're staring at," he says with a smirk. Inari gets an atomic blush on his face and runs home. Naruto laughs at him and tells the girl where Inari lives and to visit him sometime. They arrive at the house and Inari completely ignores his mom and rushes up to his room. Naruto enters the house 10 seconds with a cookbook in his hand. He heard Kurane speak to him but decided to have some fun with her. Naruto, what did you say to Inari? Why did he run to his room like that? Kurane asks. She knew he heard her because he had moved a little bit. What did you say? Wrong move. She punched him over the head making him fall to the ground. I know you heard me, she yelled. Okay fine. Spoil sport, ruin my fun, why don't you? He said with a pout, rubbing the bump on his head. Tsunami, it seems your son has a crush on a girl. All I did was tell him to say hi to her and he blushed and ran home. He acted like I told him to go and he was cut off by Kurane putting her hand over his mover knowing what he was gonna say next. Okay anyway, I'm gonna go take a shower. Kurane-sensei, can you handle it for me? He glances at Hinata and she understands but waits for him to get in the shower. 2 minutes later the shower is running and Hinata activates her Byakugan but is mad she can't see him in the shower for some reason. Kurane, seeing this, sighs. Hinata, come outside with me. I need to talk to you about something. Kurane says and goes outside. Hinata follows her. What did you need me for, Kurane-sensei? I'm going to be straightforward with you. You need to stop stalking Naruto. He doesn't like it. In fact, he told me that he has already told you about him not liking you in a romantic way. Why did you not tell me this when you talked to me about him? She asks. Oh Kurane, I'm not stalking him, I'm just making sure he gets around safe. And of course he likes me. He was just messing around with me. I mean, he did save me from some bullies when we were younger and he hasn't said anything about me following him around. Hinata says. Kurane slightly slides away from her. Actually Hinata, he doesn't like you, he likes somebody else. And contrary to what you've seen on this mission, Naruto is actually a nice kid, he doesn't blow up at people. He handled the situation the easy way, he doesn't want to have to tell your father. Kurane said. Who does he like? Hinata asks in a dangerously low voice that sends warning signals off in Kurane's head, so she stands up and turns toward the door. I don't know who he likes, he won't tell me even after knowing me for basically his entire life. He only told two people, Anko and the other I don't know who it is, he hasn't told me that either. With that she walks into the house, leaving Hinata to herself. Kurane enters the house and notices Shino is missing and asks where he went. Naruto came and got him and they left to sit by the dock in the back. Tsunami said, and true enough, Kurane looked out the window and Shino and Naruto were sitting on the dock, however she couldn't hear them and knew Naruto must have put up a privacy barrier around them. Few minutes earlier, Naruto gets out of the shower and puts on some shorts and a shirt to sleep in. He senses Kurane outside with Hinata most likely talking to her. Sakura was still with Sasuke, however Sasuke seemed to have drained all of his chakra playing with his Sharingan. Dumbass, that's what you get, he thought. Shino was in the same spot, however his chakra seemed unsure for some reason, so he went up to him. Shino, can I talk to you by the dock? He asks and gets a nod in reply. They arrived at the dock and sat down. He quickly put up a privacy barrier so nobody could hear them. Alright Shino, what's the problem? I know something is bothering you. Your chakra is going haywire with uncertainty. He asks. You are correct Naruto, I do have a problem. Why? Because in my clan our Kakaicha bugs do not sync with my body type for some reason. Why I am uncertain, you ask, is because the clan has no way to help me with the problem since this is a first and I can only carry so few outside of my body. Shino explained. Naruto gained a thoughtful look on his face. What if I can come up with a seal that goes on your body that can hold your bug inside as well as set the temperature to how they like it? All you would need to do is channel a bit of chakra to release the seal during battle and they can come out when you call for them. Would your clan accept something like that for you? Shino now was the one who gained a thoughtful look. I suppose we can give it a try. How long do you think it would take to make it? Shino asks. Well, I can make it in about 3 days since I would need you to collect any kind of plants that they would like and I want to make it huge on the inside, like almost the size of a small forest. That way the male and female will have plenty of food that they can eat. I also want to add another seal to it where you can give a certain amount of chakra to another part in the seal where you can control the kind of climate the bugs have. To say Shino was shocked was an understatement, but you would never see it. Very well, I shall collect what I can and thank you Naruto, I owe you one. He say. Don't worry about it Shino. Shino nods. Naruto drops the barrier and then goes inside the house and goes to sleep. Naruto goes to his room with Sasuke and what he sees disgusts him. Sasuke is asleep and Sakura is giving him a blowjob, and from the way Sasuke's chakra felt he must have been asleep for about an hour, which means Sakura must have just snuck in here recently. Naruto closes the door and goes downstairs and sees Kurane sitting on the couch. He goes and joins her. Can't sleep? She asks. No, Sakura is giving Sasuke a blowjob right now while he sleeps. Kurane gets a shocked look on her face. Are you serious? Very serious, at least from the look on his face. While he slept he was enjoying it. She must have learned from her mother. I've seen the videos of her and I can see why people go back to her for some services. He says. Kurane only nods in shock. So why are you up, Nai-chan? She smiles that this was the nickname that him and Anko gave her one day a few years ago and they've called her that every day from then on. Naruto, I think Hinata might be crazy. She seems to have some psychological issues because I talked to her and she went through mood swings. I told her you like someone else and she snapped and asked who. I told her I don't know, only Anko and one other person knows, but I didn't say who. I know she won't go after Enko, but what if she finds out that you know who also knows? Do you think she will attack her? Kurane asks. No, I'm not worried if she was to attack you know who. She would lose. She is as strong as a mid-jonin taijutsu-wise and is deadly accurate with a knife or anything she can throw and has the speed of an high jonin, and her taijutsu relies on hitting pressure points and she is really skilled at that. I think besides me, Enko, the green spandex freaks and another Hyuga, she is somebody who can go toe-to-toe with the gentle fist style and win. He says, shocking Kurane. They sit in silence until Naruto breaks it. Samui, he says. Kurane raised an eyebrow at this. That's the name of the girl I love. Shocking her, he tells her the story behind them and Kurane can't help but feel for him. I'm sure you'll find her, Naruto. He nods. They hear footsteps and see Sakura sneaking to the kitchen and spits in the sink running water to clean it out. She tries to sneak back but Naruto stops her. Hey Sakura. She freezes. Yes Naruto, she replies. Spitters are quitters, he said, and she hangs her head at being caught and goes to her room. Meanwhile Kurane and Naruto laugh silently before going to their rooms and going to sleep. Next morning Naruto wakes up and goes downstairs. Everybody looks at him and continues eating. He decides to break the silence. So Sasuke, did you sleep good last night? He asks. If you must know, yes I did, Sasuke replies. Good, it must have been nice to release everything from the day then. What about you Sakura, did you sleep well last night? Must have sucked for you if you didn't. He asks. Actually loser, I do feel like I've released a whole load of off from everything yesterday. Sasuke replies. I bet you did. I bet you did. What about you Sakura, don't hold it and spit it out. At this Kurane is about to die from holding in laughter when Inari walks in. She finally laughs. Mom, I was trying to sleep last night but I kept hearing this sucking noise that kept me up for almost 30 minutes. What was it at that? Everybody's jaw hits the ground except Naruto, Kurane, Shino, and Sasuke, who didn't know what was going on. Sakura had a deep blush on her face and tried to hide in her shirt. Kurane, despite usually being against Naruto openly talking about sex, was holding her ribs while laughing. Shino, you could see his shoulders moving slightly. Hinata thought about doing that to Naruto tonight, and Tsunami and Tajuna were just shaking their heads, but if you looked closely they were also laughing. Kiba silently asked Sakura if he could be next and she punched him. After everybody calmed down, Kakashi came and told them Zabuza was alive still and that his injuries would take a week to heal up, so he was training Team 7 in tree climbing except Naruto, who had to guard the bridge all week. He thought Naruto would object but he didn't care. A few hours later the teams are done training and Naruto finished the first part of the seal for Shino during his guard duty. Now they were at home and Naruto told Kurane he was gonna go to the forest for sign trading and would just camp out there. He trained for 5 hours on the last step for his lightning affinity, keeping a light bulb lit for 10 minutes. So far he could do it for 5 minutes. By time he finished training he was up to 7 minutes. He fell asleep and in the morning the hunter Nin that saved Zabuza was walking through the forest collecting herbs when she spotted Naruto. She held her hand out to his neck to strangle him, however he spoke up. I wouldn't do that if I were you, it might get you killed. He sat up and looked at her. She was inwardly cursing at being caught, so she put on an act of innocence. You shouldn't sleep out here, you'll catch a cold, she said. I don't get sick. So what's your name? He asked. He already knows this is the hunter Nin. Haku, she replies. Well, nice to meet you Haku, I'm Naruto. So what are you doing out here so early? I'm collecting herbs for my friend, he is sick, she replies. Well, I hope your friend gets better. Thank you. What about you? What are you doing out here? She asks. I was training last night and decided to sleep outside. He said. Are you a ninja? He nods. What do you fight for? I fight to protect my loved one from harm, he said. Then I believe you will become really strong. I believe that true strength comes when you have a precious person to protect. I'm sorry but I must be going to take care of my friend. Bye Naruto. See ya. Tell Zabuza I wish him a speedy recovery. She turns around but he is gone already and she rushes back to the hideout. A week has passed and today is the day they guessed Zabuza would attack the bridge. Naruto stayed back to protect the house and to his surprise some thugs did show up, but he handles them quickly and leaves some clones at the house and heads to the bridge. He makes it to the bridge. He sees Kurene's mood and she looks pissed. He didn't have to ask why Kakashi decided to fight Zabuza one-on-one and is having trouble even with the Sharingan uncovered. That left her to guard the client with Shino Hinata and Sakura, who wouldn't shut up about Sasuke. He handed her a silencing seal and she put it on Sakura. "Why are you here, Naruto?" she asks. "Gato sent thugs to the house to kidnap Tsunami, however I stopped them and came here." He looks the eyes mirrors and Kurene signs. "Can you go help them please?" He nods and shunshin to the mirrors and grabs the hunter Nin easily by the leg as she was preparing to finish off both Sasuke and Kiba. Using her shock to his advantage, he punches her in the stomach and face, breaking her mask and knocking the wind out of her. He does something that shocks her and throws her through her own mirrors that should have caught her. She landed against the bridge and knew she was defeated. Naruto, looking to finish her off by knocking her out, heard what sounded like chirping birds and they saw Zabuza pinned down by a pack of dogs and Kakashi charging at him. Zabuza-sama Haku uses an ice mirror to save Zabuza, but she gets stabbed through the heart with the Chidori. Zabuza was about to attack again, however Gato showed up. Well, look here boys. It seems the baby of the mist couldn't get the job done. Oh well, I was going to kill him anyway. Hey Zabuza, where's that girl you had with you? She was young but she looked mature enough for my likings," he said with a perverted look on his face. He sees her dead body and looks up at Naruto, who was standing next to her body. He made the mistake and looked into his eyes. He whispers so nobody can hear him. Tsukuyomi. In the Tsukuyomi world, Gato finds himself tied down on a bed, unable to move. "Welcome to my world of Tsukuyomi. I am God, I can control what happens in here. Now you will tell me the passwords and combinations to all safes you have locked away in your hideout." "Fuck you punk, I'm not saying shit." "Very well, since you like raping girls and abusing them, that's what will happen to you for the 3 days. However, in the real world only 3 seconds will pass, have fun." And by the 3rd hour of him being raped and abused, he was telling Naruto all he wanted to hear. Finally the 3 days ended. Real world. After the Tsukuyomi finishes, Naruto deactivates his main Jakyu Sharingan and Gato screams and falls down. He takes out a kunai and shoves it through his head. That's when the other thugs and mercenaries attacked. Zabuza, unable to use his arms, had Naruto toss him a kunai. He caught it in his mouth and he killed every thug and mercenary. He fell to the ground with swords and knives sticking out of his back. "Hey kid, can you take these out my back and lay me next to her?" Naruto nods and takes out the swords and knives and carries Zabuza over to Haku. He starts crying as he sees her dead body. "I'm really sorry, Haku. I never wanted you to be a part of this ninja life. I wanted you to grow up, live your life to the fullest, fall in love and have a family. I remember when I first found you. You were a scared skinny little girl who was a victim of the bloodline purges that was started by the Mizukage. I tried to stop him. I had a full plan that was 100% guaranteed to work. I was betrayed by somebody acting as a spy in the rebels' camp and was forced to flee with you. Despite me being the demon of the mist, I am against killing children, ninja or not a ninja. I trained you to become my personal tool. However, as time progressed, you became the daughter I always wanted, and I never told you I loved you once. I won't be seeing you again because where you are going I'm not allowed. I love you, Hakuyuki Mamakai, the daughter I always wanted," he said with tears falling down his face. "Hey kid." "Yeah." Naruto says. "I want you to try and lift my sword." Naruto does as told. He walks over to the Kyubikurei Basho and lifts it with no problems. "Congratulations kid, you are now the owner of the Kyubikurei Basho. The sword will only allow people it deems worthy lift it. It is now yours to wield. You are the 4th person to lift that sword as far as I know. Make me proud kid, the legacy is yours to continue." And with that Zabuza passed on. Dying how any shinobi of his caliber would. He went out fighting and he couldn't have asked for a better way to go. A few hours later, Naruto is seen standing at the graves of Haku and Zabuza. He lifts the Kyubikurei Basho over his shoulder and walks away. "I will make you proud, Zabuza. I swear," he said to himself. He enters the village and everyone starts to cheer for him, giving him a hero's welcome with praises and gifts. However, he declined the gifts, kindly saying that it was okay. They were going to build a statue of him for killing Gato and they wouldn't take no for an answer. So he made a deal with them that they could make the statue as long as Zabuza got one as well for taking out all of Gato's goons before his death. The villagers agreed to that and even held a moment of silence for Zabuza. He might have been known as the demon of the mist to the other nations, however to the Wave village he was a hero. After a few hours the celebration was still going on, however Naruto had one more thing to do. He located Gato's mansion and found a safe with all of his money, not just from what he took from Wave but from his illegal dealings as well. He signed the papers giving him control over Gato's shipping company, and the idiot already had his name on the papers. He cut all ties with the illegal business owners he had. After sealing up all the money in the vault, he found a journal that would need to be seen by the Hokage himself. It had things to do with his treacherous student. He found a lightning jutsu that would suit him perfectly. After that he released all the girls that were chained up in the basement, who ranged from the ages of 14 to mid-30s. He sensed for anyone in the building and found none. After getting everyone out the house, he threw a kunai with an explosive tag on it. This was his personal tag that was strong enough to level a city block if pumped with enough chakra, however he set it to blow up a large building, in this case a mansion. Everyone was walking away and Naruto set the tag off, blowing up the mansion. The people at Wave who were partying looked up and saw the mansion explode and cheered even louder. Few minutes later a large group of people are heading back from the mansion, putting everyone on edge. However they see Naruto with all the women that went missing, and tears of joy and happy reunions of family and loved ones are going on now. While this was going on, he noticed teams 7 and 8 were also out walking around. He was tired and decided to head to the house and sleep. 2 more weeks went by and the bridge was complete and Zabuza and Naruto's statue was built. It showed Zabuza and Naruto standing back to back, with Zabuza having his sword over his shoulder and Naruto with his arms crossed standing with his leg on Gato's back with the same kunai embedded in Gato's skull. If you asked Naruto, it was pretty badass. Now they are standing at the village entrance about to leave to return home. And they got a hero's farewell. Well, Naruto did. He was hailed with hugs and kisses to the cheek from a group of women, much to the amusement of Kurane and secretly Shino as well. Hinata was pissed at that. Kiba was jealous and muttered about how the ladies should be going after a true alpha like himself. Sakura was fawning over Sasuke, who again was activating and deactivating his one-tomo Sharingan. He never learns, and Kakashi was thinking about his porno and how to get that sword from Naruto. Tajuna then spoke up. We can't thank you guys enough for everything you've done for us. When we get back on our feet, I will send for an alliance between Wave and the Leaf, as you were the only ones willing to help us. We've reached out and were rejected by every other village. Only the Raikage was nice enough to send a Genin team and a Jonin to escort our messenger back free of charge. If there is anything you need before you leave, please let me know. He said. We don't need anything, we need to get going, we have a long trip back. Kakashi said immediately. Actually, there are 2 things I need actually. Naruto said. We don't have time for this, Genin. We need to complete the mission and report to the Hokage. Kakashi said. Sure, what do you need, kid? Tajuna asked, ignoring Kakashi. I need you and Tsunami to step forward, he said. They did so, wondering what was going on. Naruto unsealed a scroll and handed it to Tajuna. In that scroll is every single ryo that Gato had to his name from all of his businesses, illegal and legal. The money will fall out as soon as you open the scroll, so take it to the bank before opening it. It's a lot of money, maybe about 2.5 billion ryo, so you should have no problem getting your country back on its feet. He said, shocking all the people there. Pulls out another scroll and unseals the transfer papers to the shipping company. Tsunami, I want you to sign these papers for me before I tell you what it is. He says. Tsunami, trusting him, does as he says and signs the papers. Those were business transfer papers. When I raided Gato's mansion, I found these and he already had his name on them, so I added my name. Once that was done, I signed another transfer paper. You are now the owner of Gato's shipping company. Do not worry about the illegal businesses he had going through his company. I put an end to them as soon as I signed the papers. I know you will do good by the business, which is why I left it to you. She gives him a big hug with tears in her eyes, which he returns, which causes men to get jealous because his head is right in between her breasts. I will take care of this the best I can. She told him. I know you will. Oh, and Inari, good luck with your girlfriend you got there. He said before they took off, missing the blush on both kids' faces. So Dad, what are we going to name the bridge? Tsunami asked. I was going to name it the Super Tajuna Bridge, however I have decided on the Great Hero Bridge. Named after our two heroes who helped free us from Gato's reign, he said, getting cheers from the people of Wave. The journey back to Konoha was stressful. Naruto almost revealed his Sharingan and put everybody minus Kurane, Shino and Hinata in a genjutsu. Kiba was bragging about how Zabuza was a failure and that he wouldn't have died like he did. The result was Naruto throwing the sword at Kiba's head similar to the way Zabuza did to them, he just barely got out of the way. Sasuke was bragging about having his Sharingan before Naruto and how he was better, and Naruto hinted at having his already by saying, "I don't need my Sharingan to prove how strong I am," something which only Kurane and Shino caught. Sakura was of course clinging to Sasuke, asking him out on dates. Kakashi was nagging Naruto about his behavior and defended Zabuza's sword. All he got was a fuck you from Naruto, who kept moving. Kurane walks up to him and whispered, "I'm gonna request a team transfer between you and Kiba when we get back." He nods before she moves on. They reached Konoha in about 2 days due to not having a civilian with them, and went to the mission's office to hand in the mission report, where Kakashi tried to lie on Naruto but Kurane, Shino and Hinata stood up for him. After everything was done he dismissed them, but Kurane spoke up between them. "Hokage-sama, I would like to request a team transfer between Kiba and Naruto," she said. He thought about it, and from the mission report he got from Team 7D tank missions, the team was dysfunctional. Sasuke and Sakura would do little to no work while Naruto does the rest, and Kakashi only blames Naruto when something goes wrong. He then thought about how Kurane reports that Kiba keeps trying to get with Hinata and her on some occasions, which resulted in him getting a lot of beatings from his mother and sister. He made his decision. "Very well. Sign the papers and it will become official." Kurane signs, and Kakashi, not paying attention, signs as well. "It's official, the team transfer between Naruto and Kiba is official," he say, shocking Kakashi. "What, Hokage-sama? I'm the only one who can train them in the Sharingan, that's why I requested them both to be on my team," Kakashi says. "Yes you did, but I've been through the mission reports, your team is a ticking time bomb. So I am replacing Naruto with Kiba." Dismissed. Everyone leaves but Naruto grabs Hinata. "Come with me." She nods and he shuns them away. Kurane sees this and hopes he doesn't break her. They arrive on top of the Hokage monument. "Hinata, I know about your talk with Kurane. I'm here to tell you it will never happen." Hinata opens her mouth to speak but he cuts her off. "The reason it won't happen is because I've never had romantic feelings for you. Yes, I did save you from bullies, but that is because I do not like bullying. I think you fell in love with what I did for you and not me personally. I think of you like a sister that I never had. I would rather not lose that. Besides, you were so caught up on me that you never recognized the other guy who has feelings for you. I hope we can move on from this and you can find true happiness, because I am not the guy meant for you." She nods with tears in her eyes. "I guess I can accept that. But who is it that has romantic feelings for me?" she asked, wiping away her tears. "It's not business to tell you. You will have to figure that out on your own. So are we good now?" he says. "Yes, we're good." He pulls her to a hug which she accepts. Just then the same boar-masked Umbu that hates Naruto arrives. "Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uchiha, you are wanted at the council for a meeting immediately." He goes to grab them but Naruto knocks his hand away. "We can get there on our own now, leave." The Umbu grits his teeth but leaves. "So you ready for a show?" She nods. "Alright, so shall we arrive in style or walk?" She thinks about it and then answers, "Let's go in style." Next thing she knows they disappeared in a swirl of blue fire. Council chambers. "Where is the boy and Lady Hinata Hiruzen?" That Umbu returned but he did not come with him. Before he could reply, a swirl of blue fire rose from the floor and yelling can be heard. "Damn it, Naruto, you could have warned me." Following the tell was what sounded like a slap to the head. The fire dies down and it was Hinata standing there with Naruto in the floor nursing a bump on his head. Hinata looks up at everybody staring at her and starts poking her fingers together shyly. The most surprised, however, was her father, because she has never acted like that. Naruto stands up and greets the council in typical Naruto fashion. "What's up, Hokage Jiji, Tsum-san, White Eyes-san, Bug-san, Lazy-san, Food-san, Inoichi-san." Everyone sweat drops at this. Why does everyone have a nickname besides Tsum and Inoichi? Shikaku asked. Well, Tsum isn't really keen on nicknames and I haven't thought of one for Inoichi. He said with a smile. You will show this council some respect, boy. Koharu said Naruto didn't even see her there. She should have kept her mouth shut. Oh hey Sagatits, I didn't see you there. How are you today? You as well, one-eyed pedophile. Sup cool old man. Hamaru nods at Naruto. Now two things happened. Koharu was seething in anger, her face was red, but the most shocking was Danzo. He slapped his good R on the table and yelled. I am not a pedophile. Naruto slapped his hands on the table and yelled back. You liar, I saw how keep looking at me with a look of want in your eye when I was little and you're still doing it. Naruto yelled back, pointing at Danzo as this was going on. Sakura still gushed over Sasuke, who ignored her. Kiba was trying to grab Hinata's ass. She moved toward Shino. He stiffens up as she grabs his arm, something she notices. Kakashi is waiting for this meeting to be over so he can train Sasuke. Kurane is pinching her nose. The clan heads are snickering except Tsum, who is openly laughing, banging the table. Even Shivi has a smile, but you can't see it in Hayashi. To Hinata's surprise, his lips keep twitching upward. Start the meeting, Hiruzen. Danzo said through his clenched teeth. Alright, we are here because Sasuke decided to brag to the civilian council about the mission report from the Wave mission. And they have some questions for you, Naruto. He nods and the questions start. Is it true that you killed Gato and his mercenaries and took control of his shipping business and stole all the money from his mansion? A fat councilman asked. Yes, I did kill Gato, however it was Zabuza Mamakai who killed the mercenaries. I did take over the business, but... He was cut off by a different council member with pink hair. We demand you hand the business and money over to us right now and give Sasuke-sama that sword. That's when Naruto speaks his cold tone. If you would have let me finish, you would know that I gave the money to Wave and signed the business over to Tajuna's daughter. They need it more than we do and even agreed to an alliance after they get back on their feet. Now you do not demand anything from me. I am a ninja and not a ninja that you can have sex with to get what you want. I've seen the videos you made with some ninja and former council members. Nice job teaching your daughter, by the way, seen it with my own eyes. But unlike you, she is a spitter and not a swallower. And hasn't fucked anybody yet. I'll say this though, you sure are flexible if you can still put both legs behind your head. He said, making both Haranos blush in anger and embarrassment. Now for the Kyubikuraiba show, the proper name for my sword. Sasuke cannot have it as it only allows those who are worthy to lift it. I do not know what happens when somebody else does though. But if he is willing to try. He places the Kyubikuraiba show on the ground. Sasuke tries to pick it up and gets electrocuted. Now is there anything else or can I go? Two hands are raised belonging to Tsum and Shivi. Shivi allows Tsum to go first. Hana has told me that you created a medical seal for animals that heals almost every injury except a broken bone, as well as a self-serving station for animals to get the seal placed if they are injured. Is that correct? She asks. Yes, the seals rely on nature chakra and uses the right amount to not harm the animal. And the seal fades away after it finishes healing. It doesn't heal broken bones or major wounds that would require surgery. He explained. Would you like a B-rank mission to build 2 of those stations for the Inyazuka clan? She asks. Those would be much helpful to the Ninken and avoid unnecessary surgeries. I would not mind that at all, however it must go through the Hokage and be on a weekend since Ikurane-sensei doesn't do weekend missions. He says, and she nods. Shivi spoke up next. Naruto-san, Shino has informed me of a certain seal you created. Would you mind telling me about it? Shivi asks. I cannot explain it to you because of how it is made, however I can show you the blueprints of it. He unseals a scroll and hands it to Shivi, who opens it up and reads it. He was so impressed that both of his eyebrows rose up. He rolls the scroll back up and hands it to Naruto. If possible, I would like to purchase 100 of these seals from you if you will allow me to. Shivi says. Naruto nods and says they will talk later about the price. Hayashi speaks up. Naruto, how far along in sealing are you? He asks. I'm already done with the 10 levels of Konoha seals and I'm at level 4 in the Uzumaki sealing levels, he says, shocking him and Danzo. Danzo because Hiruzen told him he didn't have Uzumaki sealing scrolls. Hiruzen, you lied to me. I thought you didn't have the Uzumaki sealing scrolls. Yes, I lied to you, so what? We both know what you would do with them. Besides, they were left to Naruto by his godmother anyway, so they weren't mine to give away. Danzo said nothing, but clearly he was pissed. Oh, and before you even think about sending your goons to try and get them from me, Danzo, remember this: I can dig up roots and have them burned to never grow again. He said in a voice that reminds him and Sasuke of Itachi. I don't know what you're talking about, he replies smoothly, although inside he is wondering how he knows about root being active still. Sure you don't. Now Hayashi, anything else you need? Yes, I would like for you to meet me at the Hyuga compound later for something important. I'll be there at 6. He gets a nod from Hayashi. Alright, this meeting is, Hiruzen was cut off by Shikaku. Sorry to interrupt Hokage-sama, but Naruto, do you think you can make a seal for me that creates a barrier to block out noise both ways, and you can't see me though it lets nobody in other than me? I can use it at home for my naps. He asks, getting a confused look from Naruto. You already have one, Shikaku. No, I don't. If I did, I would be using it. Yeah, you do. I gave it to Shikamaru. He has one himself that he uses all the time. I thought he gave you yours. That little fucker. Okay, how does it work? It works just like you said. It creates a barrier that keeps noise in and keeps noise out, and although the barrier is invisible, people won't be able to see you, and since it runs on nature chakra as well, it only comes down once you deactivate the seal, and the seal never gets old, so it can constantly be used. Shikaku is crying anime tears now that he finally has his wish granted of a way to nap in peace. Okay, meeting over. Hiruzen said and vanished. Naruto headed to Anko's apartment, but her and Iruka were on the couch with their shirts off making out, so he put a silencing seal on the door that covered the entire apartment and left a note that said to use protection. He left and went to Ichiraku's and talked with Ayam for an hour before heading to the Hyuga compound. He arrived and greeted the guards at the entrance. Hello, I have a meeting with Hayashi at 6, the guardian his left nods. Yes, he has informed us, follow me to his office. They walk around and Naruto is amazed at how big the compound is. They arrive at Hayashi's office and the guard knocks. Enter, Hayashi said. The guard opens the door. Hayashi-sama, I have Naruto here for you. He bows and lets Naruto enter. Naruto thanks the guard and enters the office. Naruto, can you please put your privacy barrier? Naruto nods and puts up the barrier. Okay, the reason I wanted to talk to you was this. He pulls out the seal he wanted Naruto to look at. This is the caged bird seal that the Hyuga side branch family wears on their forehead. I want you to look at this and see if you can remove it for me. I want to make the Hyuga clan whole again, and I can't do that if this seal is still in place. I'm not expecting immediate results, but can you at least give it a try? Naruto, studying the seal, speaks up. I should be able to remove it now, however I won't have the seal ready until probably the Chunin exams in 4 months due to missions and training. I'll also create a seal that also destroys the Byakugan at death, but it would be invisible and every Hyuga will have to wear it. He gets a nod from Hayashi. He stands and bows, deactivating the privacy seal but letting Hayashi keep it. He opens the office door and Hinata and a younger girl who looks like Hinata with brownish hair falls over into the room. What's going on and who are you? He asks, confused. I am Hanabi Hyuga, second daughter of Hayashi Hyuga, you peasant. The little 8-year-old replied. So Hinata, what's going on? Hey, don't ignore me, I'm talking to you. You filthy commoner. Naruto said nothing but leaned down to her face and pokes her in her ribs. She giggles a little bit before catching herself, however Naruto caught it. Oh, is somebody ticklish? It would be a shame if you were to be punished by tickles. He said with grin that scared her. You will not touch me, right, father? She looks at Hayashi, who is looking away while drinking some tea. Nei-san, she looks for Hinata, who appears by her father also drinking tea, looking away. Where the tea came from nobody knows. She turns and sees Naruto cracking his knuckles and takes off running as fast as possible. It wasn't long before Naruto caught her and tickled her until she had tears coming from her eyes from laughing so much. He does that for about 10 minutes before she has to go train with her guard. He gets up to leave and passes by another Hyuga about a year older than him with a Konoha headband on. They said nothing, just kept going. However, the Hyuga used his Byakugan to look at him but wasn't expecting Naruto to flare his chakra, making him deactivate his eyes from the pain. After Naruto leaves the compound, he heads to the Hokage's training ground for some training. Chapter 10, Chunin Exams and Meeting Bob. It's been 4 months since Naruto switched teams and he was happy. Their teamwork was so good that sometimes they didn't need to communicate to each other. Training was a bit difficult because of how strong he was. He could already go against Kurane, but that is because she focuses too much on genjutsu and not her taijutsu or ninjutsu. Her taijutsu skills were mid-chunin and ninjutsu-wise outside of the shunshinjutsu, the substitution, clone jutsu, and hence she knew none, so in the past 4 months she trained in taijutsu and ninjutsu. All of them now wore resistance seals to help with speed. Hinata and Shino were as fast as a Haichunin without the seals activated. Kurane's speed reached Anko's level, which was low Umbu, and Naruto was low Sunin level at speed without his resistance seals activated, but with them he is as fast as Lee without his weights. Taijutsu-wise Shino was low Chunin. He decided to go with Wing Chun for fast striking and heavy defense. Hinata had to fix her Jukin style. It was too stiff for her. It turns out that the style was meant for stiff movements like a boulder. Hinata, being a water user, needed something that flows smoothly so she can attack and defend at the same time. Turns out her mother had the same problem and left her taijutsu style for Hinata to learn, and she was a natural at it, but other than her teammates nobody knew that she knew it. Kurane needed a taijutsu style built for speed and flexibility, so she combined the offensive style of the hummingbird style made famous by the yondaime and the flexibility of the snake style Anko uses. Her taijutsu was mid-jounin level. Ninjutsu Hinata learned water style, water wall, and water bullet jutsu. Shino had an earth and fire affinity, so he learned fireball jutsu, dragon flame, and phoenix flower. Earth style, mud wall. Earth style, binding chains, and earth style headhunter jutsu. Kurane didn't have the typical chakra nature. She had yin release, but she learned some jutsus for it. Yin style, chakra siphon, which she wanted to add into her taijutsu style. Yin style, dark binding. Yin style, dark shield. However, she did train herself in learning some lightning ninjutsu, which was difficult due to her yin affinity, but Naruto taught her the shadow clone jutsu and she was able to use it to master the lighting training she learned. Lightning clone, lightning bullet, electromagnetic murder, and lightning palm. Naruto even started to teach her how to cast genjutsu with her eyes to allow her more freedom to use taijutsu and ninjutsu. She can only cast up to C rank genjutsu with her eyes, but it's good for somebody without a Sharingan. Naruto told her at best she would only get up to high B ranking to low A ranking genjutsu with her eyes. She was okay with that. When she casts genjutsu from her eyes, her pupils constrict and sends a chakra pulse to an opponent's eyes like the Sharingan. But he told her this technique would never work on a Sharingan user. Naruto grew the most ninjutsu-wise. That's what he focused more on. He liked using his lightning and fire jutsus the most. His lighting turned red during his training, but he didn't complain about it. He learned his mother's lightning jutsu. She couldn't use lightning style, hammer of the thunder god. It creates a hammer, Thor's Mjolnir, made out of lighting, and the user can use it to smash his opponent or use it to control the natural lightning in the air while it's raining. Lightning Edge, another jutsu he created. It was like the Chidori but made no noise. Lightning style, Raging Dragon, creates a serpent-like dragon in his hand that he controls, and it is almost impossible to dodge. Lightning Javelin, pure lightning shaping that creates a javelin that he can throw at his opponent, piercing them and electrocuting them. He also learned Twin Lightning Dragon jutsu. For fire he had his Jiji lend him some scrolls in secret. Great Dragon Fire jutsu, Fire Breath jutsu, and Misty Flames Dance jutsu. He learned some wind ninjutsu as well. Wind style, air blades he uses through the Kubikari Basho, creating wind blades that can destroy the landscape and cut up an enemy from a distance. Also, if he channels enough chakra he could kill a giant summoned creature. Air slash that he uses with or without the Kubikari Basho, although it is stronger when using the sword. Wind Dragon jutsu and Wind Drill jutsu. He throws 3 kunao blades infused with wind chakra, throws them in the air and controls them to create a large drill that destroys everything in its path. He learned 2 more water jutsus as well. Super Exploding Water Shockwave and Ripping Torrent. He only learned 2 because he rarely uses water but has them just in case. His taijutsu was High Jonin, now on par with Rock Lee, even though he doesn't know him yet. His genjutsu with his Sharingan was almost as good as Atake. Overall he was mid-jounin due to his lack of experience. However, if his Sharingan is active he can take on a mid-umbu, and his main Jakir he would be able to take on a low Sunin level ninja. Shino and Hinata were both mid-level overall and they were happy with the progress. Kurane was a Jonin already and her overall skill put her at High Chunin low Jonin. However, due to her recent training she is as strong as Anko, who is mid-high Jonin. Naruto finally unlocked the Susanoo. He was surrounded by a black rib cage in an arm. That's as far as he can go right now. Also they have completed 7 more C-rank missions and it would have been 9 but 2 of them upgraded to a B-tank due to having to fight a missing ninja. Naruto also completed an S-rank mission on accident where he found one of Orochimaru's old labs that had a lot of dead bodies tied to experimenting tables. They didn't find much so they burned it. Now him and his team are waiting for Kurane to show up at the training ground. Shino and Hinata are sitting together with her on his lap. They started dating 2 weeks after the wave mission and Naruto was happy for them. He was snapped out of his thoughts when Kurane arrived. Okay guys, I've decided to request you for the Chunin exams next week. As you may have noticed, we have some team from different villages already here. So fill out these forms and head to the academy next week with these forms and head to room 303 for the first part of the exam. Good luck, and if you need anything just come find me. She said and vanished. So I'm pretty sure these require all 3 members to participate in the first 2 parts since it's 3 parts altogether. Do you guys want to join or wait it out? Naruto asked after reading the form. I will take it, but only for the experience. However, if I am recommended for a promotion then I will take it. Shino said, and they both looked at Hinata who was thinking about this hard. I think I'll join too, like Shino said, it's for the experience for me as well. But I'll also take the promotion if it is offered. She said. Great, so see you guys in a week then. They both nodded, but before he left he couldn't help it mess with them. Oh, and make sure you use protection, okay? He vanishes as a kunao from the blushing Hinata flies at his head. Naruto returned to the training field because he wanted to work on cutting down the hand seals for his lightning and fire jutsu. His wind and water already require 1 or no hand signs. He was about to begin when he sensed something in the tree that's been following him for years. He activated Shisui's technique dance of the teleporter, creating solid after images, and snuck up and grabbed whatever was following him. What the hell are you supposed to be? He asked as he looked at the creature with wings but had the body of a lizard. I'm a dragon, young Naruto. And I have been watching you for about 5 to 6 years. The dragon said. Yeah, I know, I just never bothered to do anything about it until now. So how did you get in the barrier? It should have set off an alarm. Oh, the barrier doesn't work on summons. I thought that old monkey would have told you. Anyway, I am here to offer you the Dragon Clan contract. We would like you to become our summoner. The dragon said. Oh, I would like to, but I already signed the Fox contract. He said. Yes, I am aware of that. However, Kurama has given you the blessing of signing another contract and has given us permission to offer it to you. Can summon him and ask him to be sure I'm not lying. Naruto bites his thumb, goes through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. What the fuck? Kit, this better be important. I was about to have my way with my mate. By the way, she wants to meet you, but wait a month before summoning her, she's in heat. Kurama said. Oh, Kurama, that would be my fault. I told him to summon you if he didn't believe you would let him sign the dragon contract. The dragon told him. Oh yes, the dragon summoning contract is fine, just no toad or snakes. I hate them. Well, I better get going. I have a mate waiting for me to ravish her. Oh, and Kit summoned Scarlet. She actually grew the last 6 months. He said. With that he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Okay, where is this contract for me to sign? As he says that, a scroll appears in front of him and he signs it. Good, now the hand signs for summoning us are a bit different. Instead of you starting with the boar hand sign like usual, you start with bird, switching the places of the two. Now go through the hand seals and summon your familiar. Your familiar requires very little chakra, maybe as much as a genin as you guys call it. Naruto goes through the hand signs. Summoning jutsu. A small baby dragon appears with pitch black skin and its eyes have the iris and emerald green color, but the pupils are black and are shaped like an oval. The dragon opens his mouth to yawn and it shows a row of small but sharp teeth. This is interesting. A baby dragon has never been chosen as familiar. Usually familiars are small dragons the size of a small house. Anyway, this shadow your familiar. He can't do much right now, so summon him again in about 6 months, then he can start training with you. Cool, thanks, but are you always this small? He asks. Oh no, I'm way bigger. It was just easier for me to watch you this way. This is a henge, as you would call it. The dragon grows to be about 500 feet tall. This is how tall I really am. Okay, what's your name? You haven't told me yet, he asked. My mistake, the name is Bob. Bob said proudly, puffing out his chest. Naruto had to bite his lip in order not to laugh at this 500-foot tall dragon, and his name is Bob. Well, it's nice to meet you, Bob. Thanks, Naruto, same here, and before I leave you can't summon Boss Dragon or Elder yet, they will decide when to meet you. With that, Bob returned home. Naruto goes through some hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Before he can stand up, he is knocked over by a red blur. Naruto. I'm so happy to see you again. You never me summoned before. I know I can't train yet, but you could have at least played with me, Scarlet said, going to a said time at the end. I'm sorry, Scarlet, I was busy, but I'm about to train. You can watch if you want, he said. Okay, but do you have any food? I'm hungry. He unseals 4 bentos and opens them for her. One has steaks in them, the other has fruits and nuts, while the other 2 have fish in them. He doesn't unseal any water because they have a stream like 20 feet away and he can just pull water out of the air for her. She starts eating and begins to train, cutting down his hand signs for lightning and fire jutsus. After 5 hours of training, his lightning edge needed no hand signs and his twin lightning dragon only needed 5 hand seals. For fire, great dragon fire was down to 3 hand signs, and fire breath he needed no hand signs, for those were the only 4 jutsus he worked on. Well, him and about 600 clones. He notices Scarlet sleeping and sends her back home. He heads home for the night and sleeps. Day before the exams. Naruto is walking around the village when he feels 4 chakra signatures following him. He sees a square rock following him and taps it once, making it explode in smoke. Little Monkey, Konohamaru, Snotnose, Udon, Red Spots, Mogi, Firecracker, Hanabi, what can I do for you today? You promised to play ninja with us, remember? Konohamaru stated, getting 3 other nods of agreement. Now, in the last 4 months since joining Team 8, Naruto, Shino and Hinata hung out quite often, and he started to be around Hanabi more often and got her to break out of that stick-up-the-ass Hyuga way and be more like a kid her age. Somehow, she even got her father to take in a small white kitten Naruto found one day in his little animal hospital that he built. How she did it, nobody knows, but yes, she has a cat now. Due to her becoming less stuck up, she quickly made friends with Konohamaru, Udon and Mogi. He was about to speak up until a voice beat him to it. What kind of ninja plays ninja? Sakura said, walking up to them. It teaches the stealth and trap making spitter, you should try it, Naruto says. Hey boss, is she here? Konohamaru holds up his pinky finger. Of course not. Nii-san would never date somebody like her. I mean, look at her breasts, they're as big as mine and I don't have any, but I'm 10, Hanabi said. Yeah, you're right, plus look at her forehead, it's so huge. Konohamaru said. You might want to run now, Konohamaru. Said boy looks at Sakura, who has a evil aura around her, and takes off with Sakura right on his heels. Ouch, Konohamaru said. Hey, watch where you are going, you little shit, a black car suit wearing boy says, and picks Konohamaru up by his collar. Kankuro, put him down before, we're not supposed to cause any trouble, besides what if he sees you? A girl with blonde hair and 4 pigtails and a giant fan on her back says. Relax, Tamari, I was just gonna have some fun with him, Kankuro said. Fine, but leave me out of it, Tamari said. Kankuro pulled his fist back to punch Konohamaru, but a voice stopped him. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Naruto said, coming out of nowhere. Oh, and why not, Kankuro said, while Tamari has other thoughts. Well, a local hottie, I wonder if he's single, she thought. Because the Umbu watching him will surely kill you for harming the Hokage's grandson. As he says that, 2 Umbu appear and protect Konohamaru. It's alright, Cat and Lion, I can handle this. They nod and escort the 4 kids away from the scene. The second reason is because your other teammate in the tree doesn't seem happy. So Sasuke, can you and your friend come down here? He said, confusing Sasuke until a swirl of sand is seen rising before them, showing a redhead with teal eyes with the kanji for love on his forehead. I didn't even notice him, Sasuke thought. Kankuro, you're a disgrace to the village. The redhead said. But Gaara, I was just. Shut up or I'll kill you. He says, scaring Kankuro. What's your name? Sasuke Uchiha, Sasuke said smugly. Not you, I don't care. I mean him, he pointed at Naruto. Naruto? Is all he said. Mother says she wants your blood. Naruto, already having guessed he was the one tail Jinchuriki, was not scared one bit. Tell your mother mine has 8 more tails and should watch out and not cause problems. He said calmly, confusing Sasuke and Sakura but getting scared looks from Temari and Kankuro. Gaara grabs his head in pain. Temari, Kankuro, we're leaving, we have to meet Baki-sensei. They turned to leave before Sakura spoke up. It's illegal for a foreign ninja to be in the village unless they have a reason, so why are you here? She asks. We're here for the Chunin exams, don't you know they're being held here? Temari stated as if it was obvious. Yes, Spitter, didn't your excuse of a sensei tell you about them? Sakura doesn't reply, only looks down while Temari blushes at the nickname, understanding what he meant by it. The Sand Genin left and so did Naruto, leaving Sasuke alone with Sakura. Sakura, you should train more before the Chunin exams. We might not have much time before they start. Oh, if only he knew. Oh, and why does Naruto call you Spitter? She blushes at this but sees this as an opportunity. I can show you, but I'll have to go to your house. It's kind of private. She said. He shrugs and leads her to his house, not noticing the 3 figures in the tree who didn't notice Naruto standing right behind them. So that's the Uchiha, a girl with a Sound Village headband said. Yeah, he doesn't look like much. I wonder what master sees in him, said a boy with black gravity-defying hair. It doesn't matter, we have our orders, we are to test the Uchiha. Let's just hope Kabuto can do his part and not blow his cover. We need him to get the Uchiha to trust him in the forest. The other one said, who looked like a mummy. They all vanished, never sensing Naruto. So we have a spy in our ranks, huh? Kabuto, I've never heard or seen one around the village and I basically know everybody even if they hate me. Naruto said he has to see the Hokage about this. Day of Chunin exams. Naruto woke up and began getting ready. He had 2 hours to get ready, so he put on his usual clothes, ate a big breakfast and left. Everything was the same about him except he had the cubic Karibashi on his back. As he was leaving, you could see an image of Shisui with a proud smile on his face. As Naruto was walking to the academy, people had to do a double take on him. The serious look on his face reminded him of the Yondaime, and if he had blonde hair he could pass as his son. Oh, if only they knew. They banished those thoughts and began to glare at him like they usually did. He reached the academy and saw Shino and Hinata waiting for him. They waved him over and he walked up to them. Are you both ready for this? After today our lives will change, but remember to have each other's back and trust your abilities. He said that last part mainly to Hinata, who still had times where she was unsure of her abilities, but they were still working on it. We can do this. We will follow your lead, Naruto, as you are team captain. Logically we should follow your orders. Shino said. No, Shino, if you or Hinata have any suggestions or ideas we can use them. Despite me being the leader, I will also listen to what you have to say. Naruto said. They both nodded and handed in their registration forms and walked into the academy. As they walked in, Naruto noticed a group of Konoha genin that looked to be a year older than them. It was the same Hyuga boy he saw at the Hyuga compound after his meeting and tickle fight with Hanabi. It was also a boy with a green spandex jumpsuit with leg warmers, but what caught Naruto was he had the exact bowl-cut hairstyle and bushy eyebrows as that weird jonin that screams about the flames of youth all day. However, it was the girl that caught his attention. She wore a pink sleeveless Kipeo-style Chinese blouse and dark green pants, but it was the hair that made him remember who she was. Her hair was in 2 buns on her head that reminded him of a panda bear. He walks up to them, ignoring the Hyuga who was glaring at him with his Byakugan active. He remembered what Naruto did to him and deactivated his Byakugan, but still flared at him. Panda-chan? Naruto asked, and the girl got mad and glared at him. I don't know who you think you are, but only one person has the right to call me that, and he isn't around anymore, so watch your mouth. All right. The bun-haired girl said. You don't remember me. I'm hurt. We were always together in the orphanage before you got adopted. He replies with a smirk, seeing her eyes go wide. Fish cake. His eye twitched at the name, but nonetheless he nodded and was immediately wrapped up in a bone-crushing hug which he returned. I haven't seen you in years since I was adopted. You're not a little shrimp anymore. How have you been? She said. He twitched, being called a shrimp. He did grow, He stood at 5 feet 4 inches, the tallest out of all the current genin. I'm actually doing good. Despite everything that's happened to me. But it looks like you're the shrimp now. So who are your teammates? He asked. She pouted at being called a midget but introduced her team. Well, the one with the serious face and long hair is Niji Hyuga. Said boy was glaring at Hinata, having spotted her walking up to Naruto. The other energetic one who looks like he is about to explode if I don't introduce him is Rock Lee. Said boy rushed and shook Naruto's hand excitedly. Yoshi, I am Konoha's most handsome blue beast. It is nice to meet you, my youthful friend. I can tell your flames burn bright. As this was going on, Naruto was not paying attention to him. Seriously, what is wrong with this guy? Who would wear this in public? It's horrifying. Makes me want to throw up. I can only imagine what I would wear if I hadn't met Shisui. He shuddered at the thought but saw everybody was waiting for his answer. He responded. Did you say something? Lee had a shocked look on his face. Curse you and your hip attitude, Naruto. He said, crying anime tears. Anyway, these are my teammates Shino Abarame and Hinata Hyuga. Guys, this is Panda-chan, also known as Tenten. He introduces them and they greet them. However, Naruto notices Niji glaring at Hinata. Dude, if you're glaring at her because you like her, it won't help you get into her pants, besides she is already taken. Now if you have a problem with her being from the main house, then sucks to be you. If you try anything I will kill you. He said, his voice going from happy to cold and serious. Niji just walks away with Rock Lee following him. I guess that's okay to leave. It was good seeing you again, fish cake. Tenten said, giving him a hug and rushing off. Let's get up to the exam room, guys. I want to fight that Lee guy. I can tell he is the strongest genin after me, but his team thinks Niji is the strongest. I can tell Lee is hiding something. He says and walks off with Shino and Hinata following him. They reached the 3rd floor and on the way they passed a room on the 2nd floor with a genjutsu on it with a lot of genin trying to get in, being blocked by Chunin in a henge that Naruto immediately recognized as the Eternal Gate guards Izumo and Katetsu. Kurane appears in front of them. I'm glad you all made it. If one of you were to opt out of the exams, then the other 2 would not have been allowed to enter. Now I'm here to wish you luck and do your best. She gives them all a hug and vanishes. They look at each other and walk in and we're glared at by everybody in there. Hinata started shaking and Shino had a barely noticeable drop of sweat on his head. Naruto on the other hand. Well, he sat down by the wall and went to sleep, not even bothered by the glares. He was rudely awakened by Kiba's voice. Yahoo! It looks like all the rookies are here. Way to go, Kiba, you just attracted unwanted attention to us. Shikamaru said. He gave a nod to Naruto, who nodded back. Koji greeted him as well. He noticed Sasuke was being pestered by Sakura and Ino arguing over him about dates. He decided to mess with them. Hey Ino, you better hurry up, can give yourself to Sasuke like you want, that is of course if you haven't given yourself to Koji. But Sakura is already a proven spitter, as I like to call her. I'm sure Sasuke finally found out why I call her that yesterday. He said with a smirk. Ino was red in anger at Naruto basically calling her a slut again. She hadn't had sex yet. Koji whispered something in Naruto's ear and his jaw dropped. He leans and whispers in her ear. I think you should stop gushing over Sasuke. Despite you and Koji wanting to keep it a secret, you're hurting him by doing that. He said. She nods, but he talks once more in her ear. Turns out you're not a spitter like Sakura. Good for you. He says and walks back to his team. That's when he senses somebody over near them and his danger senses went off. This was a silver-haired boy with spectacles on. He looked to be about 6 to 7 years older than them. His chakra was as high as a jounin. I seriously need to keep my sensory abilities active. I have the same version Mito Uzumaki had. He thought as he activated his sensing abilities he sensed 2 more high chakra signatures, however one was not in the building but was close by. One was Gaara, the other had reserves at cage level, and the chakra was dark and evil. The person also smelled like snakes, just like Kabuto did. His eyes widened as he realized something. Orochimaru was in the exams in a disguise. But why was he here? You guys should quiet down, you're drawing attention to yourselves. The boy said. Oh yeah, who are you? Kiba asked. My name is Kabuto Yakushi and I can assure you these exams are no joke. This is my 7th time taking them. Kabuto said this was the boy Naruto heard the sound nin talking about. He had told the Hokage who gave him an S-rank mission to spy on him. Kabuto was pulling out cards when he was finished with his thoughts. These are ninfo cards. I can tell you about any genin you wish to know about. Kabuto said. Rock Lee, Gaara, and Naruto Uchiha. Sasuke said. You already know their names, that's no fun. He pulls out 3 cards. First up is Rock Lee. He's a year older than you. Has completed 11 C-rank missions and 20 D-tank missions. His team joining is Guy, and in the last 12 months his taijutsu has grown exponentially. His other skills are shaky. Last year he chose to not take the Chunin exams. His teammates are Niji Hyuga and Tenten. He said. Now for Gaara, he has completed 8 C-ranks and get this AB rank mission while not even being touched on a single mission. He said, shocking all the genin except Naruto, who was busy setting up an idea to capture Kabuto. Now Naruto Uchiha has completed 20 D-rank missions, 8 C-rank missions, 2 B-rank missions, 2 A-rank missions, and has 3 S-rank missions. However, one of them is ongoing. His skills are questionable, but he is said to be good at taijutsu and ninjutsu, but not telling how good. His teammates are Shino Abarame and Hinata Hyuga, and his Jounin sensei is Kurane Ui. It is also said that he wields the Kyubikurei Basho, the sword made famous by Zabuza Momokai, the demon of the mist. All the current genin in the room look at him in shock while also figuring out how they didn't notice the giant sword on his back before. Tenten wanted to touch the sword, but Naruto stopped her and told her what would happen if the sword didn't deem her worthy, making her back off. Kiba spoke up. Loser, when did you get another A-rank mission and 3 S-ranks? He asked angrily. Don't worry about it. He said. Kabuto just unintentionally solidified himself as a spy. He shouldn't have mission records or skills for that matter, those we all confidential to the Hokage and Jounin sensei. Especially his 3 S-rank missions. One was for teaching the Hokage how to defeat paperwork. The other was finding one of Orochimaru's labs. The ongoing one was capturing Kabuto, who was a spy. He used his wind manipulation to discreetly cut off a piece of Kabuto's clothes. He would send a spy fox to spy on him later. He saw Kabuto get attacked by the same sound ninja that he saw the other day. Must be to keep any suspicions off of them. He thought. Alright, that's enough, no fighting or I will kick you out. My name is Ibiki and I am the proctor for this stage. Now grab a number, sit down. Ibiki yelled and everybody ran to their seats after getting a number. Now the first part of the Chunin exams is a written test. Naruto slams his head on the desk. He hates written tests. You have 45 minutes to answer 9 questions. The final 10th question will be asked after time is up. If you are caught cheating 5 times, your team is eliminated and will be sent out. Now begin. After 45 minutes and about 10 teams were eliminated, Ibiki spoke up. Alright, pencils down, it's time for the 10th question. Are you done playing with your puppet? He asked Kankuro, who looked scared at having been caught. Now you have the option to take the 10th question, however if one person from a team refuses, you all fail. It doesn't matter if you get all 9 questions correct. If you choose to not take the 10th question, you will get a 0. But if you choose to take the question and get it wrong, you will never be able to take the Chunin exams ever again. Ibiki said. What kind of rule is that? There are plenty of people here who have taken the exams before. Kiba yelled and Ibiki gave a hollowed laugh before answering. Well, you must be unlucky because I wasn't making the rules before, but I am now. Of course, if you don't want to take it, you don't have to. There's always the Chunin exams next year. Those who don't wish to take it, raise your hand. Your number will be recorded and you may leave. He says after everybody leaves that didn't want to take the 10th question left. He counted the people left. 78 people left. That's more than I expected, however none of them show signs of giving up. I guess this is it, Ibiki thought. Now for all of you remaining, you pass. He said. Hold on, what just happened? What kind of rules are those? What do you mean we passed? Where's the 10th question? Sakura asked. There never was a 10th question, well, not a written one. Your decision to stay was the answer to the 10th question. Ibiki said. Huh. Hold on, so the other 9 questions were just a waste of time. Temari asked. However, Naruto grew tired of this and answered the question. He wanted to leave the classroom. You blonde bimbo. He was gonna continue until a wave of sand flew at him. Watch how you talk or I'll kill you, Gaara said as his sand went towards Naruto. Naruto dodged and appeared in front of Gaara and punched him in the face. He broke through a layer of hard sand on Gaara's face, leaving a bruise that was slowly healing. The sand genin were shocked because nobody has ever gotten past Gaara's sand defense, let alone his sand armor. That's enough, I said, no fighting, you do it again and you're disqualified. Ibiki yelled. Gaara didn't listen and stood to attack Naruto again, but he couldn't move. Shikamaru has Gaara trapped in his shadow possession jutsu. After a few seconds, Gaara calms down and walks out of the jutsu like it was nothing. Now, as I was saying, the 9 questions served a purpose, most likely how to gather information without getting caught. Why do you think he put so much emphasis on getting caught? If you're going to be a ninja, you need stealth and to know how to gather information quickly while in a hostile area. Now I think I covered it, so who's the second proctor? Ibiki just smirked and Naruto paled. Oh no. Ibiki can only nod. Naruto feels a certain chakra signature speeding towards the window and a black blur breaks through the glass, revealing a cloth pinned to the ceiling with the words, "The sexy and happily taken Anko Mitarashi," on it. Naruto can only shake his head at his sister's antics, but he wouldn't want her to change. He notices her new outfit also. She kept her word that if she ever got a boyfriend and it was steady, she would change. She kept the colors and trench coat. Now she still kept the mesh that covered her from the neck to her mid-thigh area. Now on top she wore tan shorts that went to her mid-thigh area like her mesh covering did, in a black t-shirt covering her upper body. Alright boys and girls, no time for celebrating. My name is Anko Mitarashi and I am the proctor of the second part of the Chunin exams, she exclaims proudly. Anko, you're actually on time, what gives? Ibiki asked. I was cuddling up with my boyfriend. I thought I was going to be late, she said and looked over at the teams remaining. She noticed Naruto and gave him a quick smile that nobody caught. 78 people. Ibiki, you let 26 teams pass, you must be getting soft, she said. No, we have an interesting bunch this year, he said while staring at Naruto. Something Sasuke took offense to and let it be known. Why are you staring at that branch family loser? I'm stronger than him and every genin in here. He doesn't even have the Sharingan like I do. He is nothing. Put your eyes on me, he said. However, Ibiki ignored him. Alright, if Mr. Temper Tantrum is done, we can move along now. Everybody head to training ground 44. The Chunin in the hallway will give you directions on how to get there. Nobody moved. Now, everybody except Naruto rushed out of the room. Anko rushes him and gives him a hug that Naruto returns. How have you been, Naru-chan? I haven't seen you around lately, she asked. I've been on missions and training these past 4 months. But I need to talk to you both about something, he said seriously. They also got serious. We have a spy named Kabuto Yakushi in the exams and he works for Orochimaru, who is also here. I felt his chakra here. It was dark and evil and reeks of snakes. I just don't know where he is now. He may be in the Chunin exams, but I can't be sure. I've talked to the old man and he checked Kabuto's file. He was the adopted son of a former head medic, but every time during the Chunin exams he always backed out at the last part. But I'm going to antagonize him into staying. I'll beat him up and Jiji will have an Umbu disguised as nurse come and grab him. I'm going to send a spy fox to track him down and gather any information it can. This is an S-rank mission that will go on all of our files that we are getting a 10% pay boost on. Kabuto has information that is only confidential to the Hokage and the Jounin sensei. Now we need to draw Orochimaru out in his disguise, he says and tells them the plan to lure him out. After that, don't fight him, let him go. I'm sure Kabuto will seek him out. We need to know what his plan is, so don't fight him if you see him, Anko, he says. No promises, but I'll try, she says. Okay now Anko, after this I need to talk to you about something, but it can wait till after the third part, he says. Anko hugs him and kisses his cheek before disappearing. Naruto does as well. Training ground 44. Anko and Naruto arrive at the training ground and Naruto immediately senses Orochimaru and does Umbu hand signals to Anko. He's here. She nods and begins her part of the exams. Alright kiddies, welcome to training ground 44, Anko says. This place looks kinda creepy, Sakura said, shaking. It should be. This place is called the Forest of Death, you'll find out why soon. Anko replied as they were talking. Naruto wasn't paying attention. Now was Anko's turn to act. She noticed Naruto not paying attention with a he isn't scared look on his face. Looks like we have a tough guy in the exams. I guess the forest isn't scary enough for you, she said. After a while Naruto didn't respond like he was supposed to and a tick mark grew on her head. She took out a kunai and threw it at him, cutting his cheek. She vanished and appeared behind him and licked his blood. Guys like you are the first to die in this forest, she said out loud but whispered. Why didn't you respond? She asked. I needed to make it look more believable, he whispers back. Just then Naruto and Anko feels somebody appear behind them. She pulls out another kunai and holds it up but a long tongue appears over her shoulder. I was just returning your kunai, said a creepy Kusanin. After a brief stare off Anko replies. Thanks Kusanin, but don't stand behind me so close unless you want to die quickly. I'm sorry, but with the sight of blood and your kunai cutting my hair you couldn't help but get excited. My apologies. The ninja walks away. Anko returns to her spot in front of the forest. Naruto signs to her that was him. She nodded slightly so nobody noticed. Excitement must be in the air today for a lot of you, but do not let it get you killed. Or let it, I don't really care. Now these are waivers you must sign that say we are not responsible for your death if you die in the forest, she said. You tough guy, pass these out, she said, handing Naruto the waiver forms. This part of the exam will test your survival skills. This forest has 44 entrance gates and inside there are rivers, and in the middle of a forest is a tower 10 kilometers from each gate. This part will test your survival skills in an all-out battle for these scrolls, she said and pulled out a heaven and earth scroll. You will be fighting to get a heaven and earth scroll. Each team will start with either or and your objective is to collect both scrolls and head to the tower in the middle of the forest. You have 5 days to gather the scrolls. If you do not gather the scrolls in 5 days you fail and have to find your own way out of the forest, she said. 5 days? Ino exclaimed. What are we supposed to do about food? Koji asked. Find something in the forest, there's plenty of things to eat in there, Anko said. That's not all in there. There's also some man-eating animals and poisonous plants in there, Kabuto said. Aw man, Koji said. Well, you're a smart one. How did you know that those were in there? Anko asked, even though she already knew. Well, this is my 7th time taking it, he said. Wow, you must suck. Are you sure you're fit to be a ninja? Perhaps you should go work at a library or a nursing home as a helper, she asked, purposely pissing him off. No, I'm quite content to be a ninja. I'm feeling lucky this time around, so I'll be fine, Kabuto said, gritting his teeth at her insult. Oh well, if you say so. Now I need one person from each team to come and grab a scroll for your team and head to your designated gates and wait for the signal to go in. You can also be disqualified if you lose a team member or if you open the scrolls before entering the tower, she said. After every team had their scroll and were at their gates, a timer went off and Anko spoke. Alright, the second part of the exams begins now, she exclaims. The gates open and all the teams rush into the forest. Hang on guys, we need to stop, Naruto said to his team. Why do we need to stop, Naruto? Hinata asked. Because I need to do something, he replies. He bites his thumb and goes through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. A pitch black fox appears with 4 tails and comes up to Naruto's thigh while standing on all 4s. You must be Naruto, our new summoner. I am called Midnight, a spy fox. What can I help you with? Midnight said. Nice to meet you, Midnight. I need you to spy on the scent of the person this belongs to, Naruto said as he unsealed the piece of fabric he cut off from Kabuto's shirt. Midnight sniffs it and is about to take off when he stops and looks at Shino. Get your bugs off of me before I eat them and hunt you down next, Midnight said, and 3 bugs fly off of him back to Shino. Thank you, I shall track this person for a couple days before returning to you, Naruto. With that said, Midnight vanishes into the shadows of the forest. Shino, what you did could have gotten you killed, if not by Midnight then by the Hokage himself. You were about to impede in an S-rank mission I've been assigned. I know you didn't know, but don't do that again. Shino only nods at this, understanding the situation better. Now we have a mist team heading straight towards us, most likely because I have the Kubikariba show. So do you guys want to take them on and head to the tower, or move to take on another team? He asked. I think we should wait for the mist team and beat them, then see what scroll they have before deciding. Hinata said it was a good plan, so they kept high in the trees to ambush them. They wanted to conserve strength just in case. 10 minutes later this mist team jumped into the clearing. 2 boys and 1 girl who looked like the leader. I thought you said they would be here, said the shorter boy of the mist team. Yeah, I want that sword, but I wouldn't mind having a go at that Hyuga chick. The other said with a perverted grin. Shut up, I know they're here, but where? The female leader said. Behind you. A voice said. Next thing they knew, all of them were knocked out. Good plan, Shino, they were pretty easy to knock out. Naruto said as they began to search them, and luck was on their side. Hinata found a heaven scroll on the female ninja and also took the medical supplies they had. Okay, now that we have the scrolls, do we head straight for the tower or go halfway and camp out for the night and head to the tower the next day? Hinata asked. Naruto said it was up to them, he would follow their lead. So they both agreed to make it halfway and camp before in the afternoon. They begin to travel when Anko's chakra appears and starts to drop. Damn it, Anko. Here, take this seal and make camp somewhere. I need to go and do something. It's about that S-rank mission, so don't even think about it, Shino. Naruto said. He gave them the privacy seal and vanished towards Anko's chakra when he got there. She was panting heavily while Orochimaru had some difficulty breathing, but not as bad as Anko. Well Anko, it appears you still can't match me, although you've greatly improved. I've already marked the Uchiha with my curse seal. So don't cancel the exams. If you do, I will destroy the Leaf Village. Now to finish you off. He pulled out a kunai and charged at Anko, preparing to kill her, but was kicked back and hit a tree, coughing up some blood from the impact. He looked up to see Naruto staring him down with a blank face. Naruto-kun, I was wondering when I would meet you. It turns out today is my lucky day. I get to give my curse mark to more than one Uchiha. Orochimaru said while licking his lips. Yeah, about your curse mark, you can try to put it on me if you want. Here, I'll even give you a free shot. He said and tilted his head to the right. Orochimaru, believing Naruto was bluffing, rushed Naruto and bit into his neck. Well, he tried to, but something kept him about 2 inches from Naruto's neck, shocking him that this was happening. Naruto, taking his moment of shock, knees him in the gut and gave him a drop kick, knocking back into the tree. Something cracked and Orochimaru fell to the ground, but his mouth opened and another Orochimaru came out. Kukyukyuku, I'm impressed, Naruto-kun. A mere genin forced me to age my skin. I wonder who is stronger, you or Sasuke-kun. Although he has the Sharingan, I will say he is stronger than you. I fought him at low Chunin speed, so I'll try that much against you. Orochimaru took off at low Chunin speed, however before he could get halfway he felt a fist in his stomach and looked down to see Naruto with a smirk. Don't underestimate me just because I'm not using the Sharingan. I can still keep up. With that they both blurred away at mid-Chunin level, and Orochimaru was shocked that Naruto was still keeping up with him. Every punch that connected against Naruto he got hit as well, and it was vice versa, so he kicked it up to low Jonin and Naruto was still keeping up with him, but his dodging was becoming easier and striking precision was becoming sharper. He knew he couldn't increase his chakra levels no further than what they were at unless the envy would be on him, and he didn't want to deal with them, so he used his true speed, which was cage level, and hit Naruto with a straight jab, stunning him and grabbing him by the neck, and noticed his seal on the stomach. He smirked before channeling chakra to his hand and saying, 5-pronged seal. He slaps his hand on Naruto's seal and Naruto lets out a silent scream, and Orochimaru kicks him away before turning his attention to Anko. I can tell the Umbu are on the way, however I shall leave you with my parting gift. He lifted his hand and channeled chakra, trying to activate Anko's cursed seal, but to his shock nothing happened. What's going on? Why isn't her mark activating? He thought. You lose, Orochimaru, the seal is gone and the Umbu are on the way. She said, getting into her fighting stance. Now how about round 2? He gritted his teeth and spoke. I will be back. Don't forget what I said about cancelling the Chunin exams. He vanished after that, and 5 seconds later a boar-masked Umbu and cat arrived. He's long gone already and attacked one of our genin, Naruto. She said. It's not our problem that some stupid kid decided to challenge Orochimaru. Hell, I wouldn't feel bad if the kid was dead, we would be better off with him around. Bor said. Is that a fact, Bor? Perhaps you would like to fight me next. You've been in the Umbu since I was 4, yet you haven't even made Umbu captain or second in command. It makes me wonder how strong you really are. Naruto said from behind Bor, since Kat was busy checking Anko for wounds. Hearing this going on, Anko chimed in as well. I would like to see that, Bor. You talk a big game yet you never really back it up when challenged, so what's it gonna be? Are you going to fight or not? She said standing. Bor said nothing and left. Kat shook her head and sighed. I seriously don't understand how he is in the Umbu still, nobody in the division likes him. She said. Anyway, are you alright, Naruto? You look a mess. Yeah, I'm fine. I had a clone remove the 5-pronged seal he put on me already. My control may take a hit for a few hours. I need to go meet up with my team. I'll see you guys later. He vanished. So how good was he fighting against Orochimaru? Kat asked. I don't know, all they used was taijutsu, however Orochimaru said he went as Sasuke at Lochinin level and even bragged about him having his Sharingan, and Naruto didn't, but me and you know he already has it matured. Which is true. Anko, Yojao, Kurane, Hinata, Shino, and the Hokage are the only people that know about his matured Sharingan, however only Anko knew about his Mangekyou and the ending result of it. However, when he tried to rush him at Lochinin, he already had Naruto's fist in his stomach. Naruto said not to underestimate him just because he isn't using his Sharingan. Orochimaru didn't pick up on this, so they took off at Midchinin and he was still keeping up. Eventually they reached Lojounin speed and Naruto still kept up with him. Mind you, all this is without his Sharingan active, but as the fight went on, I don't know what it was, but this pressure started to come off of Naruto. It was like ki, but it was calm and relaxed, but Orochimaru blurred away at his full speed to end it since he felt U2 coming and slapped the 5-pronged seal on Naruto and left. He also tried to mark Naruto after he taunted him and gave him a free shot, but it didn't work for some reason. He did mark Sasuke though and threatened to not cancel the exams. Kat nodded, taking all of this in. We need to go see the Hokage about this. Anko nodded and they left in a swirl of leaves. Naruto reaches his team's campground and let out a pulse of chakra and code, letting them know it was him. The barrier opens and he enters but sees Hinata's clothes wrinkled and Shino had his glasses crooked on his face. Naruto gave them a knowing smile, making them both blush. No kind of sex was involved, was it? He asked as they both shook their heads. We're too young, I'm not ready for that. We were only kissing. Hinata said, blushing. That's right, besides in my clan sex is not allowed until you are 15, as well as your partner. I'm 14, so I have another year as well as Hinata since she will be 14 in 6 months. Shino says. Naruto nods at that. His birthday was also in about 4 months, turning 14. He almost forgot. Naruto unseals some bento boxes with fish, rice, and mixed vegetables and some bottles of water. They eat and talk for another hour before falling asleep. Next morning they woke up and Hinata asked Naruto a question that's been bugging her. Naruto, she said. Yeah, Hinata, what's up? He asked. Why don't you use your Sharingan? It's like you're ashamed of your heritage. That's almost like me never using the Byakugan. She said. Honestly, I never use it because of the way the Uchiha clan was. I don't want to be lumped up with them, I guess. Why, do you think I should start using it? He asked. I think you should. You were never raised by the Uchiha clan or grew up in the Uchiha way. Your mother is the only Uchiha you should be worried about. Despite her being gone, she is still watching you, and I would like to think she would want you to be afraid of using your heritage. Hinata said. She's right, Naruto, I wouldn't, said a voice neither of them recognized. They turned around and saw a lady with long black hair with a bang in between her eyes with 2 other bangs tucked behind her ears so the rest wouldn't fall in her face. She is about 2 inches taller than Naruto and is giving off a warm smile only a mother can give off. Shino and Hinata have no idea who this lady is, but Naruto does. He rushed and gave her a hug. Mom, he said, hugging her. My little maelstrom, let me take a look at you. She said, crying as she looked him over. He was a combination of both her and Minato. He had Minato's hair, nose, and eyes but had her hair color and jawline. You look so handsome. She said, hugging him again. I don't have much time. Kami only gave me 5 minutes to see you. So I have to ask, why are you holding back? And don't try to argue, I know you are holding back, she said in a no-nonsense tone. Naruto, what does she mean you're holding back your strength? Hinata was confused and Shino was also interested. He put up a barrier to keep them from getting ambushed. What she means is I'm not at mid-Chunin level like you two. I'm actually mid-Jounin level. I only say mid-Jounin because of my lack of experience, but if I go all out I can go toe-to-toe with Kakashi, but he still might win because he's fought in a war and has more experience than me, but it would be by the skin of his teeth. They had their jaws on the ground. Now tell them about your eyes. I know you want to keep them a secret, but they have to know what you're going to go through in the future, his mother said. So he told them about his Mangekyou and how he will eventually start to lose his eyesight until he gets an eye transplant. Now Naruto, hearing all of that, I am here to tell you you are downgrading your strength right now. You are stronger than Kakashi. I talked to Shisui, he said you are almost as strong as he was, and before he died he was at low Sunin level, so you don't have to worry about anybody eating you in the village except Hiruzen and the one-eyed pedophile, and you know why I said Danzo, she said. He knows about Danzo stealing Sharingan from the Uchiha dead bodies after the massacre, but without secure evidence he can't do anything about it. Also, thank you for taking the curse seal off of Koko-chan. Your father and godmother would have done it had done, but they died. It was a good thing you were left the Uzumaki sealing scrolls, she said. She started to fade and they all knew what was happening. I guess it's time for me to go now, Naruto, and stop hiding your Sharingan. You should be proud to be an Uchiha, if not be proud that you are my son. I won't say use your Mangekyou, however don't be afraid to show that you have your Sharingan matured. Now go and show them what the student of Shisui the teleporter can do. I love you, Naruto. I wish you the best in life. And 2 more things. Number 1, go ask Hiruzen about your father, and number 2, she is still alive in Kumo. She was just leaving the wave when you arrived. You missed her by 2 minutes. But don't worry, I have a feeling you will see her in the future. Those were her final words before she disappeared. Hinata went and put a hand on his shoulder and smiled at him. He understood now. No more hiding. His Sharingan flared to life, the 3 tomos spinning. He dropped the barrier and said 2 words. Let's go. Shino and Hinata nodded as they hopped into the trees going to the tower. On the way he felt Sakura's chakra signature drop and they made their way to them to see what was going on. They arrived and saw Kiba knocked out as well as Sasuke. Sakura looked like she went through hell and her hair was even cut. They noticed Lee looking beat up and Naruto noticed Tenten being held back by Neji, so he decided to take action. He jumped down into the clearing with his Sharingan activated and glared at the 3 sound shinobi. Shino and Hinata dropped down to help, but Naruto told them to check on Kiba, Lee, and Sakura. They sound shinobi were shocked the other Uchiha showed up but has a 3-tomo Sharingan. The sound shinobi with black gravity-defying hair spoke up. You leaf ninja just keep appearing out of nowhere. Oh well, more people for me to play with, he said. Another tried to stop him. Zuka, wait. But it was too late. He had already pointed his hands at Naruto. Decapitating airwaves. He blew a strong gust of wind at Naruto, who didn't move and got hit by the blast. Naruto! Yelled Sakura, Rock Lee, Hinata, Ino, Koji, Shikamaru, who were also there but not injured, and Tenten. However, a gust of wind blew the smoke away, revealing Naruto, who was standing there with his arms crossed. Is that all you can do? He asked. Zuka got pissed. No, this is. He was about to do another jutsu, but his arm had a kunao lodged where the air came out and got a kick to the side of the head and knocked out by Naruto. Nobody saw him move except Lee and Neji, who barely saw him due to his Byakugan being activated. He's fast. But that means nothing, Neji thought. He's almost as fast as me without my weights on, Lee thought. The other sound ninja both were shocked by how easy it was for Naruto to defeat Zaku. Here is our scroll. Take it, we don't want to cause any more trouble, the mummy-looking sound ninja said, placing their earth scroll on the ground, and picked up his teammate. The other followed after him. Get down here right now, Naruto said out loud, confusing everyone before Neji and Tenten dropped down. Tenten immediately went to scolding Lee while Naruto glared at Neji. Why didn't you help your teammate? Instead you chose to hold Tenten back. It was not our fight. If he was foolish enough to jump in that fight, then he should deal with the consequences, Neji said arrogantly. Next thing he knew, a fist knocked the air out of him, making him drop to his knees. If you're foolish enough to say something like that around me, then you deal with the consequences. Naruto said and went to check on everybody. After 10 minutes everybody was patched up and Kiba tried to fight Naruto but everybody minus Neji told him not to, but he didn't listen and charged at Naruto, who punched him in the nose, ending that little fight. They were all about to leave when a sinister chakra came from the tree Sasuke was under. He came out with black markings and purple chakra around him that was dark and sinister. This power he gave me. I can feel it growing stronger every second that passes. He looks around and sees everybody moving back from the sinister chakra except Naruto, who just stands there. Naruto, I want to test this new power out against you, he said with a cruel smile and activated his Sharingan with one tomo in his right eye and two in his left eye. The others are about to step in but Naruto holds his hand out at them. Stay out of this. It was going to happen sooner or later. Let him have some fun, you all know what I'm capable of when I'm not even trying, he said, getting nods from the others. He motions for Sasuke to come at him. Due to his curse mark, his speed increased to mid-chinin and every punch or kick he threw at Naruto was dodged easily, so he jumped back and went through hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He blew a large fireball at Naruto, who covered his hand in water chakra, putting the fireball out, shocking everyone looking at him. He vanished in a shunshin and put Sasuke in a chokehold until he passed out. Everyone was in shock at how easy he took Sasuke out. Naruto dropped the extra earth scoop and his team left for the tower. It didn't take them long, they were the second team there. The Suna team was the first to make it. They had 3 days left, so they relaxed. 3 days later they are in the Chunin exams stadium. The Hokage starts to go through his speech about the true meaning of the Chunin exams until Naruto raises his hand. Yes, Naruto, Hiruzen said. I don't want to be disrespectful, but at the same time I want to. So can you speed it up? I don't think any of us are paying attention and you are pretty old, maybe you should take a seat and let us get started. Besides, we both know you don't like saying the stupid speech, he said, shocking everyone that he can just talk to the Hokage like that. Fine Naruto, Hayate, you're up, he said, and Hayate arrived. Alright, my name is Hayate and I'm the proctor for this part of the exam. Since there are still too many of you, we need to have an elimination tournament of one-on-one matches until there are a certain amount left. Now if anybody wants to quit, you may do so now, he said. Kabuto was the first to raise his hand, to the shock of Sakura, Sasuke, and Kiba. Alright, you got me, I give up, he said. Kabuto, why are you quitting? Sakura asked. I'm low on chakra right now from too much fighting. I can't go on any further. He was about to leave until Naruto spoke up. Or is it because you're a pussy? Naruto said, causing Kabuto to stop walking. What did you say? He asks in a low, cold tone. You heard me. I thought you were feeling lucky. I never knew your mother raised you to quit like a bitch. She must be disappointed in you. I mean, you claim you're out of chakra yet you're not even breathing heavy. If you're a pussy, just say so and we will understand. But if you aren't a pussy, stay and fight like a man. Unless of course you want to go find a man so you can have him fondle your balls and play with your asshole. If you like that, I'm not judging, everyone has their own preferences, he said. Proctor, I changed my mind, I will fight, Kabuto said and got back in line. Okay, anybody else that wants to quit? Hayate asked, and Sakura and Ino raised their hands and said they weren't ready to be a Chunin yet, so they walked up to the balcony. Sakura told Sasuke to back out so he can get his mark checked out, and he refused. Anko was having the same thoughts, but Kakashi argues against her, so she just dropped it. If he wants his student to have the curse mark, so be it. Okay, since 2 people dropped out, somebody will have to fight 2, maybe 3 times, and somebody may not fight at all if the person fights 3 times. Does anybody want to take that chance of fighting 2, maybe 3 times? I do, Naruto said, raising his hand. Hayate nodded and Anko presented a board. This board will randomly select 2 names. Once your name appears, you and your opponent will come down to the arena for your match. The matches go on until I say stop. Killing is allowed, but we will try to avoid it, Hayate said. As the board starts to go through names, it selects 2 names. Kiba and Inuzuka vs Naruto Uchiha. Will Kiba and Naruto stay in the arena? Everyone else go up to the balcony and wait your turn, Hayate said. Everyone leaves except Naruto and Kiba. I hope you're ready to go down, you street rat. It's time that you learned your place in this world, Kiba said. Start the match, was all Naruto said. Okay, match number 1 between Kiba and Yazuka and Naruto Uchiha begins. Hayate said and jumped away. Now up on the balcony, Kakashi decided to taunt teammate while Sasuke activated his Sharingan to try and copy some of Naruto jutsus. He would soon be disappointed. Your student might as well back out now, Kurane. I've managed to get Kiba's Taijutsu up to almost mid-Chunin level, which is almost as good as yours in your Jounin, so unless you were able to train Naruto I don't think he will win. Kakashi said while reading his book. Oh, I hate to burst your bubble, but Naruto beat me in a spar in Taijutsu and I was going all out and it didn't look like he was trying much. So the past 4 months while you were reading your smut I was training my team with the help of Anko in our Taijutsu and Ninjutsu. My Taijutsu is almost as good as Anko and I've learned some Ninjutsu. However, Naruto is the strongest on the team, including me. The only people I think would be able to beat Naruto in a Taijutsu fight are Guy, Jiraiya, and the Sandaime. At the least overall I would put Naruto at your level while Shino and Hinata are mid-Chunin overall. She said, shocking everyone present that she, a rookie Jounin, had the strongest Genin team, maybe even stronger than Guy's team. Sakura decides to speak up. There's no way those Bakas are stronger than Sasuke-kun. I bet you're just making that up. So. She was cut off by Kurane putting a silencing seal on her. What Kurane says is true. Sakura, was it? Tenten asked, getting a nod from Sakura, who couldn't speak. Didn't you see what he did to Sasuke in the forest? It's not even fair to compare them. He completely toyed with him. She said. Tenten, what do you mean by that? Guy asked. What I mean is whatever happened to Sasuke in the forest gave him a major power boost and he fought Naruto moving at mid-Chunin speed, but Naruto dodged every attack like it was nothing. Sasuke got mad and shot a large fireball jutsu. Naruto, who just lifted his hand and caught it while putting it out. I don't know how he did it, but it was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Tenten said. Everyone was shocked by this and returned to watch the match, but it was already over. 2 minutes earlier. Akamaru, stay out of this. I won't need you for him. I'll take him in one blow. Kiba said. Naruto stayed quiet and built up some wind chakra. Ninja art, beast mimicry, all fours jutsu. Kiba came charging at him in low Chunin speed, however Naruto stopped him with his jutsu. Wind style, sonic boom jutsu. Kiba was stuck in a tunnel of wind while small crescent blades of wind cut him up. The jutsu ended and Kiba fell to the ground, cut up and in pain. He stood up but found a fist in his stomach. His eyes rolled to the back of his head and he was knocked out. Winner Naruto Uchiha. Everybody was stunned but Anko, who was cheering for Naruto. He went up to the balcony and everyone was staring at him. What? He asked. We learned about your little fight with Sasuke. Kurane said, pissing Sasuke off. Oh. Is all he said? Is that all you have to say? Ino asked. Yeah, it is. I have a question, Fishcake. Tenten asked. His eye twitched and everyone chuckled at the nickname. What is it, Panda-chan? He asked. How did you catch his fireball and put it out like that? She asked. I'm surprised you don't remember. When we were in the orphanage and would play ninja, I would always catch the imaginary fireball and throw it back or put it out. I was training one day and figured I'd give it a try. I used a shadow clone, of course, and after a lot of test runs and experiments with chakra natures I figured it out. I can catch it and throw it back with fire nature chakra, or I can catch it and put it out with water chakra. He said. Wait, you mean to tell me you got that idea from a game we played as kids? She said. Yeah, pretty much. He said. They were cut off by the next match being announced. Will Yuri Akadu and Sasuke Uchiha please come down? Hayate announced. Yuri, after a brief talk with his sensei, who Naruto knew was Orochimaru, that was the worst disguise ever, walked down to the arena. Orochimaru looked up, felt someone looking at him and met Naruto's eyes. Naruto decides to mess with him by activating his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Orochimaru had an angry look on his face since his curse mark couldn't get placed on Naruto. Then a look of realization was on his face. He was holding back in the forest when we fought. Orochimaru thought Naruto, seeing Orochimaru understood, just smirked and only caught the end of Sasuke's match. Lion's Barrage. He kicked Yuri in the stomach as he fell to the ground, knocking him out. Winner Sasuke Uchiha. Hayate said. Kakashi then grabbed Sasuke and disappeared with him. most likely to seal his curse mark. Good luck dealing with Orochimaru, Naruto thought as he noticed Orochimaru left as well. The next match was announced. Shino Abarame vs Zuko. Can both contestants come down? Hayate announced. Shin won the fight by exploding Zuko's arms with bugs and trapping him underground with the headhunter jutsu. After the match, Kakashi reappeared with no Sasuke. Next match was Temari vs Tenten. Naruto spoke up. Tenten, this is the worst possible fight for you. She is a wind user and can blow away your weapons. Try to get in close and force her to use taijutsu instead. Tenten nodded and went down to begin the match. It was a good match. Tenten did get in close and forced her to use taijutsu, but Temari managed to kick her away and use her wind ninjutsu. She used one similar to Naruto's sonic boom jutsu, but she needed a weasel to cause the cuts. She let Tenten fall out the air and tried to break her spine with her fan. She stood up underneath where she was falling, but Naruto jumped and caught her standing on the fan, shocking Temari and everyone else but Guy and the Hokage because they didn't see him move. Only those two did. Shikamaru fought the girl from the sound team and trapped her in his shadow possession jutsu and forced her to bang her head on the wall, knocking her out. Next match was Hinata vs Neji. They both made it to the fighting area where Neji tried to belittle Hinata but was surprised it didn't work. They settled into their gentle fist stances, although Hinata's was different. She was leaning to the left with her left knee bent and her right leg stretched out with body twisted slightly, her hands in the air. Her left arm was more up with her hands pointed down at the ground. Neji spoke up. That is not the gentle fist stance. Are you that much of a disgrace to the clan that you can't even use the proper fighting stance? He said arrogantly. This is my version of the gentle fist. I call it the flowing gentle fist. The traditional style you other Hyuga use is too stiff for my body type. Hinata explained. It does not matter, you are fated to stay a loser your entire life. Neji said. Hayate started the match and Neji rushed at Hinata but was shocked when she twisted around his attack and hit him with two palm strikes in his back. He glared at her and they picked up the speed. After a while Hinata noticed she wasn't closing his tenketsu after a while and noticed her arms were practically useless. She raised her hand and forfeited the match, stating it was pointless to continue if she can't properly use her arms. Neji didn't like this and stuck her in the chest. He tried to strike her hard but she pushed his hand to the side and he hit the other side of her chest. No major damage was done but she collapsed but stood back up, shocking everyone but Shino and Naruto. She coughed up blood as she spoke. It's a shame that someone as talented as yourself can't even be satisfied when the opponent gives up that you have to attack once my guard is down and the match is over. I guess you were mad that I'm able to go toe-to-toe with you using a style that is only 4 months old. Oh well, I believe I've made my point. With that she turned and walked before collapsing to a knee, coughing up blood. Neji, seeing this, took out a kunai and rushed her from behind but was stopped by all the jounin present. Look at this, the main branch getting special treatment yet again. Neji snarled. No, you're wrong, dipshit, we just saved your life. Turn to the right and you'll see what I mean. Anko said from behind him. He turned around and saw Anko basically tackling Naruto at his waist and the third Hokage's personal Umbukat blocking the Kubikari Basho with her own sword that was an inch from taking his head off. Neji, you better hope we don't fight in the second round. And by the way, you all forgot about our other teammate. Look at Neji's legs and you'll see what I mean. Naruto said. They looked down and sure enough Neji's feet were trapped by an earth jutsu with Shino having a kunai at his spine. However, Naruto was holding his wrist. Whatever, you are fated to lose to me no matter how strong you are. Neji arrogantly said. The jounin let him go and Shino dropped his earth jutsu and Neji left back to the stands. Hinata was taken to the hospital to be checked out. Next match was Kankuro vs some leaf genin nobody knew existed Misumi other than Misumi becoming a human rubber band and Kankuro revealing his control over puppets. It was anticlimactic. Next match was shown, Kabuto vs Naruto. Both smirked at this, Kabuto because he was going to make Naruto eat his words and Naruto because he was about to inflict some serious damage to Kabuto and had a plan to make sure he couldn't forfeit as soon as the match started, which unknown to him was what Kabuto was going to do. After a few minutes of fighting they both made it to the fighting area where Naruto quickly threw 4 kunai into the walls surrounding them. What was that for Naruto planning something already? Kabuto asked mockingly to get under Naruto's skin, but it didn't work. Actually just a little barrier so you can't weasel your way out of this fight. It's a privacy barrier people can see in, but no quitting early because no sound will be able to come from the barrier and you can't hide in the ground as well. The barrier goes into the ground as well. You said you were feeling lucky earlier, so I wanted to test you. He said inwardly. Kabuto and Orochimaru were relieved. They thought he figured out Kabuto was a spy. However, Anko, Naruto, and Hiruzen knew he was. They had Inoichi on standby for a mind walk at the TNI department. The match between Kabuto and Naruto may begin now. Hey jumped away as the barrier formed. Kabuto smirked, not believing what Naruto said was true. I forfeit. I can't win against him, he's too strong. However, Hey just stood there. Naruto smirked. Told you already, you can't escape now, let's begin. He activates his Sharingan, showing 3 tomos, shocking all the Jounin except Kurane and Anko. He rushed at Kabuto at low Jounin speeds, to everyone's shock. When Kabuto sent a punch at Naruto, it went right through him. Naruto appeared behind him and kicked him in the back hard, sending Kabuto into the barrier that shocked him. Oh yeah, I forgot, if you touch the barrier you get a shock. Kabuto, getting tired at being made to look like a joke, decided to go at him with full strength and activated his chakra scalpels and rushed him. Naruto decided to make it look believable, so he avoided any shots to vital areas and allowed Kabuto to hit him a few times. He knew they will heal up by the time the match is over. After a while, Naruto decided to use some ninjutsu. Wind style, air slash. He coated his hand in wind chakra and slashed his hand upward, sending an arc of chakra at Kabuto, who barely dodged it but still got cut up on his side. Naruto, however, didn't let up. He went through 3 hand signs. Fire style, fire breath jutsu. He shot out a stream of fire at Kabuto, who jumped up to avoid it, but his right leg got burned and he yelled out and however was not done. He held his hand up and created something like a spear made of lightning chakra and threw it. Lightning javelin. The javelin hit Kabuto and pierced his shoulder into the barrier. He was electrocuted and felt double the pain. His nerves were shot and he passed out. Naruto dropped the barrier. I win. He said. The medic came and took Kabuto, but Naruto sensed the medic had no emotions. Quickly using Umbu signs, he told the Hokage and left after the Umbu. He found the Umbu with Kabuto and killed the Umbu. He took Kabuto to Inoichi. Inoichi knew he only had 3 minutes, so he went in and got what he needed and covered his tracks. Kabuto's mind looked how it did before Inoichi entered his mind. He nodded to Naruto, who took Kabuto to the medic bay at the stadium. He felt Orochimaru coming and suppressed his chakra before leaving undetected. He made it back in time to see the next match being called. He guessed Koji lost, but they said Koji did impress the judges in his match vs Dosa by the way he fought and had to come up with plans on the fly. It was a good 10-minute match, they said. He didn't even know he was gone that long. Naruto vs Rock Lee. This match will begin in 2 minutes, giving Naruto some time to catch his breath. Hey, said Lee and Guy, for the past 2 minutes we're going on about the flames of youth, and Naruto just sat there meditating, getting his breathing under control and let his wounds heal up, which took 45 seconds for them to be done. So he just sat there meditating and people tried to talk to him, but Anko and Kurane told them to stop and leave him be. They both knew why Naruto was acting like this. His taijutsu was mostly self-taught from his mother's scroll. He was going up against the student of a taijutsu master who Naruto had no doubt was the strongest genin besides himself in terms of taijutsu. If they had to guess, Naruto knew he would struggle if Lee knew how to open any of the celestial gates after the second gate. A buzzer was heard and the 2 minutes were up. It was time for the final match of the exhibition matches. Will Rock Lee and Naruto Uchiha please come to the fighting area? Hayate announced. Lee became serious, having been wanting to fight Naruto since he saw them in the forest. Naruto simply stabbed the cubic Araibasho in the ground and left his weapons pouch with the sword and put gravity seals on them so nobody would steal them. They both looked at each other seriously and turned and walked down opposite sets of stairs into the fighting area. The final match of the exhibition matches between Rock Lee and Naruto Uchiha. He said. Begin. Chapter 11, Flames of Youth vs Heated Pressure. Begin. Hey jumps away but goes to the balcony with the Hokage. He had a feeling this fight was going to be out of control. Everyone in the arena had their eyes glued on the two fighters. The Jounin and Umbu could feel the tension in the air between them, but they knew it wasn't due to hatred or hostility between the two. It was out of respect. Naruto respected Lee because of his hard work, and Lee respected Naruto because even though he was stronger than all of the genin, he never once flashed it and helped his team become better. After settling into their respective fighting stances, Naruto in his Kame style and Lee in his Goken style. Neither moved for about 2 minutes until Lee shot forward with a punch that Naruto easily blocked. Lee, not being one to give up, backed off and appeared behind Naruto and swung a roundhouse kick at Naruto's head, which he ducked and quickly got into Lee's guard and gave him 3 quick strikes to his ribs before he did a spinning kick, knocking Lee to the ground, causing him to roll, but Lee corrected himself and did a handstand, bouncing back up to his feet. The genin in the arena had their jaws hanging open at what they just saw. However, the Jounin and Hokage knew they were just testing each other. "Lee, take them off," Guy said. Lee nodded and took off the weights, throwing them to the side, causing a huge amount of dust to kick up. The genin were shocked that his weights were so heavy. Lee instantly appeared in front of Naruto with another punch that Naruto blocked. Lee disappeared again and kicked Naruto's legs from underneath him and gave a front kick, sending Naruto rolling into the wall. But as soon as Naruto hit the wall, he stood and sped in front of Lee, shocking him momentarily. He used that to his advantage and knees Lee in the gut, causing him to lean forward, which got him a knee to the chin and 3 more punches, but this time Naruto gave him 2 punches in the ribs and a straight jab to the face, staggering Lee. Then he gave Lee a front kick, sending him to the wall. After a couple seconds, Lee came out of the wall. His jumpsuit was torn a bit and he had a busted lip. They looked at each other before disappearing. This time they were a blur to everybody that couldn't see Jounin level speeds through kicks, punches, elbows, knees and an occasional headbutt at each other. Each one was connecting and sometimes their fists would hit each other, resulting in a small shockwave. They were met in a stalemate with Lee holding one of Naruto's fists and Naruto doing the same. Lee gave Naruto a knee to his gut and an upward kick to the chin, then gave a few quick punches to Naruto's ribs and kicked him away, sending him flying back. As soon as Naruto stood, Lee was on him again. He came spinning towards Naruto with a kick. Leaf Hurricane. Naruto barely had time to block. He managed to cross his arms in front of him, but the force behind the kick sent him into the wall. Naruto stayed in the wall for a few seconds. His shirt was torn up, but he didn't care. He went through hand signs and said a move nobody thought they would see again. Dance of the Teleporter. He started moving so fast using the Shunshin that it started to create after images, but to the genin watching the fight, all of the after images started beating Rock Lee, who was doing his best to avoid and block the kicks and punches but was failing. He was getting knocked around so much that Might Guy was worried about his student. After the jutsu ended, Lee was bruised and had cuts all over him. After a few seconds he was standing up in his stance, breathing. He started to unwrap the wrist tape he had on and begun running around Naruto in a circle, going faster and faster until he suddenly appeared in front of Naruto and kicked him in the air and jumped up after him, giving him a few more before wrapping him up in the wrist tape. He grabbed Naruto and started a corkscrew spinning motion, going head first to the floor. "Take this," Lee said. Primary Lotus. Naruto crashed into the ground while Lee jumped away at the last second. Everyone was waiting for the cloud of dust to settle and see the condition of Naruto. After a while the dust settled and revealed Naruto standing, although he was supporting some cuts on his body now. Lee and Guy are in shock that he is able to stand after that. How are you standing after that?" Lee asked. "I covered my body in a layer of chakra, cancelling out some of the damage I would have taken. Although you didn't give me much time to create the layer, but I managed to pull it off," Naruto said. After that he noticed Lee was in pain and he rushed him and started beating him with punches and kicks. Lee jumped back, but Naruto appeared in front of him as soon as he landed and started giving him more punches. The beating Lee was taking almost made Guy want to jump down and stop the fight, but he remained on the balcony. The genin on the other hand were shocked. They never seen such a fight in their life. While the Leaf Jounin knew it was a no-brainer that if not both, one of these two would get promoted to Chunin. Meanwhile Naruto just landed a vicious punch to Lee's gut, lifting him off the ground, and then a strong right hook making Lee stumble, and he rushed him again. He delivered an uppercut and started raining down lefts and rights, and of them connecting. After 15 seconds of non-stop left and right punches he stopped and looked at Lee, whose arms were limp at his side. He gathered chakra into his fist and gave a straight jab, sending Lee flying into the wall. Lee, Tenten and Guy yelled, worried about their student and teammate. After 2 minutes Lee came out of the wall bloodied and breathing heavy. He took a stance, but this time his arms were crossed in the position of an X. Naruto, knowing what was coming, released his resistance seals and activated his Sharingan. Resistance seals, release. Now the Jounin and Genin including his team were shocked. Asuma spoke up, "Kurane, what the hell have you been teaching your students?" "I didn't teach him that. He already knew Fuinjutsu. When he came to my team he gave all of us resistance seals in fact, but I thought he already deactivated them given how fast he was moving. She replied. Guy-sensei, why doesn't Lee just give up? I don't think he can take any more beatings. Sakura said. That's because the leaf village lotus blooms twice. Guy responded. I've heard that before. Lee said something like that to me in the Forest of Death. She replies. But that means. No Guy, you didn't. Kakashi stated. Oh yes Kakashi, I did. Guy responded. So you're telling me that Genin, that boy, can open the 8 inner gates and use the hidden lotus? Kakashi said. Hidden lotus. Niji thought, hearing the conversation between them. That's right, I did. Guy said. Well, if that isn't the most. Okay, so how many gates can he actually open? Kakashi asked. 5 gates. Guy answered. Okay, what are these 8 inner gates and the hidden lotus you're talking about? Sakura asked, tired of being ignored. The 8 inner gates are like valves or chakra limiters that must be opened if one wants to release the hidden lotus. Guy says. I still don't get it. She said. There are 8 chakra gates along the chakra network. Located at those points in the body is where the chakra is the most heavily concentrated. Starting at the head there is the gate of opening, the gate of rest, the gate of life, the gate of pain, the gate of closing, the gate of joy, the gate of shock, and finally the gate of death. These are what is called the 8 inner gates. Their purpose is to limit the amount of chakra through the body, but the lotus exerts tremendous pressure on these limiters, eventually forcing the gates open. This releases the restraints on the chakra, the result being that a person's strength can be increased tenfold or more. Kakashi said as he lifted his headband, revealing his Sharingan. The primary only opens the first gate, the gate of opening, releasing the brain's restraints on the muscles, freeing the person to bring forth the body's strength to the full extent. You've seen the results. Guy continued. What about the hidden lotus? Sakura asked. At the second gate, the gate of rest, one's strength is increased further, and at the third gate, the gate of life, one enters the hidden lotus. Guy said. But the primary lotus almost destroyed him. He could barely move. What would happen to him if he takes it farther? She asked. Exactly, by opening all 8 gates you can obtain strength, even then cages, the only drawback is you die. Kakashi said, shocking Sakura. I don't know what that boy means to you, Guy, but I shouldn't have to tell you we never bring personal feelings into play. I never thought you were capable of this. Kakashi said. You have no right. You know nothing about him, nothing at all. He has something to prove, something he will prove even at the cost of his life, and I am determined to help him reach his goal, not for his sake but because that goal is worth reaching. Besides, Naruto was on your team before he was paired with Kurane. You never trained him, you spent all your time training Sasuke because he reminded you of yourself when you were his age, which, may I remind you, isn't a good thing. So don't tell me how to train my genin when you couldn't even train yours properly. Guy said, glaring at Kakashi, who said nothing. As you've heard from Guy-sensei, Naruto. I have something to prove. Lee said. I know what you're planning to do, Lee, and I've been waiting for it. It's time we end this. Naruto said. You are right, it is time to end this. Niji, Sasuke and yourself have won. I will not be the only one to lose today. Lee said as his chakra level started to grow. Guy-sensei, please let this work. It is now or never. His chakra becomes visible as he brings his arms down to his sides. To protect and maintain one's own ninja way. Lee and Guy thought. The third gate of life open. Lee said as his body turned red. What's happening? Kankuro asked. He's opened the third gate of life, now he'll attack. Kakashi states. No. No, he won't, not yet. Guy said, confusing everybody in the stands. The fourth gate. Gate of pain open. Lee said his veins started popping out on his head as the fourth gate opened. He crouched down and took off at speeds Naruto could see but barely. He was breaking the ground, kicking up chunks of earth, shocking everybody, even Naruto. Next thing Naruto knew, he got a stiff kick to his chin, creating a shockwave that almost blew everyone over. He's faster than ever. Kakashi said. Naruto. Hinata exclaimed, worried about her teammate. Where are they? Shino asked. Up there. Shikamaru said, seeing Naruto floating in the air. Lee appeared in front of Naruto and started to kick him all over the fighting area like it was nothing. Although it was hurting, Naruto couldn't help but enjoy himself. He felt that familiar heat rising inside him and it kept building. He wasn't the only one to feel it. Anko and Hiruzen felt it as well. They looked at each other and smirked, knowing what was happening. Kurane, seeing this, asked what was going on. Don't worry about it, Nai-chan. Let's just say something interesting is about to happen to Naruto that, if I have a feeling, will help him beat Lee even if he is using the 8 inner gates. Anko said. As Lee was kicking Naruto, he noticed him taking the pain very well. You're a strong one, Naruto, take this. He said as he was barely able to make a fist because his muscles were in so much pain. The 5th gate. Gate of closing open. He said he disappears and punches Naruto in the gut, sending him down to the floor, but wraps him in his wrist tape again and yanks him back up, delivering a viciously hard kick to the chin. Hidden Lotus. Naruto was sent crashing to the ground, however the Naruto that hit the ground went up in a puff of smoke. You almost got me, Lee. If I hadn't created that clone and substituted with it, I would have lost. Naruto said. He got ready and charged at speeds that even the Jounin had trouble keeping up with. He was almost as fast as Lee. With the gates open, they met in the middle and started giving punches and kicks that each time connected have off shockwaves. Naruto, using his Sharingan, found an opening and delivered a elbow to Lee's gut and kicked him away, but Lee was using 5 gates, so he didn't stay down for long. They started trading blows again, but this time another heat rose in the arena and a presser was around. Anko and Hiruzen smirked again. It was time for Naruto to let loose. After a while, Naruto was so into the fight that he was starting to dodge all of Lee's attacks and became even faster than him, but his attacks weren't really doing anything, so he started to add chakra to his punches and kicks, and Lee's face scrunching up told Naruto he was feeling the pain. What's going on? What is this heat and pressure that Lee is giving off? I never knew the gates gave a calm and relaxing presence as well. Asuma said. That pressure isn't coming from Lee. It's coming from Naruto, but we don't know what it is. It only happens randomly, I guess, when he is in a good fight that can push him. But going by the look on Guy's face, I'm sure he knows what's going on. Anko said, making everybody look at him, and his face had a shocked expression. No way. He whispered to himself as he saw Naruto's Sharingan turn silver. Naruto started to dodge every single strike that Lee sent at him even sharper and faster, and his regular hits started to do damage to Lee, who was keeping the 5th gate open. Naruto gave a roundhouse kick, sending Lee crashing into the rubble, and chased after him. They both were feeling the strain on their bodies but kept going. Naruto completely took control of the fight, dodging everything and anything with grace that made Hinata jealous. Everybody looked at Guy, who had tears in his eyes. Guy, would you mind explaining what is going on? Hiruzen asked. My father, when he was alive, once told me he was on a mission, but he came across a scroll that was from the times of the Sage of 6 Paths. He read the scroll and it stated a fighting technique that would be considered impossible to learn. He was going to bring it back after the mission was completed, but a group from Kumo was on a mission looking for the scroll since they heard rumors about it existing. They found my father with the scroll, they fought over it, and he barely escaped with the scroll. The Kumo team found him and tried to take the scroll, but he burned it, and before the Kumo shinobi could attack, his backup arrived. He told me this fighting style was so difficult that the sage himself said he couldn't do it. It's a technique that allows your body to attack and dodge on its own, but to do that your mind must be completely empty and just let your body take over your motions. He said that it should be easier to dodge without thinking because some people's bodies do that automatically. However, he said attacking will be difficult since everyone thinks about their attacks and if they will work. However, seeing Naruto use it without even knowing is a complete honor, and I'm lucky to be alive to see it happening in front of me. The pressure and heat you feel is from Naruto. He is in a sense in the heat of the battle, and his pressure comes from the amount of power this gives off. However, your body will be in a tremendous amount of pain if you aren't used to using it. The sage stated in the scroll that he doubted the 8 inner gates would be able to defeat somebody who could completely use this technique to the fullest. If Naruto was to ever master this technique, I will personally bow to him as my superior. Guy said passionately, shocking everyone as he has only been passionate about his flames of youth. Although Lee is my student and I care for him like a son and wish him the best, he will not win this fight. He said. So what's it called then, Guy? Anko asked. Ultra Instinct. He says as Lee and Naruto separate. They get ready for one last attack to end this. Naruto gathers a large amount of wind chakra in his right hand and Lee does the same with his chakra from the 5 gates. Hiruzen seeing this takes action and yells. I don't care who you are or what village you are from, if you can use the mud wall jutsu, do it now and use as much chakra you can. If they clash they crash, they will bring this building down on top of us. Every Jounin and Shino did the jutsu while Gaara sent out a huge wall of sand getting in between the walls. Naruto and Lee rush forward and let loose their chakra attacks. Lee sent his chakra forward and Naruto said his jutsu. Wind style, pressurized fist. Naruto thrusted his fist forward sending the air chakra in the shape of a fist at Lee and Lee sent his built-up chakra at Naruto. The result of the attacks was the mud walls and sand were destroyed in the explosion, everyone was sent flying back from the shockwave but the stadium remained intact. Everyone stood waiting for the smoke to clear after 5 minutes. The smoke cleared and showed Naruto standing barely with his Sharingan activated and Lee was stuck in a wall unconscious. The Hokage nodded to Hate. Winner Naruto Uchiha. Naruto barely looked up before his body locked up on him and he fell to the ground face first. Kurane and Guy rushed to the arena to grab their students and both had proud smiles on their faces. They took them to the medic area to get checked over and Kurane returned but Guy stayed behind. He couldn't help but be happy as tears fell from his eyes at the 2 boys, no men in front of him. That was the best taijutsu fight he has ever seen. Okay, can everybody who won their match and Gaara come down to what remains of the fighting area? You need to pick numbers to see who you are fighting in the finals. Anko said everybody picked a number and showed it to Anko. Kakashi and Kurane had to pick for Naruto and Sasuke. Okay, so the fights are based on the numbers you drew. Look at the board and you will see your name and your opponent. Anko said everyone looked at the board. Match 1 Neji vs Naruto. Everyone felt bad for Neji. Match 2 Sasuke vs Gaara. Match 3 Kankuro vs Shino. Match 4 Shikamaru vs Dosuke. Match 5 Tamari vs winner of Match 4. Those are the matches for the final round. You have 1 month to prepare. Hiruzen said. Why a month? Asked Sakura from the balcony. Well, we can't do it next week clearly because of the stadium's condition thanks to the last fight. Plus the judges will be coming in. It's not just me, it will be the Kaze Cage, the Fire Daimyo and a council of shinobi from both Suna and the Leaf. Now he was interrupted by Naruto limping into the area with a crutch. Hokage-sama, I need to talk to you and bring the Sand Genin and Jounin sensei. He said in a serious voice. The Hokage nodded. Now you all have a month to train and get prepared for your matches next month. You're dismissed. However, Sand Ninja, please follow me. He said. He got a nod from the 3 Genin and Jounin. Shino discreetly put a big on the Hokage but a glare from Naruto with his Sharingan active made him call it back. Naruto led them to a separate room and put up a privacy barrier. Okay Naruto, what is it that you need? Hiruzen asked seriously. Snake in the grass. Was all Naruto said. He got a nod from the Hokage to continue. Orochimaru is planning an invasion with sand during the final round. He said, making the Jounin and 2 Genin nervous. Gaara just stood there. How do you know this, Naruto? This is a serious accusation. Hiruzen said, getting 3 nods from Kankuro to Mary and Baki. That would be because of me. Midnight said, walking out of the shadows. Naruto, why is there a 4-tailed fox here? Hiruzen asked. This is Midnight, one of the spy foxes I said I would use to spy on Kabuto. He got a nod from Hiruzen, who knew about the contract but not Kyuubi being the boss. Okay, go ahead and explain, Midnight. Hiruzen said. As Naruto said, he summoned me to spy on a Kabuto guy who smelled like snakes. We the foxes hate snakes and toads. Midnight said. Well, there goes Jiraiya giving him the toad contract. Hiruzen thought. Anyway, I was spying on him since the first day of the Chunin exams and he met up with this guy named Orochimaru. He met up with him every day until he fought Naruto. Good job, by the way. They were talking about an invasion during the Chunin exams finals with Sun's aiding sound. However, I'm sorry to say this, but the Kaze Cage is dead. Orochimaru has been acting as him for a couple of weeks now. He killed him on his way back from a meeting with the Wind Daimyo because he refused to attack the Leaf despite the Wind Daimyo taking missions away from them. The key to the invasion is Gaara. He plans on you releasing the One-Tails during your match. A sleeping genjutsu will be cast by Kabuto starting the invasion. He will be disguised as an Umbu. That's everything I know. Midnight finished. Thanks Midnight, you've done enough. This is for you. Naruto unseals a pile of meat which Midnight drools over. Naruto sends him back home. Now about the invasion and Suna's involvement. Hiruzen said, scaring the sand ninja, even Gaara. We had no idea it was Orochimaru, we were just following orders. Baki quickly said to Mary and Kankuro agreed. Don't worry, I'm not going to blame you. However, I want you to participate in the invasion, act like you are still attacking us, but when the invasion starts you will attack the sound ninja. I will deal with Orochimaru myself. It's time I put an end to my student for good. Does Orochimaru leave sound ninja in the sand village? Baki shakes his head no. Okay, good. When the Kaze Cage leaves for a diplomatic mission, gather the council and all ninja and tell them about Orochimaru and tell them the plan. Hiruzen said. Okay, will do. However, we still have two problems. Sand will need a Kaze Cage after all this is over with, and we need to do something about Gaara. He can't fall asleep or the One-Tail will escape. Tamari said. Well, I can't tell who will become Kaze Cage, so Baki will probably become the temporary Kaze Cage, or the council will handle everything until someone is chosen. As for Gaara, I can get my seal master to fix his seal, which seems to be the problem. Hiruzen said. Great, how long until the seal master can do it? Kankuro asked. I don't know, ask him yourself. He said, pointing at Naruto, who actually stopped paying attention. He came to and everybody was looking at him. You say something. Hiruzen took a deep breath to calm himself down. Can you fix Gaara's seal? Baki asked. I already did. He pointed at Gaara, who was snoring face down on the floor. When did you do it? Tamari asked. When we fought in the room at the Chunin exams. You never noticed how calm he's been the past few days? I wonder why he chose now to sleep though. Naruto said. Alright, is everything in order? Hiruzen asked and got 3 nods and a snore. Okay, you all have one month to get ready, good luck. They all leave Naruto and Hiruzen head to his office. Naruto lays down on the couch to relax and let his healing abilities get to work. After about 30 minutes of him and Hiruzen talking, a presence has been outside his window for 15 minutes. Are you waiting for a fucking invitation, or are you going to stay out there all day? Naruto spoke, and in came an old man with long white spiky hair with 2 bangs framing his face with red lines coming from his eyes, wearing a green kimono, short shirt and matching pants. He wore wooden sandals and a red haori with a headband with the kanji for oil on it. So who are you? The man starts dancing and Naruto stops paying attention. The man finished dancing while looking at Naruto, who was of course not paying attention. What? He asked. The man fell off his toad and Hiruzen could only sigh at this. Naruto, this is my student Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sunin. He has agreed to be your teacher for the next month. Hiruzen said and Jiraiya nodded. Why do you want to train me? Naruto asked. Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen and nodded. There is a group of S-rank criminals called the Akatsuki and they are hunting down Jinchuriki for the tailed beasts inside of you. They plan on extracting them. For what I don't know. I do know if the extraction process is complete you will die. He said. What are you going to train me in? Naruto asked. I'm going to teach you how to control the Kyuubi chakra and use it properly. Jiraiya said with a proud smile on his face. Have you ever trained a Jinchuriki on using tailed beast chakra? Naruto asked. Well, no, but it can't be that hard. You just draw out as much as possible and then try to control it, he said like it's the most obvious thing ever. You're a fucking idiot. Let me get this straight, I have a group of S-rank criminals after the tailed beasts chasing me. Jiraiya nods. You want to train me using its chakra to use against them. He nods again. You've never trained a Jinchuriki in using tailed beast chakra and your solution is to pull as much as I can handle. Another nod. Has it ever occurred to you that since they are hunting tailed beasts down that they know how to counter it? A shrug came from Jiraiya. I'll pass, this guy is an idiotic moron. I'll see you later, old man. With that, Naruto vanished. He made it to Anko's house to talk to her. He unlocked the door and she was sitting on the couch looking like she was thinking hard. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder, startling her. "What's wrong, Anko?" he asked. "The invasion next month, we can't take on 2 villages at once and I'm afraid I'll lose Irika," she said. "Oh yeah, you haven't heard yet? Well, I can, since you're on the S-rank mission file," he said, and activated the barrier he put up last time he walked in on her and Irika on the couch making out. "When did you put that in here?" she asked, confused. "When you and Irika looked like you were about to have sex on the couch about 2 weeks ago," he said. She sighed. "We didn't have sex. Kissing is all we've done. He hasn't even seen the girls yet. I'm afraid he's like the other guys who just want to get in a girl's pants and move on," she said. "You do know he is pure like you, right?" he said, getting a shocked look from her. "Really?" "Yeah. I mean, he said he has been in Umbu since you went missing and you've been back in the village for a while, and he just 5 years ago and has done nothing but work at the academy. Even when the academy was closed he was there. I think he is just as nervous about it as you are. You should talk to him," he said. Then he proceeded to tell her about the invasion plan and what's going to happen. "Okay, Anko, one more thing. Have you ever thought about getting a different summoning contract?" he asked. "Yeah, I have, but nobody wants me because I am sided with the snakes." "Why?" she asks. "Because on top of my fox contract I have the dragon contract, and they said they would take you on as a summoner. However, you would have to cancel the snake contract, lose the snake pendant and forget snake jutsus. However, they will allow you to keep the taijutsu style since it fits you perfectly," he said. "Are you serious?" "Yes, we would just need Inoichi to completely wipe out the knowledge of snake jutsus from your brain and you cancel that contract," he said. She goes through hand signs. "Summoning jutsu. Out comes a snake as tall as Naruto." "Yes, Anko, how may I help you?" the snake asked. "I want you to remove my name from the snake contract," she said. The snake stared at her for a while until the snake contract appeared and opened up. The snake spits venom on Anko's name and it burns away. The snake vanishes in a puff of smoke. Anko takes off the snake pendant and burns it with a small fire jutsu. "Okay, we need to go see Inoichi," she said, and grabbed him and disappeared to the TNI apartment and went to Inoichi's office and asked him to get rid of her knowledge of snake jutsus. He asked no questions and 10 minutes later he was done. Naruto took them to the training ground and summoned our favorite 500-foot-tall dragon. "Hey Naruto, is this the one?" Naruto nodded and the summoning contract appeared. "Sign it, Anko." Naruto said. She nodded and Naruto told her the hand signs for it and told her to summon her familiar. She went through the hand signs. Summoning jutsu. A small dragon appeared with 4 wings that look like an X when they spread out, with 2 horns that go across its head, almost looking like eyebrows, with fins on each side of its head. It looks up at Anko with eyes that have yellow iris and black oval-shaped pupils. It tilts its head at her in a confused way. "Ew, it's so cute," she said as she picked up the dragon and cuddled it to her face. "Interesting dragon, this one will be a wind user once it grows. However, you have to name it. After you name it, that will complete your bond. You can't summon her until she is ready to start training, so in about 6 months is when you can train your familiar," Bob said before he disappeared along with Anko's familiar. "Wait, I forgot to ask him for his name and give my familiar a name," Anko said. "Well, summon him back so you can ask him," he said. Summoning jutsu. "I'm back again. What do you need, Anko?" Bob asked. "I need to give my familiar her name and I don't know your name yet," she said. "Oh, of course, let me bring her to you." He leaves and returns 30 seconds later with Anko's familiar. "Okay, now I think I'll call you Rose," Anko said to her familiar, who clapped her wings, creating a tiny gust of wind. "Well, I guess she will be a wind type when she gets older and starts to train. You will be able to summon her again in 6 months after she grows some more, like Naruto, who cannot summon his familiar. Now, as I've told Naruto, you can summon any other dragon besides the boss and elder. They will determine when you are ready and worthy to summon them. I will tell you now that both of you are close. Now for name, I am the almighty dragon, wielder of green flames and strongest battle dragon outside of the boss dragon and elder. You, Anko, may call me Bob. He said proudly, once again puffing his chest out. Anko just stared at him and looked at Naruto for confirmation. He nodded and she wanted to laugh, but she could tell Bob was really proud of his name, so she let it go. Now if that is all, we shall be off. They nodded and he disappeared with Rose, who didn't want to leave yet. Alright Naru-chan, what will you be doing for the next month? Have you found a teacher yet? Anko asked. The idiot Jiraiya wanted to teach me. He was going to train me in something he didn't understand or know how it works. He said. What do you mean by that? She asked, and he explained the whole Akatsuki situation and Jiraiya's brilliant ideas to use the Kyuubi chakra against them. Wow, I know he is an idiot, but I didn't think it was that much. By the way, he is a major pervert who always peeks on women in the bathhouses. If you turn out like him, I will castrate you. Do you understand me? She asked with a dangerous voice. He nodded frantically, not trusting his own words. Good, now I'm off to prepare for next month. I might even get laid tonight, so don't come over. She said and disappeared in a swirl of fire. I didn't need to know that last part. But time to train. With that he started working on his chakra control because he had an idea for a jutsu he wanted to make. He did the tree walking exercise by sticking leaves to his body and water walking while balancing a senbon on each of his fingers. He did this for 5 hours straight and decided to call it a day. He went home and went to sleep. Next morning Naruto woke up and went to the store, but he couldn't get what he was looking for. They were sold out. He decided to go and see the old man. He has a grandson, so he might have what he needs. He shunshined to the Hokage office and saw the same guy from yesterday. Hey old man. Hey pervy sage. At the name pervy sage, Jiraiya's jaw hit the ground and Hiruzen started laughing. Don't call me that. Jiraiya yelled. Yeah whatever. Old man, I need some water balloons and rubber balls. Do you have any? He asked and was met by silence until Jiraiya spoke up. Why do you need those? He asked, thinking he may know what Naruto has planned. I have an idea for a jutsu I wanted to create, but I need those for shape manipulation, power, and rotation. I'm trying to create a ball of pure chakra in my hand for close-range attacks. He said. Oh, you mean this? Jiraiya asked and formed a ball of chakra in his hand. Yeah, like that, but how do you know it? Naruto asked. This was created by the Yondaime kid. It's called the Raise Non. It's an rank jutsu that took him 3 years to create since he was starting from scratch. He got the idea of seeing a tailed beast bomb once. It took me a couple months to learn. Outside of me and him, nobody knows it. I can teach it to you if you want. Jiraiya said. Sure, but I have a question for the old man. Naruto said. What would that be, Naruto? Hiruzen asked. Who is my father? Naruto said. The Yondaime. He stated bluntly, shocking Naruto. Why didn't you tell me before? Well, I was waiting for you to ask. The instructions were to not tell you until you were a Chunin or figured you were ready, and given from the damage done to the Chunin exams stadium, you are more than ready. He said, making Naruto scratch the back of his head like his father always did when he was embarrassed. Yeah, good job on that, kid. Now it's time I introduce myself. My name is Jiraiya, yes, but I am also your godfather. I didn't raise you because I figured I would do better keeping outside threats from harming you. I've been keeping an eye on you for the last 13 years. I've only had to stop 50 outside threats to you because somebody told them that there was an Uchiha around that was not being looked over by the clan. I guess Danzo has a hand in that, by we know how good he is at hiding his tracks. Jiraiya said. Okay, that's a reasonable explanation. I already know who my godmother is, so it's okay with me. He said. Who's your godmother then? Jiraiya asked mockingly. Kushina Uzumaki. I know, because when the old man gave another scroll that had been left for me, it contained the Uzumaki sealing notes and a letter from her explaining who she was and that there may be another Uzumaki out there somewhere and some may be around my age. She said that when every Uzumaki is born there is a seal placed on them that is explained to them at the age of 7 but won't be active until they are 8. It's invisible to anybody who hasn't mastered the first 4 levels of Uzumaki sealing. It can be activated by whoever has the Uzumaki sealing notes. Inside of it is a beacon seal that lets you know when an Uzumaki is around, that shows all Uzumaki alive. I activated the seal once and it only showed 2 Uzumaki clan members alive, but it had a third spot on there showing a half or less than half Uzumaki being alive. One was in the Chunin exams during the second part, but I never found who it was. I'm going to try again in a couple of months and then I'll send out the other part of the seal letting them know they can come to Konoha. Alright Naruto, how far along are you in the Uzumaki sealing notes? Jiraiya asked. I just finished level 5 right before the Chunin exams started. He said. Alright, well Naruto, this is the scroll your father left for you. It can only be opened by your blood. My guess is that this was supposed to be a birthday gift for you since it wasn't a freshly made seal when I found it. Hiruzen said as he handed the scroll to Naruto. He activated the blood seal and a small scroll popped out. He unrolled the paper inside and read it out loud. Happy 15th birthday Naruto. I know this isn't much of a gift, but I was never really good at those. This is 2 of my most prized jutsu. The first is the Hirae Shinjutsu. It was created by Tobirama Senju, however I made it even better than he made it. The only way you can use this jutsu is if you have mastered all 10 levels of space-time Fuinjutsu and have figured out the key to getting it to work. The second is my personal jutsu. It's called the Hirae Shindare. You must know space-time Fuinjutsu for this as well. This jutsu creates a barrier that is capable of transferring anything to a marked location. I guess if you use enough chakra you can teleport a tailed beast bomb, but I don't want to find out if you can. Below I have left you 50 spare tri-pronged kunai for both of these jutsus. Now I have one more technique called the Raise Non, but I'll teach you that myself. Enjoy your day. Love, Dad. To say Naruto was shocked was an understatement. He was crying because he was supposed to get this gift from his dad next year. Wow, so I guess Minato was planning on passing his legacy down to you at the age of 15. So how long do you think it should take you to complete these jutsus? Jiraiya asked. Well, I already know space-time Fuinjutsu, but even though knowing Fuinjutsu is required, these are classified as S-rank ninjutsu, so I'll probably have them done within a couple of months. Probably sooner. I just need to figure out the secret to them and everything else will be somewhat difficult. Naruto responded. Alright, let's head to the Hokage's training ground to begin training. Jiraiya responded. Naruto disappeared in a swirl of blue fire. Why is his fire blue? He asked his teacher. I don't know, it's always been like that. His lightning is red as well. He said, shocking Jiraiya, who left in a swirl of leaves. Jiraiya arrived at the training ground seeing Naruto already inside the barrier waiting for him. How'd you get in the barrier? I've been training here since I was 6. We wanted to keep my Sharingan training a secret. He said. Who taught you? Before the academy, I mean. I know it wasn't Kakashi, having heard how he is towards you. Jiraiya asked. Shisui Uchiha trained me until I was 8 before he died. Everything else was self-taught. Even after I got a Jounin sensei I still taught myself, especially when I was on Team 7. With Kurane she couldn't teach me much except chakra control, but she would spar with me to try and fix any holes I had in my taijutsu as best as she could. Naruto said. Okay, so how strong are you exactly? Jiraiya asked. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I know I'm stronger than Kakashi. He said, shocking Jiraiya. Even though Kakashi slacked off in his training, he was still not to be taken lightly. Okay, then are you healed up 100%? He got a nod from Naruto. Okay, let's spar before we begin the Raise Non. They get into their respective stances and Naruto charged at Jiraiya and Jiraiya blocked the punch but winced from the power behind it. They spared for an hour before Jiraiya called for a stop. Okay, you are definitely low Sunin level, however you are not strong enough to take on even the lower ranked members of the Akatsuki. He said. The only member I know is Itaka because Orochimaru was apart, but he tried to take over Itaka's body for the Sharingan but lost and barely escaped. It was only because Orochimaru's helper Kabuto showed up. You can maybe go toe-to-toe with Itaki in Taijutsu because of your Sharingan, but without it you would lose to him. Also watch out for his Mangekyou, it's impossible to counter it. He said seriously. I can counter his Mangekyou with my own. Naruto said, activating his Mangekyou Sharingan. When? Is all Jiraiya asked. Shisui, was the response, and he understood. One thing about Orochimaru, he can't keep his mouth shut, and through a lot of research he accidentally found out how to awaken the main Jakuya. But what Orochimaru didn't know was how to counter the blindness. Okay, let's begin with the first step of the Raise Non. The first step is you must pop the balloon with only your chakra. I'll demonstrate for you, he said as he unseals some balloons filled with water. He held one in his hand and began to channel chakra into the balloon, making it bubble all over before popping. Once you can do that in 1 second, we can move on to the next stage. Naruto grabbed the rest of the water balloons and got to work. It took him 6 hours to get the balloon to pop. He had a lot of problems with it. He made it flat like a disc and somehow made it stand up straight like a senbon, that resulted in a sweat drop from both him and Jiraiya, who couldn't even figure out how he did that. He eventually got it, but it took him 5 seconds to pop it. He grabbed another water balloon. He had about 30 left out of the 100 that he originally had. After another 5 hours he was able to get the balloon to pop. However, tomorrow he would try to get it to pop in a split second, since Jiraiya had given him tomorrow off. He left the training ground and went to Ichiraku's and ate some food and talked with Ayam. He found out she had gotten offered a marriage contract from a noble family and declined it. She always said she wanted to get married out of love and not through some contract. She was now seeing a civilian boy she met a few months ago. Naruto of course wanted to intimidate him, but only got hit by her ladle that appeared out of nowhere. He went home and went to sleep. He woke up the next day and decided to just stay home, but he went to the store to buy some balloons. Now he was practicing to pop it in a second when someone knocked on his door. He opened it and it was Gaara. They just stood there staring at each other until Naruto spoke. "Can I help you?" "Yes, Tamari did something and I don't know how to respond to it," Gaara said. "What did she do?" Naruto asked. "Well, I woke up and Tamari had me in a soft stranglehold. I didn't know what to do, so I trapped her to the wall with sand and came here," Gaara explained. Naruto's sweat dropped at that last part. "That's called a hug, Gaara. People usually give them out if they are happy or sad. In Tamari's case, she's happy to have her brother back, and she was happy that you were finally able to sleep. You've been asleep since the end of the exhibition matches and then slept the entire next day." Gaara nodded at this explanation and just, "You're welcome," he said, and got to work on popping the balloon instantly. 3 hours later he finally got it to pop instantly. He worked on his fuinjutsu for the rest of the day and finished the seal to get rid of the caged bird seal, since he couldn't use the same seal he used for Enko's curse mark due to the caged bird seal being so close to the brain. He needed something specifically for the caged bird seal. He suddenly found what he was looking for and got to work. Next day he met Jiraiya, who was shocked that Naruto could pop the balloon instantly. So they got to work on popping the rubber ball that took Naruto all day. All he kept getting was little holes in the ball. He could see the chakra making the ball bubble like the balloon did, but he didn't understand what he was doing wrong. That's when it hit him. He couldn't focus the power in his hand, so he drew the Uzumaki spiral in his hand to make him focus on adding power. It took him 2 days to get it down. Actually it took him the next day, but he took an extra day to pop the ball instantly. Now he was working on adding the first 2 steps together, but compressing it he couldn't pop the balloon, and when this was done Jiraiya showed him the end result. The Raise Non should grind into whatever it hits. This was the easiest stage for Naruto and he got in a couple of hours, making Jiraiya pout. "Okay, I have one last thing to give you. Since you completed the Raise Non, I want to give you the Toad contract," Jiraiya said. "Sorry Pervy Sage, but I can't. My summons hate toads and won't allow me to sign the contract," Naruto said. "What summons do you have?" Jiraiya said, ignoring the name calling. "The fox contract," Naruto said. "Shit, it would be the foxes. Well, the main reason I needed to give you the Toad contract is because they have the key to your seal and you can't get it unless you sign the contract," Jiraiya stated. "Well, how about you summon the toad that has the key and I can look at it and make my own key?" Naruto told him. "That should work." He goes through the hand signs. Summoning jutsu. A black and orange toad appeared out of the smoke. "Jirotora, I need you to show Naruto the key to the seal. He can't sign the contract because he signed the fox contract," Jiraiya said. Are you sure, Jiraiya? He's just a kid. Jirotora responded. Yeah, I'm sure. He just wants to see it so he can make his own. He's better than me at making seals, so I believe he can do it. Jiraiya said. Alright if you say so, but after this you should summon Gamabunta and tell him. Jirotora says, and he stretches his body and a scroll-like section of his body unravels, showing the key. Naruto activates his Sharingan, memorizing everything before deactivating it. Gyatara disappears, but before they can do anything a large toad appears. Jiraiya the toad yelled. Yes, Bunta. Jiraiya said. Where is the boy? I want to talk to him. Gamabunta said. I'm right here. Naruto said, standing next to Jiraiya. Okay, I understand you can't have the toad contract, and that is fine. Jiraiya messed up by not offering you the toad contract earlier. I have a request. If anything were to happen to Jiraiya, I would like you to hold on to the contract and find a new summoner. This is an odd request, I understand, but that is all I ask. Can you do that for me? Gamabunta asked. Naruto thought about it for about 5 minutes. Yes, I can do that. How will you know where I am to get me the contract? Naruto asked. If anything happens, the elder toad Fukusaka will bring the contract to the Hokage and explain the situation. Gamabunta said before disappearing. Alright, that's the only 2 things I could teach you, everything else is toad related. I'll be in and out of the village the next few weeks setting up the counter-attack. I'll be around to spar with you sometimes. After that, Jiraiya went up in a cloud of smoke. Naruto sat down on the training ground and made a Rasengan in both hands. He tried to increase the size of the Rasengan, but after it got a certain size the outside shell would destabilize and the Rasengan would explode. However, that also gave him another idea to create multiple Rasengans at once and have them inside of a layer of chakra. With that, he began to work on making the Rasengan bigger first before moving on to his next idea he had. Chunin exam finals. The month everybody had to train was over with. And all the nobles from different villages were in, even the fire daimyo who came only to see Naruto, who his wife said he should look at. Villagers from the Leaf and shinobi from the Leaf and Sand village were packed in the stands. The villagers were unaware of the impending invasion, but the Hokage had to take a risk. He has Umbu in the stands ready to take the civilians to the bunkers and some Jounin in the streets ready to escort those civilians not in the Chunin exams stadium to the bunker where Anko and Iruka will be standing guard. All of the contestants were there except Dosa. Kakashi was there with Sasuke on time due to him knowing about the invasion, and he wanted to see if he could learn anything from Naruto. What Kakashi didn't know was that Naruto made it impossible for a Sharingan user to copy his jutsus. All of them required less than 5 hand signs and the Sharingan needs to see all of them. He saw Sasuke staring at Naruto with his now 2-tomo Sharingan trying to intimidate him. Naruto just looked at him and activated his own Sharingan, shocking Sasuke because it's already matured. Up in the cage's booth, the Kaze cage has just arrived. Greetings, Kazekage Dano. I hope your travels were pleasant. Hiruzen asked. They were quite well, except for the usual bandits trying to make a quick Ryo. Although I am thankful that the exams are being held in Konoha, due to your age I don't know if you can handle the travels or the heat. Responded the Kaze cage. Hiruzen just laughed at this, playing along. Oh, don't count me out just yet. I may be old, but there is still a lot of life left in these bones. He said. The Kaze cage only nodded. I'm looking forward to these matches, especially the Uchiha Genin. I've heard that they are both quite interesting. Although I do not think they will be able to beat my son. The Kaze cage said. Now then, I believe it is time to get things started. Hiruzen said, standing and began speaking to the crowd, getting their attention. Thank you all for coming to the Hidden Leaf Village for the Chunin exam selections this year. We have come to the final competition between 8 candidates who made it through the preliminaries. We ask that no one leaves until all the matches have finished. Now everyone enjoy. Genma, I hand everything else over to you now. Hiruzen said. You said 8 candidates, aren't you missing one? The Kaze cage asked. Yes, it appears Dosu of the Sound has not been found. He has by rule forfeited. Hiruzen responded. A Jounin with his headband on covering his entire head chewing on a senbon with the basic Jounin outfit on appears. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Now as you all know Dosu is not here, so now the third match will be between Temari and Shikamaru, while the fourth match will now be Gaara vs Sasuke Uchiha. Now listen up, the terrain is different now thanks to an incident during the preliminary matches, he said, giving a pointed look at Naruto, who was scratching the back of his head. The rules are still the same. The match goes on until your opponent is either unable to continue or forfeits the match. Now the first match is between Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uchiha. Everyone else go up to the waiting area. The other 6 candidates went up to the waiting area. In the stands. Watch closely, Hanabi, you are about to witness something amazing during this match, Hayashi said. What is it, father? Hanabi asked. Just watch and you'll see, he responded, getting confused looks from Hanabi and Hinata. Hayashi was also on edge. All the clan heads knew about the upcoming invasion. He didn't want his daughters to be there, but Naruto told him his clones hung into bugs with enough chakra to last for a couple of hours, so they will be sent up with the nobles and daimyo and other important guests inside of a barrier that will keep everyone in and nothing can get through it. His clones will be powering the barrier. Wow, the Hyuga in the first match. I know, and he is going up against the runt of the Uchiha clan. My money is on the Hyuga. Yeah, he doesn't stand a chance. If this was Sasuke, he would wipe the floor with him. I heard the runt was responsible for them having to rebuild the fighting area. Yeah, I heard that too. He must have let the fox out to play. Those were the words said by a couple of civilians who still did not like Naruto either for containing the fox or being the son of Kiyomi Uchiha. However, the two Chunin close by the Eternal Gate guards Izumo and Katetsu had other thoughts. I don't see a way how this Hyuga wins. You heard how Naruto took out 3 opponents in the preliminaries, Izumo said. Yeah, I know. I even heard one of them was a Jounin level shinobi. My money is on Naruto to win the entire thing, Katetsu said. Fighting stage. Neji and Naruto stand face to face waiting for the signal to start. You got something to say? You look a little tense, Neji said arrogantly. Yeah, I do. You're about to get the ass kicking of a lifetime. I'm only tense for a completely different reason, Naruto responds. They settle into their stances and get ready to fight, and Neji activates his Byakugan. I feel bad for Neji, Genma and the other Jounin thought. Begin, was all Genma said before hopping away. Neji opened his mouth to say something but was sent flying into the wall courtesy of a kick from Naruto that he didn't see coming even with his Byakugan active. He climbed out of the wall and rushed Naruto, attacking him with palm strikes that Naruto would either block or dodge. After no luck of Neji hitting Naruto, he jumped back to think of his game plan. The people in the crowd were cheering at the action they were seeing. All the judges were impressed so far, but it was only the beginning. How is he blocking and dodging my palm strikes? I know I must have hit him at least a couple of times, Neji thought while looking at Naruto, who just stood there calmly. Why do you hate Hinata, Neji? Is it because she's from the main branch while you are a side branch member? Or is it because of something else? Naruto asked. If you must know, it's because of this. He takes his headband off and unwraps his head and reveals the caged bird seal. This seal was branded on me as a child. I was 4 years old when the elders of my clan decided to brand me with this seal. On that same day, after many years and war, a peace treaty was going to happen between the land of fire and the land of lightning. They sent a head Jounin to join the celebration and sign the treaty. Everyone was there celebrating, every genin and Jounin in the village. Only one clan was absent, the Hyuga clan. Because this day was when the heir to the main house was turning 3. Her father, Lord Hayashi Hyuga, is sitting up there right next to her. Him and my father were twins, yet he was born first, so he is the head of the family, the firstborn. While my father, his brother, was banished to a lesser branch family. This seal, I can assure you, is not for decoration. This seal acts as a punishment as well. If any Hyuga from the main branch are to get out of line, then a main branch member can activate the seal, causing unimaginable amounts of pain to whoever they chose, nearly killing them. However, on that same night, the Jounin from Kumo snuck into the Hyuga compound and kidnapped Lady Hinata while she was asleep. A servant of the Hyuga went to check on her and discovered she was missing and immediately told her father. Lord Hayashi found the Jounin with Lady Hinata over his shoulder trying to escape, but before he could, he was killed by Lord Hayashi. Then it was later discovered that it was a plot. the treaty was a fake also they could get their hands on the Byakugan. Kyumo found out and of course they denied this and demanded the head of the leader of the Hyuga clan for compensation. However, what they got in return was my father, since the caged bird seal can destroy the Hyuga bloodline and any secrets the body may hold. The head of the Hyuga was too scared to give himself up, so he sacrificed his own brother, leaving a 4-year-old boy with no father. That is why I hate the main branch. It is Hinata's fault my father is dead. Niji said. Wow, nice story, too bad it's full of shit. Let me get this straight. Hinata was kidnapped by a Kyumo Jounin at the age of 3 and you blame her for the death of your father. Niji nodded his head. You're an idiot, you know that. How is Hinata, 3-year-old with barely any training, supposed to stop a Jounin who has fought plenty of battles and probably in a war? You said Kyumo wanted the Byakugan, so they requested the head of the main branch. They must have known about the caged bird seal, so they specifically asked for a member without it. The only way to make Kyumo happy was to give them Hayashi, or in this case his brother, who, if I'm right, like every other branch member, would do anything to be free of the curse mark placed on you. I'm sure he willingly did this on his own, but you need to talk to your uncle and the elders. Now since that is cleared up, I believe I owe you an ass-whooping for trying to kill my teammate earlier in the preliminaries. Naruto said and activated his Sharingan, shocking those who didn't know he had it. In the stands. He already has a mature Sharingan. How? I know not even Sasuke has one yet. It must be the fox's influence, making him stronger so the fox can be released. Those were of course the civilians talking about Naruto. Wow, no matter how many times I see it, I still can't believe he has the Sharingan at that level and he just turned 13. Asuma said. Yeah, I know, it makes you wonder how long he's had it, said a random Jounin sitting close by. I know from the blue fire and red lightning and being good at seals. What can he do? Said Genma, who was up with them. He didn't know if this fight would be like the last one Naruto had. Kurane, do you know when he unlocked the Sharingan? I know who trained him from the jutsu he used in the preliminaries. Asuma said. No, I don't, only Anko knows when he unlocked it and matured it. However, I have a feeling he will reveal it. She answered. With the nobles and judges. A Sharingan matured at 13, that is unheard of. Only recent memory is Itaki, who had his matured before he was 13. Said one judge. Yeah, I know, I'm with everyone else wondering when he unlocked it. Said another. Given the way he performed in the first round and the skills he's shown, I think we have our first Chunin, maybe even special Jounin. What do you think? Another asked. He got nods of agreement from the other judges. Daddy, I want him to be my husband. Can you make it happen? Asked the daughter of one of the nobles in the Land of Fire. Of course, sweetie, I'll send the marriage contract once the exams are over and we get back home. That boy will be a gold mine to our family business. Her father said. The other nobles looked at them in disgust. Meanwhile, the fire daimyo was keeping a close eye on him. He piqued his interest since his wife told him about the boy. Naruto Uchiha? You aren't like the usual Uchiha, especially the other one in the village. I've got my eye on you. Depending on how you do, you just may receive an invitation to the Guardian 12. He thought. Fighting stage. Niji activated his Byakugan and spoke. It doesn't matter that you have the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan has always been second best in everything compared to the Hyuga. You are beneath me. He said. Do not lump me in with the Uchiha clan. I may have their bloodline, but I am not a part of that clan. I don't even wear the Uchiha crest. That clan was a disgrace, and it was only fitting that they get wiped out by one of their own members. Naruto said. Sasuke was being held back by Kakashi. He wanted to go down there and fight Naruto. Like I said, it does not matter anyway. Besides, Niji gets into a stance that makes Hayashi and the Hyuga elders gasp. You are within my field of divination 8 trigrams 64 palms. Niji stated. However, Naruto already activated his jutsu, so the attacks went right through him. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. However, every single one of them didn't even touch Naruto. That's impossible. How did you manage to evade that? Niji asked. I used my teacher's jutsu that he was famous for, and no, I am not talking about that loser of a Jounin Kakashi Heitake. No, I am talking about my first sensei who trained me for 2 years before the academy. Shisui Uchiha, or as other people like to call him, Shisui the Teleporter. He got many gasps from everyone, even the Kaze Cage couldn't hold his back, making Hiruzen look at him from the corner of his eye. Yes, I was trained by Shisui after unlocking my Sharingan at the age of 6 during a beating I got from these villagers who blame me for something I had no control over. So over the course of 2 years I trained my ass off harder than anybody. I matured my Sharingan during a jog around the village forest when I was 7 by a group of Rouge-chan, and I was saved by Shisui. After that he trained me even harder. I hid my Sharingan from everybody up until the preliminaries. Only a few people knew about my Sharingan. I hid it because I was ashamed to have the same blood as that idiotic clan. However, Hinata told me I shouldn't hide my heritage, and if I'm not proud to be an Uchiha, then at least be proud of who my mother is. I've become a seal master by Konoha standards before I even graduated from the academy. I was already on par with Kakashi by the time I was 12, and I have surely surpassed him. As you all witnessed, I can go toe-to-toe with 5 of the 8 inner gates using taijutsu only. Now you've had your fun, it's my turn. Naruto said. He took out a shuriken and threw them at Neji. Shuriken Shadow Clone. The one shuriken turned into 20 heading towards Neji at a fast pace. Rotation. Neji spun around, creating a dome of rotating chakra, knocking away the shuriken. So that's the Hyuga ultimate defense. I can't wait to break it. I've already found 2 weaknesses in the jutsu. He said. Oh yeah, and what's that? This is called the ultimate defense for a reason. Neji said. Then Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Neji, shocking him. The first weakness is you must rotate your body with your arm out for momentum. So if I'm in close, it's useless. Naruto said. Neji then found a knee in his stomach and coughed up blood. Naruto then proceeded to give him the same beating he gave Lee. He made Neji look like his personal punching bag. The beating was so brutal Hinata and Hanabi have tears falling down their faces. Even though Neji was cold towards the main family, they still loved him like a brother, so seeing this made them cry. Naruto finished beating Neji with a strong uppercut, lifting him off his feet and delivering him a roundhouse kick to his gut. Neji hit the ground and coughed up blood. He stood after laying there for 10 seconds, although barely. I'm surprised you still can stand, but, given your current chakra levels, I'd say you have enough left for 1 rotation. How about I show you the second weakness to that ultimate defense? He started to run at Neji, holding his hand out, and swirling noise was heard, shocking many of the older shinobi. They knew that jutsu and who made it. The second weakness in the rotation is the way the chakra moves, which means. He said. Raise non. Rotation. An explosion happened. Smoke and dust was clouding the fighting area, but a gust of wind from inside the smoke cleared it away, showing Neji laid down on his back, unable to move, and Naruto staring down at him. All of the Hyuga that were in the stands were shocked that the ultimate defense of the Hyuga clan was easily picked apart. As I was saying, your rotation only spins chakra in one direction. If you go up against an attack that spins in the opposite direction or multiple directions, it gets cancelled out and you lose. Hayashi-sama, I've finished the 2 projects, shall I show you the results? Naruto asked. Hayashi, knowing what he was talking about, stood up. Yes, you can, Naruto. I thank you for this, and the Hyuga will forever be in your debt. He said with a smile, shocking everyone. What could be so important that the Hyuga head will smile? Hayashi, what is he talking about? Asked one of the elders of the Hyuga clan. Yeah, father, what is he doing? Hinata asked. Just watch. Is all they got in a response. Naruto nodded and went through 50 hand signs and touched Neji's forehead. Cursed seal removal, seal evaporation. A slight burning sensation is all Neji felt that lasted for about 30 seconds. Naruto went through 20 hand signs and touched Neji on the side of his head by the temple. Bloodline Destroyer Seal. A seal appeared on Neji's temple before disappearing. Naruto pulled Neji up to his feet and everybody was in shock. What did you do to me? Neji asked weakly. Naruto put a medical seal on Neji, who immediately felt the effects of it, simply told him. I made you a free bird. As well as all the branch members. He pulled out a kunao and showed Neji his reflection. Niji was in shock, but before he could say anything he passed out. What, Hayashi? We will not stand for this. The caged bird seal was always a part of our family tradition, yelled the elders. Well, it's a good thing I don't care, as the Hokage is my witness. The Hyaga shall remove the caged bird seal from all branch members, and we will all have this new seal put on us. It is time the Hyaga became whole and not separate families. I would rather we not have a situation like the Uchiha clan did. We will remove all seals after the Chunin exams are finalized, he said proudly. The elders were not happy about this. As this was going on, Orochimaru decided to start the invasion early and signaled Kabuto, who was building up chakra, to begin the genjutsu to start the invasion. But Naruto felt the build-up of chakra. We wish your daughter was kidnapped as a child. She was useless to us, so we set up the kidnapping of her with Kumo Jounin. Everything was ruined. This is not how things should be. We were close to running the Hyaga our way with you under our thumb, said the Hyaga elder, with the other nodding in agreement. Now this was a shock to Hinata and Hayashi because the elder was Hayashi's father. Now what the elders didn't know was that Naruto gave Hayashi a truth seal to put on them and told him to activate it after he removed the curse seal. Boy, do you have any idea of what you've won to the Hyaga clan? What do you have to say for yourself? The other elder asked. Well, two things actually. One, thank you for exposing yourselves as traitors. You both are going to be killed. No sooner than he said that, Hayashi struck them both in the hearts, instantly killing them and burned the bodies. Second is the will of fire will always burn even through the darkest of times. This was the signal that the invasion was about to begin, and right after that feathers started to fall and an explosion was heard up in the cage booth. Naruto's clones grabbed Hinata, Hanabi, and Niji and took them up to the nobles area and activated the barrier. The sand and leaf Umbu got every civilian out of the stadium quickly, and Kurane and all Jounin present released a wave of chakra, releasing anybody from the genjutsu. Sound ninja appeared and attacked. Giant snake summons appeared, destroying everything in their path, so Naruto decides to summon his foxes. Summoning jutsu. 5 large battle foxes appeared. Naruto, it's good to see you. How may we help you? One of the foxes asked. My home is being invaded. Can you help us out with the snakes? As soon as he said snakes, the foxes took off and started fighting the snake summons. Naruto, you are to head to the bunker, guard the civilians with the rest of the rookies except Sasuke, Kakashi said, showing up near Naruto with Sasuke by his side. Sorry Kakashi, I'm the one who discovered the invasion. My orders are to take out the snake summons and as many sound ninja I can. My orders came directly from the Hokage, so fuck off. He pulls out the Kubikaraibasho and charges into the fight. The sound ninja were confused because the sand ninja were supposed to be on their side but didn't dwell on it and began attacking sand ninja as well. All civilians were in the bunker being guarded by Genin, Anko and Iruka, and Umbu brought Sasuke because he was getting in the way during the invasion and almost got himself killed. Anko, you may have some sound ninja on the way, get the Genin ready for an attack and keep the civilians safe, the Umbu said before returning to the fight. Alright Genin, listen up, we may or may not have sound ninja coming to the bunker, be on the lookout. They all nodded except Sasuke, who ignored her and walked away. Hokage booth. So Orochimaru, you've come to kill me? Hiruzen said. Kukyuku, yes I have. I also want to destroy the hidden leaf, that's why I've allied myself with the sand village. Within a few hours the hidden leaf village will be no more, he said, but was shocked when Hiruzen spoke. It seems you misunderstand then. The sand ninja are not fighting with sound, rather against them, he said. Orochimaru looked over and the sand was indeed fighting against the sound. It's over Orochimaru, you've lost, he said. No, I haven't lost. Sound 4 raise the barrier. As soon as he said that, 4 sound shinobi appeared and a purple barrier rose up around them, cutting off the Umbu that arrived to help. Now let's get started, shall we? Orochimaru went through hand signs. Summoning jutsu, impure world resurrection. 3 coffins appeared with the kanji for first, second, and fourth Hyuzen, knowing who was in that coffin, threw shuriken at it, causing it to stop rising and go back into the ground. The other coffins finish rising and out steps a man with long black hair and red battle armor and another with gray hairs, red marks on his face and blue battle armor. These were the first and second Hokages, Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. Now let's get started, shall we? Orochimaru says as he shoves a kunai with a tag on the end into Hashirama and Tobirama and they attack. With Naruto. After Naruto finished taking out his sound ninja around him, he looked around and saw the foxes take out the rest of the snake summons before leaving in a cloud of smoke. He saw the sand and sound ninja fighting, but the sound was losing ninja at a fast pace. He was about to head over to the bunker and help, but 10 more sound ninja appeared before him. Naruto Uchiha, you are to come with us. Lord Orochimaru would like you to join his side. One sound ninja said. Sorry, but I'm going to come with you guys. I'm staying in the leaf. He said. Sorry, but you have no choice. All 10 sound shinobi attacked and Naruto activates his Sharingan. He began with taijutsu, blocking and dodging every punch and kick that was thrown his way. He punched one in the throat but had to duck a roundhouse kick from his left. He quickly pulled out a kunao and threw it at another sound shinobi, piercing his heart. He looked up and saw the other 9 charging him. He held up a single hand sign. Fire style, Dragon Rain Jutsu. He breathed out a large amount of blue fire, and once it reached its highest level, dragons made of fire began crashing down, taking out 8 of the remaining sound ninja. The last one managed to get out of the way, but he did get the tail end of the explosion. Naruto starts concentrating lighting chakra into his right hand and summons a hammer of lightning and throws it at the sound shinobi, who is shocked at seeing this and gets hit before he can stand up all the way. Naruto said one final jutsu. Lightning Edge. His hand was covered in red lighting chakra and he ran at the final sound shinobi, stabbing him through the heart, killing him. He stood up slightly out of breath and looked up as a squad of 5 blank masked Umbu appeared. Are you serious? Oh well, let's fight. He pulls out the Kubikaribasho and they attack. He ducks out of the way from a tanto that was aimed at his head. He pumped wind chakra through the Kubikaribasho and swung it behind him in a horizontal slash. Wind style, air slash. The attack cut 3 of the Umbu in half who weren't fast enough to get out of the way. The remaining 2 Umbu stood in front and behind him. He put his sword on his back and went through 2 hand signs. Water style, Octo Shield Jutsu. He is surrounded by a wall of water with 8 tentacles waving around the top of the water. The 2 Umbu attack and are surprised but don't show it when Naruto moves his hands and the water starts to move and attack. The Umbu tries to dodge the attacking whips of water, but one gets caught in a sphere of water, surrounds his head and drowns him. The other Umbu, thinking he can attack Naruto from behind, starts to move but is stopped by a tanto going through his chest, courtesy of a Naruto clone that appeared behind him. Naruto senses for anybody else and senses only Gaara, Temari and Kankuro behind him. He drops the jutsu and turns to speak, but the clone vanishes and he gets the memories. Ayam was stabbed in the stomach by a sound ninja that managed to sneak in the bunker because Sasuke abandoned his post. However, Anko managed to kill the ninja and heal Ayam. He opens his mouth to talk, but a sense of death is in the air. He looks at the purple barrier Hiruzen is in, and that's where it's coming from. Jiji. He whispers and takes off toward the barrier. He makes isn't to the barrier and sees Hiruzen with the death god behind him while he is holding onto Orochimaru with a sword through his chest, and a monkey who he recognizes as Inma trying to pull it out but can't because it's being controlled by Orochimaru. Naruto is about to break the barrier to try and save him, but Hiruzen stops him. No, Naruto, don't. This is my duty as Hokage to sacrifice myself for the greater good of the village. I want you to answer a question for me. Do you remember who the king of the Leaf Village is? He asks. Naruto nods with tears in his eyes. Good, I want you to continue to grow as a shinobi and protect the king of the leaf. Make sure you never lose sight of what's important to you. Inma, I want to leave the monkey contract with Naruto. I want him to give Kano Amura the contract when he becomes a genin. It will be my last and final gift to him. Inma nods at this, sad to see his longtime friend go, but understands his choice. Orochimaru, I may not have much strength left, but I can take from you what you hold dear. I'm going to take away your jutsus. He said and tightened his hold on Orochimaru. He signals the death god to seal away the arms of his former student. Orochimaru screams in pain as a spectral begins to leave his body and his arms go numb and turn purple. The death god pulls its arm from Hiruzen through his back, taking his soul with him. Hiruzen puts one last smile on his face before falling to the ground dead. The death god vanished and everyone could only stare at the lifeless body of the professor of shinobi just lying on the roof with a smile on his face. Orochimaru tells his sound 4 to drop the barrier and they do. One grabs his sword and grab him to leave. The Umbu jumped up to stop them but were cut off by a spider web shot from a 6-armed sound ninja. Naruto looked up at the retreating shinobi and locked eyes with the red head of the group. Her eyes told him she was sorry and she wanted to be saved from Orochimaru. Getting the message, Naruto nods and sees a brief sight of happiness in her eyes before they vanish. Naruto walks over to the body of his Jiji and can only look at it. He is soon joined by Jounin and Umbu as they all mourn his death. They feel a surge of chakra and look towards Naruto, who unconsciously activated his main Jakyushari Non, shocking all shinobi present. He picks up the body and vanishes. Nobody objected to him. Kakashi wanted to, but a look from Kurane stopped him in his tracks. Everyone leaves to clean up with the help of the sand ninja. After cleaning, the Jounin and Genin in the bunker are told it is safe to come out but hear the news of the Hokage falling in battle. Everyone is shocked to hear this and holds a moment of silence for him before heading out. Anko went out looking for Naruto but couldn't find him. Next day it was pouring rain and they held the funeral for the fallen leaf shinobi and sand shinobi, including the third Hokage. Everyone goes up and places a rose on the table with his picture on it. Naruto showed up but he was hanging away in the back with Jiraiya leaning on the post they were both tied to as members of Team 7. After a while the funeral was over and the sand shinobi left to return to the sand village. The sun came out and cleared up the sky. As this was going on, two figures were looking over the lead village wearing black cloaks with red clouds on them with straw hats on their heads hiding their faces. Well, I guess it survived. The village is in better condition than I thought it would be, said the taller of the two men with a sword wrapped in bandages on his back. Not long ago it was at the top of its glory. Look at it now, said the shorter of the two. You sound almost sad. Let me guess, you still have feelings for your old home, don't you? The taller one asked. No, none. The shorter man lifted his head a little bit, showing a pair of Sharingan eyes. Chapter 12, Finding Family and Finishing the Helper. 2 days after the funeral for the fallen shinobi and Hokage, all the ninja were putting in work helping fix up the village. There were no civilian casualties, however the leaf lost 100 shinobi, all Chunin, Jounin and Umbu. However they were left with one problem: the village needed a Hokage. Nobody knew who was going to take the mantle, but one thing was for sure, they did need one. Oh yeah baby, that's what I like to see, said a certain pervert sitting on top of the Hokage tower looking through binoculars at the women's side of a bathhouse. You'll never change, will you, Jiraiya? Said a voice coming up from behind him. He turned around and saw his teacher's old teammates behind him. Koharu, Homura, how may I help you today? Jiraiya asked. We have just come out of a council meeting about the next Hokage. The decision has been made that one of the Sunin should become Hokage, and since you are the only one left in the village, you have been made Hokage. Koharu said. Sorry, I'm not interested, Jiraiya said, shocking Koharu, but Homura already saw it coming. Being Hokage doesn't really fit me. I like to be free and move around, not stuck behind some desk doing paperwork all day. However, if you want a Sunin to become the Hokage, I can get you the perfect one for the job, he said. They gained a confused look on their faces. I'm talking about Tsunade, she has the brains for it. She would be a lot better than I would be, he said. While we don't have any doubts that she can do the job, she hasn't been seen in years. Nobody knows where she is, Homura replied. Don't worry about that, I can find her. After all, I'm not a spy master for nothing. So what do you say? He asked. They thought about it before Homura answered. Very well, you may go and find her. You have 1 month to get her and bring her back. If not, then you will become the Hokage. Now we will send 3 Umbu Black Ops with you for this mission, Homura said. No need for that. I already know who I'm taking with me on this mission, Jiraiya said. Who? Koharu asked. I'm taking Naruto. I have a feeling he can convince Tsunade to come back and become the Hokage, Jiraiya answered. Koharu was about to explode, but Homura spoke up. That is fine, you must leave as early as possible to find her. I wish you luck in your search, Jiraiya. He got a nod from Jiraiya, who took off to find Naruto. Why would you let that boy go with Jiraiya? He will be nothing but a distraction to the mission, Koharu said. Hiruzen trusts the boy and so should we. You need to let go of your anger towards him. He has done nothing personal to you. You can't blame him for what the fox did. It isn't right. All that hatred is bad for your health, Koharu. Hamaru said before leaving Koharu to her thoughts. She stayed there for 10 more minutes before walking away. Meanwhile, our favorite shinobi is sitting at Ichiraku's talking to Ayam. So are you sure you're okay, Ayam? He asked, worried about his sister. Yes, Naru-chan, I'm fine. The nurses at the hospital said Anko did a good job. I'll only feel a slight pain for the next couple of days. Good thing the shinobi had horrible aim a little by further down and I wouldn't be able to have any kids in the future. She said Naruto already knew about her dream of taking over the business, making it into a bigger restaurant and having at least 3 kids. Yeah, I know about your dream. So when am I going to meet this boyfriend of yours? He said, cracking his knuckles only to get hit in the head with her ladle again that appears out of nowhere. Seriously, where does she keep that thing? He thought, rubbing the lump on his head. You will not be intimidating him. But if you must know, he should be here any moment now. She said. Just then the flap opened and somebody walked in. Hello Ayam, how are you doing? Ayam turned around with Naruto and he was immediately on his guard. Something was off. He couldn't feel this guy's emotions. Then he looked at him closely. He wore a pair of shorts and a regular t-shirt. What set him off was the completely fake smile he had on his face that meant one thing. Ayam's boyfriend is a spy from Root to get close to her, to get to him. Ayam, get away from him. He said with his eyes closed. Damn it, Naruto, I said you won't be intimidating him. She said, but turned around and met his Sharingan eyes. I said move. She only nodded and went to the back. Naruto sent 3 clones with her discreetly just in case. So why is Danzo having you get close to Ayam? He asked. But he knew the guy couldn't answer. I am not at liberty to say. The Root member said. Well, that's too bad. Before the Root member could respond, Naruto already stabbed through his heart, killing him. He sealed the body in a scroll and heard Ayam scream. He rushed to the back and saw another Root Umbu trying to take Ayam away, but his clone snuck up and cut his head off. Ayam was there in shock at what was happening. Naruto walked up to her and knelt down to her. Ayam, it's me, Naruto, are you okay? He didn't get a response. She just lunges at him and holds on tightly to her. Naruto hugs her and rubs her back, telling her it was going to be okay. Do you want to stay at my house for a while? I can have Anko check up on you from time to time? He asked. She spoke up after 5 minutes of silence. I would like to, Naruto, but I'm running the shop more and more now. I think Dad may be close to retiring soon. I can't just get up and leave the shop. She said. Okay, I have a seal I want to place on you. It's like a security seal. If somebody touches you that you don't want touching, you channel chakra into the seal and your body will give off 500 volts of electricity, shocking the person and messing up their nerves. He said. Okay, put it on my shoulder. He nods and she exposes her shoulder and he places the seal on her. You can use it as much as you like. Now, the next time you get a boyfriend, I am interrogating him. She nods at this. So who were they? I mean, why did that guy attack me? She asked. He put up a privacy barrier and told her what route is and who it's run by. So you mean to tell me a member of the council has his own Umbu division illegally running but can't be confronted about it because he legally disbanded them years ago and doesn't leave a paper trail? He nods. You can usually find them because they smile like your ex-boyfriend and they look like they are trying too hard to fit in. She nods at this and will be on the lookout. Now, you didn't have sex with him, did you? Of course, that got him hit with her ladle again. No, I didn't, but if I did, it would be none of your business. She said. Seriously, Ayam, where do you keep that thing? He asked, rubbing the lump on his head. Honestly, I don't know. It's like some kind summons as you ninja would it, I guess. I mean, as much blood as I've spilled on it, I guess it just appears when I want it to. She said. That's it. Thank you, Ayam, you just helped me out big time. He took off but bumped into Jiraiya. Ow. Damn it, Gaki, watch where you're going. Anyway, I was just looking for you. We have an S-ranked mission. Pack up, we leave in an hour. We have 1 month to complete this mission. Jiraiya said. Okay, I just need to run and grab my traveling scrolls. He took off and saw Koji, Ino, Tenten and Shikamaru standing outside of his apartment. What are you guys doing here? He asked. We came to check up on you, Fishcake. Tenten said, his eye twitched at the name. Yeah, Naruto, nobody has seen you since the invasion ended. You didn't even show up to the funeral. Ino said. I was clearing my head, Panda-chan, and I was at the funeral. Ino, I was just far away in the back next to my sensei. He said. But Naruto Kurane-sensei was in the second row. Koji said. I'm not her student anymore. I've been taken on as Jiraiya of the Sunin's apprentice. Only thing is I can't take the Toad contract since my summons hate roads. He said. What summons do you have, Naruto? Shikamaru asked. Fox summons. Now I would really love to stay, but I have a mission in about 45 minutes. I need to get my stuff. He said. They nodded, and left him to pack. He arrived at the gate and saw Jiraiya waiting for him. Alright, you ready to go, Pervy Sage? He asked with a smirk. Stop calling me that. Jiraiya yelled. Anyway, let's go, we have a month to locate this person. Who are we looking for anyway? He asked. My former teammate Tsunade Senju. She was elected for the Hokage seat. Jiraiya asked, gauging his student's reaction. Okay, so where are we looking for her at? He asked. That's it, no Senju hate speech or anything. I thought all Uchiha hate the Senju clan. Jiraiya asked. Nope, in fact I only dislike one Senju, and that's Hashirama, but I'll tell you why when we find her. Naruto said. Alright. Anyway, we're heading to Tanzaku town. It's a gambling town, and if anybody knows Tsunade, it's that she loves to gamble and drink. My contacts in my spy network have spotted her recently arriving there. My guess is she is still there. Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded, and they traveled for 3 days before reaching Tanzaku town. They knew they were being followed but played it off. They found a hotel and checked in before leaving to search for Tsunade. Excuse me, but are you Jiraiya, the writer of Ika Ika? They turned around and saw a brown-skinned lady with black hair and breasts that would make any man look at them. They noticed the glazed look her eyes had and knew she was under a genjutsu, so they decided to play along. Why, yes, I am. I suppose you want an autograph. How about I autograph your 2 friends as well? He asked with a perverted giggle. Actually, I was headed back to my hotel room. I was wondering if you wanted to join me. She asked. Why, of course I could. Maybe we can create some scenes from my book. He giggled. Alright, Naruto, you just head back to the hotel room. I'll be back in a few hours. Jiraiya said. What the hell, Pervy Sage, we need to find. He was cut off. It will only be a few hours. Here, take the key and wait for me there. He handed Naruto the key and left with the lady. Stupid perv, leaving me alone so he can chase some ass. Naruto said, keeping up the act. He made it to the room and waited for 5 minutes before the 2 chakra signatures were in front of his door. Whoever it was knocked. Geez, Pervy Sage, did you have performance issues? I thought you said a few hours and not seconds. He said. They knocked again, but impatiently. Damn it, I'm coming. He exclaimed. He opened the door and saw Itaki and a fish-looking man standing at his door. Itaki, nice to see you again. Fish face, I've never seen you before. Naruto said. Naruto, we would like you to come with us. Itaki said calmly. Are you sure this is the Jinchuriki? He looks kind of small compared to what I assumed he would look like. Although he wields the Kubikaraibisho, so he must be strong. How about I cut his legs off so he can't run away? The fish-like man said. No, Kisame, we are not allowed to harm the Jinchuriki. Now Naruto, come with us, we would rather not make a scene. Itaki stated, activating his Sharingan. Naruto activates his Sharingan as well, shocking Itaki that he already had 3 tomos in his eyes. What the hell, Itaki, I thought you killed every Uchiha. Kisame said. No, I didn't kill Naruto because he was never raised in the clan and is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. I couldn't risk letting it out. He said. He activates his main Jakyu and looks Naruto in his eyes. Tsukuyomi. Naruto appeared in a world tied to a cross with Itaki. Welcome to the world of Tsukuyomi, Naruto. Here I can control whatever happens. This is the only unbreakable genjutsu known to man. Only another main Jakyu user can break it. If you want to gain the main Jakyu, you must kill your best friend like I did. Itaki said as he showed him killing Shisui. Yeah, I know how the Tsukuyomi works, Itaki. I also know that's not how Shisui died. So you can stop with the theatrics. So how is your eyesight these days, Itachi? Naruto asked. How do you know so much about the Mangekyo Sharinon? He asked. Shisui told me. Plus I have my own. He activates his Mangekyo Sharinon with his 4 Chokutomo spinning around his eyes. When did you get those? Itachi asked, shocked that Naruto already has the Mangekyo. The same time you did. So I know all about the Uchiha clan and Danzo trying to kill Shisui for his eyes. However, I don't know what his summons did with them after taking them. Don't worry, I haven't told Sasuke. I know all about what you told him, it's all he ever talks about. Now let me out before I force myself out and ruin your eyes even worse than what they already would be from using this jutsu. Itachi only nodded and released the Tsukuyomi. Back in the real world. After the Tsukuyomi ended, Itachi immediately grabbed his eyes due to the stinging sensation. Itachi, you need to be careful with those eyes of yours. That's the second time you used them today. Why is he still standing? Kisame asked, looking at Naruto standing. The Kyuubi broke him out of the Tsukuyomi. Itachi said, lying to Kisame. But how? That genjutsu is unbreakable, Kisame said. I don't know how, but we need to leave before Jiraiya shows up. I would rather not fight him. Even with your help we wouldn't win. Itachi said before they could even move. A voice yelled out. Itachi. They turned and saw Sasuke glaring at Itachi with his Sharingan active. Hey Itachi, who is this? He kind of looks like you. Kisame said. He's my brother. Stay out of this, I'll handle it. He told Kisame. Naruto looked at Kisame, who looked at him. 1500 Ryo says Sasuke charges at Itachi and tries to kill him. Naruto said. Kid, I'm not even that stupid to do something like that. 3000 says he doesn't even try to attack him, just yells at him. Kisame countered. Deal, Naruto said. They turned and looked on to see what would happen. It's like you said, Itachi. I've fostered my hatred for you. I've lived my life for one single purpose, and that is to kill you. Sasuke says as he creates a Chidori. Naruto just smacks his head. I can't believe Kakashi actually taught him that jutsu, as unstable as he is. He thought to himself. He came to when Sasuke charged at Itachi like an idiot, making Kisame sigh at losing 3000 Ryo. Itachi simply knocked the Chidori out of his hand, busting out all of the windows in the hallway. He breaks his wrist and throws him down the hall into another wall before anybody can do anything. Jiraiya appears ready to attack, but Sasuke yells out and charges Itachi again, but Itachi kicks him back down the hall, and before Sasuke can move, Itachi locked eyes with him. Tsukuyomi. 3 seconds later Sasuke passed out, but suddenly a pink substance appeared all around, making Itachi jump back. Ninja art, toad mouth trap. There's no escaping, you're in the belly of my toad jutsu. Naruto, don't move. Itachi, Kisame, it's over for you two now. Jiraiya said, as Kisame was trying to free his sword substance. Kisame, let's go. They took off running and Kisame got his sword free. Jiraiya wasn't worried since there was no escaping this jutsu, but an explosion was heard and they saw a hole in the wall with black flames on it. Amaterasu flames that burn anything it touches for 7 days and 7 nights. The only way to put them out is for the caster of the flames to put them out. Naruto said as Jiraiya was sealing the flames away. Okay, first we need to figure out what happened to him, and then. He was cut off by a kick to the face. Dynamic entry. Guy came in with a flying kick to Jiraiya's face, much to the amusement of Naruto. What the hell, Guy, why did you kick me in the face? Jiraiya asked. I am most sorry, Jiraiya-sama. I have been tasked with the youthful mission of retrieving Sasuke here, who left the village once he learned Itachi was here after he overheard us talking about it. Kakashi, Kurane and Asuma fought them but lost. Kakashi was trapped in some kind of genjutsu his Sharingan couldn't break and has been out ever since. Kurane has a few broken ribs but is relatively fine. Asuma had his arm shredded by Kisame's sword, same Hada, he was getting patched up as I left. I assume Sasuke was trapped in the same genjutsu as Kakashi. He got a nod from both Jiraiya and Naruto. Yeah, it makes finding our target more of a priority. She is the only person who can heal the effects of that genjutsu. Jiraiya said. You mean? Guy was cut off by Jiraiya. Yes, we are looking for Tsunade Senju. Guy, I need you to take Sasuke back to the village while we continue our search for Tsunade. He immediately regretted this. Do not worry, I shall not fail you, Jiraiya. If I cannot make it back to Konoha, I shall run 1000 laps on my fingers, and if I cannot do that, then I shall. Jiraiya cut him off. Guy, just go, he said, while pinching his nose. Yosh onwards with the flames of youth. Guy says and takes off. Alright, now that he's gone, we can continue our search for Tsunade. She's still in town, so let's go. He looked at Naruto, who narrowed his eyes. What is it? He asked. I made a bet with Kisame and won. He took off without paying me. Jiraiya simply fell to the ground at this. You made a bet with an S-ranked shinobi who is out to capture you. He got a nod. Kisame, I know you can hear me. I want my money. He yelled out as soon as he said that a kunao with 3000 ryo was stuck in the wall next to his face. He pulled the kunao off and counted the money. Thank you. Another kunao with nothing on it hit the wall again. Okay, I got my money, let's go. With that, they searched for Tsunade. It's been 3 days since they've been searching. They searched all day until they got hungry. Let's go in here and grab something to eat, Jiraiya said, pointing at a bar. Naruto shrugged and followed him in. They entered and Jiraiya spotted who they had been looking for. Tsunade, he yelled, causing the blonde to look up at him. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? She asked. Actually, I'm looking for you. You certainly haven't changed a bit since the last time I saw you. When was it exactly when you rejected my love and left? He said, but Naruto could sense a bit of sadness from him. Naruto got a good look at Tsunade. She had on a grey sleeveless blouse shirt and her hair was in 2 pigtails that went past the front of her shoulders, and she had 2 bangs that framed her face. His gaze went lower and noticed the size of her breasts. They were easily the biggest out of everyone around. He doubted anybody would be able to match her in that department. But then he noticed she was using a henge to hide her appearance. So he decided to ask her. Granny Tsunade, why do you wear a henge to hide the way you look? He asked bluntly. What did you just call me? Jiraiya, why don't you teach this Kaki some manners before I beat some into him? She said with a tick mark. Oh please, pervy sage has worse manners than I do, Naruto said. Stop calling me that, Jiraiya yelled, causing everyone in the bar to look at their table. See, he even yells in a public place. Who does something like that? Anyway, can you just answer my question? He asked. No, now Jiraiya, who is he and why are you here? She asked, making Naruto pout at not getting his question answered, which Tsunade and the lady sitting next to her chuckled at. Naruto heard the second chuckle and looked at the lady. She had short black hair that was just above her shoulders and she wore a bluish black kimono. He travels lower, and her breast, if he had to guess, were a B cup, maybe even C cup. She also had a pet pig with a necklace pearls on. I'm sorry I didn't notice you there, who are you? He asked. I'm Shizune, Lady Tsunade's apprentice. Who are you? Shizune asked. I'm Naruto Uchiha, nice to meet you, he said. You're a lot different than the Uchiha I remember -1. Tsunade said. I was never raised by the Uchiha clan. I may have the same bloodline, but I don't consider myself an Uchiha. I don't even wear the Uchiha emblem, he said. Okay, anyway Tsunade, we need you to come back to the village. You were selected to be the next Hokage and we need your medical experience to heal some ninja, Jiraiya said. Yeah, I heard that Sound invaded Konoha during the Chunin exams and Sensei sacrificed himself. Orochimaru told me himself, she said. What did he want with you? Jiraiya asked seriously. You could feel the tension in the air. Nothing much, just stopping by to say hello, she said. You're lying, Naruto spoke up. I can tell I have the same emotion sensing ability as Mito Uzumaki, who, if I remember correctly, would be your grandmother, he said. Tsunade, what does Orochimaru want you for? Jiraiya asked again. I can't tell you, I'm sorry Jiraiya. But as for becoming Hokage, I'll pass. You know how I feel about that position. It's a fool's job and only guarantees death in the end. I don't want it, so you can take your offer and leave, she said harshly at the end. I'm sorry Granny Tsunade, but I can't agree with you on the Hokage thing. You see, being Hokage is my dream and I would want my name up there with the greats of the village. Granted, I openly dislike the first Hokage for being a naive fool, however everybody after him I respect a great deal. I get it, you're one of the legendary Sunin and the world's greatest medic. But wouldn't it be even better that if you became the first female Kage ever? Think of all the little girls you will inspire, even more than them just wanting to become a medic of your caliber. Think about it, you can become known as the person who led Konoha out of the darkness it is heading into. Besides, I highly doubt you want Danzo running your grandfather's village. He finishes to gauge her response and could tell she was in deep thought. She spoke up. Jiraiya, is he your new apprentice? She asked. Yes, but I can't give him the Toad contract since he has the Fox contract already. He said, getting a nod from Tsunade. You've made a good choice after Minato. She said with a small smile. You knew my dad? Naruto asked. Your dad? I never knew Minato had a kid. She said. She froze. Nobody noticed it. Yeah, him and Kiyomi are his parents. Jiraiya said. Yup, those were my parents. Although since I got a good look at you now, you kind of share some similarities to my father. Naruto states. Tsunade froze and Jiraiya noticed this and decided to ask about it later. Oh yeah, similar how? Tsunade asked. Well, for one is the blonde hair. Plus both of your facial structures are kind of similar in eye shape, but he doesn't have the hazel eyes like you do. Naruto said. I have a grandson. Tsunade thought. She got up with tears in her eyes and walked to Naruto and pulled him into a hug, something he was confused at but returned anyway. Jiraiya, pay for the food, all of you come back to my hotel room, we need to talk. She said, wiping tears from her face. They all nod and after Jiraiya pays they head up to her room, which was a connecting room, so it was enough room for all of them. Okay, I need a privacy barrier. Tsunade said. Jiraiya tells Naruto to make it and he does. Okay Jiraiya, do you remember when the second shinobi war was over and I was heartbroken about losing Dan and Nawaki? He nodded. Do you remember what we did that night? She asked. Yeah, I remember. I also remember you being gone the morning after. He said. Okay, I'm sorry about leaving, it's just that was my first time and I didn't know how to react. I woke up early and left as fast as I could. She said. You could have waited for me to wake up. I was head over heels for you. Despite me being a pervert, I saved myself for you and was happy it happened, but then all that happiness went away and ever since then I've been sleeping around with random women. Jiraiya said angrily. Okay, I get it Jiraiya, I messed up your life. Just listen, after that night I started to feel sick and checked myself. It turned out I was pregnant and I knew you were the father. I tried looking for you but Sensei told me you left to travel the world. 9 months later Minato was born and I couldn't take care of him. I left him in the orphanage with Sensei occasionally giving me letters from him. He knew who I was, but I don't know if he figured out you were his father. He tried to get me to come back to the Leaf but I just couldn't. I didn't know if you were there and I wasn't ready to face you. So I would make up some random C-ranked mission and request Minato, making up that I've heard about him and his skills and only trust him with the mission. It was always a 3-week-long mission. We spent 3 weeks together. Every time Shizu knew Minato he was like her older brother. Anyway, I told Minato to only tell me about his child after they are born because I know miscarriages can happen. Minato died and I never got word that he had a kid, so I stayed gone. I was proud of Minato for becoming Hokage, but he died shortly after achieving his goal. She was crying at this point. She looked at Naruto. You look just like him except with black hair, but you have your mother's face. Lady Tsunade, you have hazel eyes and Jiraiya has black eyes. Naruto and Minato have blue eyes. Where did they come from? Shizun asked. My grandmother Mito Uzumaki has blue eyes. I guess the genes skipped me and went to Minato, who passed them on to Naruto. She said. Jiraiya, I'm sorry for not telling you, I just couldn't find you and didn't know what to say if I ever found you. Jiraiya said nothing for a few seconds. He sighed and spoke up. I guess it's alright Tsunade, I mean I did get to spend 12 years of my life with my son, I guess. Although I do wish we could have raised him as a family. He said. So you aren't my godfather, instead you're my grandfather. Naruto said and Jiraiya and Tsunade nodded. Sweet so pervy sage, I have a question. He said. Jiraiya's eye twitched at the name. You're never going to stop calling me that, are you? He got a head shake from Naruto. Okay, what's your question? He asked. Was your book Ika one night stand about you and Granny Tsunade? If so, that's disgusting. I don't want to know my grandmother was that flexible. He said. Jiraiya, you didn't write a book about me, did you? Tsunade asked with a sickly sweet smile. Jiraiya tried to escape but forgot about the barriers and got the beating of a lifetime. She then turned to Naruto with the same smile. How do you know about that book, Naruto? She asked. Sit down, I guess you should know about my life. It's not like I knew what I was reading. She sat down and Jiraiya, who was magically healed, sat at the table. So Naruto told them about his life in the orphanage, meeting the Ichirakus, Shisui, and Samui. He told them about his time as a genin. Okay, so you taught yourself how to read from Jiraiya's books, met Shisui and Samui after a mob beating, met the clan heirs, met Anko, and removed two of arguably the hardest seals ever. Tsunade asked. Naruto nodded. Okay, anything else? He scratched the back of his head like Minato would do. Well, you see. He said and started to explain about releasing the Kyuubi and him getting the fox contract and the dragon contract. Are you crazy? Why would you trust Kyuubi? It's a being of malice and hate. Jiraiya said. Actually, the Kyuubi isn't normally being of hate and malice. It's actually why I dislike Hashirama, Mito and Kushina. He then goes on to explain the reason the Kyuubi attacked Hashirama, with Madara controlling it and him and Mito knowing about the genjutsu and then still deciding to seal it away. He told them how Hashirama decided to hunt the other tailed beasts on his own while they were just minding their business, and how hypocritical Mito and Kushina were when it came to Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. So you see, all of these wars about who has the strongest village and people being used as weapons and the creation of Jinchuriki. It's all Hashirama and Mito's fault. Now my goal in life is the opposite of the Akatsuki. I want to free the tailed beasts and put a seal on them so they can never be sealed again. All of this war is pointless and unnecessary. Oh yeah, and I want a family, give you both some great grandkids to spoil. He said. His grandparents had smiles on their faces at that. Although Hashirama and Mito are family, I can't help but agree with you. Tsunade said, shocking everyone there. Lady Tsunade, are you sure? I mean, how can you even say that? Shizune asked. Remember Shizune, I'm a human lie detector. It's literally impossible to lie to me. Naruto said. Speaking of which, why did Orochimaru seek you out, Granny? She sighed at being called that again. He wants me to heal his arms and promises to bring back Noeki and Dan from the dead. All I needed was 2 human sacrifices. But I can tell he was lying. Even his little apprentice that was with him couldn't hide the greed. I knew they would either try to kill me or capture me if I even was going to help him. She said. His apprentice, did he have silver hair and spectacles on? She nodded. His name is Kabuto. I fought him during the Chunin, could have killed him if we didn't need him to figure out Orochimaru's plan for being in the Chunin exams. I guess I'll have to finish what I started. Do you have any weakness they can use against you in the fight, since it will be 2-on-1? He asks. Tsunade froze up and Shizune answered. She has a fear of blood after witnessing Dan and Noeki dying in front of her. Other than that, she kept up with her training since Minato asked her once to keep training so nobody can get the drop on her. She said. How long until you have to meet Orochimaru? Jiraiya asked. We have 2 days left. Tsunade said. Damn it, that's not enough time to get you over your fear of blood. Jiraiya said. Actually, there is pervy sage. Naruto said. Jiraiya immediately refused. Hell no, you're not doing what I think you want to do, no questions asked. He said. What is he trying to do, Jiraiya? Shizune asked. He wants to place her in a genjutsu from his main Jakyusharinan that lasts 3 seconds in the real world but 3 days in the genjutsu. The cost is every time he uses it he loses his eyesight. He said. Come on pervy sage, I haven't really used my main Jakyu a lot, so my eyesight is still perfect. It only gets bad once my eyes start to get cloudy and everything is blurry, but clearly my eyes are as bright as the day I was born, so I can do it. Plus we have the world's greatest medic and her apprentice, plus my healing ability left by the Kyuubi, so I can handle it. he said. Jiraiya thought about it for 5 minutes and agreed to it. Okay fine, but as soon as you're done you can't use your eyes unless you are training with the techniques. He got a nod from Naruto, who activated his main Jakyushari non. Shizun, do you think you can heal her brain after this is over with? I might have to do it more than once. He said. Yeah, I can. I've healed people who fell victim to attack as genjutsu. It was the exact same thing you just described from what the people told me. She said. Okay, thank you. Granny Tsunade, can you look at me? He asks as she shakily looks up at him. Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi world. Kukyuku Tsunade, you've failed again, you could have saved Naruto, now look at him, Orochimaru said as he pointed at Naruto bleeding out. Tsunade stood there frozen at this, and this went on for 3 days in the world until it ended. She made some progress, she only froze slightly but never made an attempt to go near it. Real world. The genjutsu ended and Shizun healed Tsunade, who was still asleep from the genjutsu. She woke up groggily but Naruto immediately did it again. Tsukuyomi. This time on the 3rd day she didn't even hesitate to heal him and Naruto woke up in the Tsukuyomi and thanked her. Then genjutsu ended and Shizun healed Tsunade again. After she woke up, Naruto cut his palm and held it out to Tsunade, who instantly healed it, much to her own shock. They explained what happened to her and why she didn't hesitate. They each cut their hand and the same result happened. They came up with a plan and just talked for the next hour before going to sleep. 2 days later, Tsunade was at the meeting spot and Orochimaru appeared. Kabuto was hanging back. Tsunade knew he was there and was counting on it. So Tsunade, have you decided to help me or not? Orochimaru asked. If I heal you, can you really bring them back? She asked him. He nodded and lifted his arms slightly so she could heal them. Her hands glow green as she walks towards them, but Kabuto throws a kunao in the ground. Kabuto, what are you doing? Orochimaru asked. That jutsu isn't going to heal your arms, it was going to kill you. Kabuto said. Kukyuku Tsunade, I thought you wanted to see your lover and brother again? Oh well, Kabuto, kill her. Kabuto nodded but had to jump back as she punched the ground where he was standing. He and Orochimaru jumped away to a clearing and Tsunade gave chase. She landed in the clearing. Kabuto went through hand signs and activated his chakra scalpels and tried to get Tsunade with the headhunter jutsu, but only going to cut her ankles, but she jumped away and sent another punch toward the ground which Kabuto dodged. She jumped at him going for a flying kick, but he disappeared and reappeared to her side and tried to cut her bicep and the back of his thigh, but to his shock she disappeared and delivered a punch to his jaw, shattering it and sending him flying into a boulder. He lays there for 15 seconds healing his broken jaw. He got up and disappeared and used his chakra scalpels to cut her tendons in the arm, her chest, and her ankle, but she let him get those hits. Have to avoid anything vital, we can't have you dying yet. Still, you won't be moving anytime soon though. As soon as he finished talking, she vanished and chopped him in the neck. Orochimaru is standing off to the side wondering why Kabuto hasn't finished her yet. He knew she hasn't been training. But in actuality she has been and actually learned some ninjutsu, but made a shocking discovery. Kabuto got up to his knees but couldn't move his body anymore and he didn't know why. I scrambled your nerves if you're wondering why you can't move your body properly. She said and delivered a spinning back fist to his face, sending him flying and crashing into the ground. He figured out how to move his body and pulled out a kunao and ran at her. I heard you fear the sight of blood. Let's put it to the test, shall we? He said. She let him get close and he cut her arm. She faked like she was scared. He kicked her away. You're a disgrace to all medics around. Afraid of blood, it's a part of what we do. You should be ashamed of yourself, Tsunade. He gets ready to kill her but he doesn't see the smirk on her face. As soon as he gets close she uppercuts him, sending him flying through the air and landing hard on the ground. She drops a smoke bomb and Naruto, Shizun, and Jiraiya appear. Kukyuka, what a reunion. All 3 of the legendary Sunin together again. It almost warms my heart, and you've brought Naruto a shame I can't have your body for my own. Orochimaru said, licking his lips. What the fuck dude, you're a pedophile too. I'm 13 and you're talking about taking my body for your own. I need an adult. Naruto said. I know I'm attractive but I'm sorry dude, I like women. Besides, isn't that why you have 4 eyes over there? He pointed at Kabuto, who managed to heal himself. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizun were struggling to keep their laughter in. Orochimaru could only grit his teeth at this. Kabuto, leave Tsunade and Jiraiya to me. Take Naruto and Shizune. Orochimaru said. Seriously, you send Kabuto after me? Do you not remember what I did to him at the Chunin exams and he was going all out? I mean, I'm almost as strong as you guys. He said, pointing at the three Sunin. I want this over quickly. Shizune, I know you can fight, but you are more suited for medical. Do you mind if I handle him myself? He asked. Sure, go ahead, Naruto. She said. Thanks. He said from behind Kabuto. Everybody was shocked, nobody saw him move. He then kicked Kabuto in the back of the head, sending him flying, and chased after him. Naruto started to punch and kick him. Everything was hitting Kabuto, who was confused since he thought he was blocking everything. What he didn't know was that since Naruto had his Sharingan activated and kept casting a genjutsu to make him see everything in the opposite direction. While this was going on, Tsunade and Shizune were staring in shock that Naruto was beating Kabuto so easily. Jiraiya, how strong is he really? Tsunade asked. He wasn't lying when he said he is almost as strong as us. I mean, we are all cage level shinobi and he is at low Sunin level, maybe even mid Sunin level now. I'm afraid your friend is as good as dead, Orochimaru. Jiraiya said, watching Naruto pick Kabuto up by the neck and punch him relentlessly in the face before dropping him and kicking him away. It's a bit brutal, don't you think? Shizune asked. No, it's not. Naruto is doing this because Kabuto played a part in our sensei's death, and given how close the two were, Naruto is making sure Kabuto can't hurt anybody close to him again. But if you feel Naruto there is no hate or malice coming from him, I don't know how he does it, but it makes him a greater shinobi than I ever could have been. Jiraiya said. All of them were shocked, even Orochimaru. He couldn't lose Kabuto, so he rushed at Naruto, but Naruto felt him coming and turned around, trapping him in paralyzing Sharingan genjutsu. It's just like what Ataka did to me. Damn it, I fell for it again. Naruto made a clone to finish Orochimaru off, but Kabuto intercepted the clone and destroyed it, freeing Orochimaru from the genjutsu, who had to jump back from a sky kick that Tsunade used and broke the ground underneath her. Soon Jiraiya and Tsunade started fighting Orochimaru, who was having difficulty since he couldn't use his arms. I need to summon Manda. He thought. Kabuto, it's time. He yelled. Kabuto nodded and jumped to Orochimaru and swiped some of Orochimaru's blood from his wounds on a summoning tattoo and summoned Manda and a battle snake with his own blood to fight Naruto. Tsunade and Jiraiya both summon their boss summons to take on Manda. Katsuyu, it's good to see you again. Gamabunta said. Likewise, Gamabunta, it's been far too long. Katsuyu replies. Well, if it isn't the weaker and lesser summons Gamabunta and Katsuyu. Manda said. Orochimaru, I demand 100 sacrifices after this fight is over. Orochimaru nodded and Manda charged at Gamabunta and Katsuyu. While Kabuto went after Naruto with his battle snake. Naruto, seeing this, bites his thumb and goes through hand signs of his own. Summoning jutsu. Out of the smoke comes a giant 8-tailed fox a bit smaller than Kurama. Ah, you must be young Naruto. Kurama and Scarlet have told me much about you. I am Narumi, Kurama's mate. How can I help you today, kid? Narumi asks. Can you take out that battle snake for me, and if you'd like, after you defeat it you can go take on Manda if you want, but don't attack Gamabunta, he's on our side. Naruto said. I can do that for you, Naruto, just hop off my head, I tend to get wild. Narumi said. Naruto jumps off her head and she immediately charges the snake, making Kabuto jump off, but he was met by Naruto as soon as he landed. Naruto started to beat him again and Kabuto couldn't focus his healing chakra fast enough to heal his wounds, so he was feeling the effects of every punch and kick thrown his way. After a while Naruto got bored of this and hit Kabuto with a Rasengan, but was slightly shocked when he stood up, but figured he added all his chakra into the area of his attack to cancel out some damage. Nice job focusing enough chakra to the center of your stomach. However, you are completely drained, you should have waited and used your remaining chakra to heal yourself after the Rasengan hit you. Now it's time for you to die. He used his water manipulation to create whips of water to hold onto Kabuto's arms and legs. He creates a Rasengan in his hand, but to everyone's shock it continues to grow to the size of a fully blown up balloon. It's over for you, Kabuto. Naruto said. Kabuto tried to speak, but Naruto used his water manipulation to create a water prison over Kabuto's head, drowning him in the process. Giant Rasengan. Naruto shoves the giant Rasengan into Kabuto's gut and it grinds into him until it tore through his stomach, and Naruto released the water manipulation and Kabuto was sent flying through the boulders behind him. Naruto walked up to him and made sure he was dead. He wanted to make sure. Orochimaru looked on in shock that his right hand was killed so brutally he needed to make a retreat, so he sent Manda back to the summons world. "I'll be back and I'm going to kill you, Naruto," he said as he started to sink into the ground. Naruto, Tsunade, and Jiraiya release their summons as well. "So Naruto, you feel better knowing one person involved in Sensei's death is gone?" Jiraiya asks. "Yeah, I am, but it's still more out there," he responded. "Yeah, you have Orochimaru and his Sound 4 that held the barrier, right?" Jiraiya asked. "No, not all of the Sound 4, he said. "What do you mean? I thought you would want them all dead," Jiraiya said. "No, it was a redhead girl in the group. When I looked up at her eyes, she had a look that said she didn't want to do it and was sorry, but also she wanted away from Orochimaru. It was if she was being held there against her will," he said. "Wow, I wonder where he found her," Shizune said. "It doesn't matter. When we get back to Konoha, when the opportunity presents itself, Naruto, you have permission to bring any and all Uzumaki you find back to Konoha," Tsunade said. "So that means you're accepting the Hokage position, Granny Tsunade?" Naruto asked. "I wish you would stop calling me that. But yes, I am taking the Hokage position," he said. Everyone cheered. "You still haven't answered my question from earlier. Why do you wear a henge to hide your appearance?" Naruto asked. "It's because she looks old and wrinkly underneath it," Jiraiya said, and got a kick to his balls courtesy of Tsunade. "But how can she be old and wrinkly? She has Uzumaki genes and she should have stopped aging at about 30. Hell, I bet if you tried you could have another baby," Naruto said. Everyone was in shock at what he said. Tsunade gave it a shot, releasing the henge she's had on since she found a gray hair. When the smoke cleared, she looked relatively the same except a couple bags under her eyes from a lack of sleep, and that one gray hair she had was no longer there. She did a scan over her body and to her shock she still could have kids if she wanted. "I don't believe it. You're still as beautiful if not more than you were with the henge," Jiraiya said. Tsunade blushed lightly at this and Naruto caught it and smirked. "Thank you, Jiraiya," she said. "So are you guys going to get back together or what?" Naruto asked. "Hell no, I do not want to be with that pervert," Tsunade said. "You know you can't lie to me, right?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya then scooped Tsunade up bridal style and took off. "Don't come back to the room until about 10 p.m. he yelled, and Tsunade slapped him but didn't argue with him. What can she say? It's been a while since she had some. In fact, Jiraiya was her only time. Naruto looked at a watch he had and it was only 2 p.m. "So what should we do for the next 8 hours? he asked Shizune. "What do you mean? You don't think she will go along with it, do you?" she asked. She didn't argue and gave him light slap. "So I would guess that room is going to smell like sweat, sex, and alcohol," he said. "So wanna play some games at the fair and get some food?" Shizune shrugged, and that's what they did for 8 hours. They played games and ate food. They returned to their room and Tsunade was glowing. "Well, looks like you two had fun. From the smell in the room I'd say you just got done maybe 20 minutes ago," Naruto said. "How do you know what sex smells like, Naruto?" Tsunade said. "I grew up in the red light district. I'm like a little brother to the laddies in the brothel houses there. Hell, I've seen that pink-haired council member working there before," he said. "Okay, can we stop talking about this? It's uncomfortable," Shizune pleaded. "Shizune, have you ever even done it before? I mean, I know I'm one to talk, but I'm 13. What's your excuse?" Naruto asked. "If you must know, I'm waiting for the right guy to come by. I haven't met him yet. But I'm too busy working and the guys I have met only want to get in my pants," she said. "Okay, fair enough. So how about this, if you let me set you up with somebody, he may be a few years younger than you. I think you'll like him, if not I'll pay you 20,000 ryo. Deal?" Naruto asked. "Deal," Shizune said, and they shook on it. "Great, now can we go to sleep?" I'm tired and we have a 3-day trip back. Everybody looked at him. What? He asked. Why can't we just fly on your dragons? We still have 3 weeks left in the mission, Naruto. Jiraiya said. Oh yeah, you're right, but I'm not trusting Danzo to not do something while we're gone, so we leave in a week, is that fair? He asked. They thought it over and nodded. So for the next week they all bonded and Jiraiya paid off all of Tsunade's debt, which was a lot but didn't put a dent in his account. Shizune and Naruto bonded the most due to Jiraiya and Tsunade going out on dates every day. Shizune even got to calling Naruto her little brother and Naruto called her his big sister. The week was over and now Naruto was about to summon a dragon to take them home. Summoning Jutsu. Out of the giant puff of smoke, a dragon with silver skin that looked like armor and 4 gems along its neck with 3 on the body and huge silver wings appeared. Greetings Naruto, I am called Neji, the fastest dragon outside the boss and elder. I am mainly used for transport, how can I be of service? Neji asked. Can you take us about an hour of travel from Konoha? Neji nods and lowers his head for them to climb on. Once they are secure he takes off to the skies. Naruto, why are we only going an hour outside of Konoha? Jiraiya asked. Because I don't want the village to know about my contract with the dragons, and plus Neji is like 200 feet long. I don't think the villagers would be too pleased about him just landing in the middle of the village. He said. He gets a nod from Jiraiya. They land an hour away from the village and Naruto thanks Neji, who disappeared in a puff of smoke. They walked the rest of the way and made it to the gate where the eternal gate guards were sleeping. Tsunade went to punch them but Naruto stopped her. Ever since the invasion they haven't left this post and haven't even gone home, they've been here for about 3 weeks straight. He said and she nodded. Shizune walked over and woke up Izumo. Yeah, welcome to Konoha, I need to see your passes please. Izumo asked, wiping the sleep out of his eyes. Jiraiya and Naruto returning from an S-class mission with Tsunade Senju, Shizune Kaito, and Taunton. Jiraiya said as soon as Izumo heard the name he stood and bowed, but it was a little too hard and his head went through the desk. Oh sorry Jiraiya-sama, Lady Tsunade, I didn't recognize you, please go ahead. Izumo answered, but then he looked at Shizune, who blushed at being stared at. He waved Naruto over and whispered. Yo Naruto, who's the babe with the black hair? Introduce me, will ya? He said. Shizune, this is Izumo, one of the Eternal Gate guards. He's single, hasn't had a girlfriend, and is the guy I was talking about. Now Izumo, Shizune will meet you at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant later at about 8, so don't be late. With that he walked into the village next to Tsunade and Jiraiya. Shizune was still at the gate talking to Izumo. As they were walking Naruto noticed he didn't get as many glares and chalked it up to him being with 2 of the legendary Sunin. However, his efforts during the invasion, killing off many sound shinobi and blank-masked Umbu, gained him much respect in the eyes of the villagers. They made it to the council room where she had to get voted in. Alright, as promised I brought back Tsunade Senju for the title of Hokage. Jiraiya said with Naruto standing next to him. He has to leave. One of the civilian council members said. Actually he doesn't, since he was on the mission. Jiraiya states. Yes, that's fine, can we get this over with now? My feet are hurting for traveling 3 days straight. Tsunade said. It was a lie, but they didn't need to know that. We are here to vote if Tsunade Senju is to become the next Hokage. Hamaru said. By a vote of hands we shall determine if she will become Hokage. Now all those for her becoming the 5th Hokage. All the clan heads and civilian council raised their hands, as well as Homura and Koharu. All those against it. Only Danzo raised his hand and spoke. I don't think we should have her as Hokage. She hasn't been seen in years in the village and could have been working with the enemy for all we know. Plus rumors have it that she has a huge gambling debt. We can't have someone that has debt collectors after her as Hokage. I think we should choose someone else. He said before anybody could agree with him. Naruto spoke up. Too bad nobody cares about what you think, you one-eyed pedophile. The vote has already gone through and you can't change it. The only person who can is the Fire Daimyo, and we both know he values the Senju name more than someone's pathetic temper tantrum. However, if you really want to take the Hokage position for yourself, you're more than welcome to fight me on her behalf for it. He finished activating his Sharingan. Tsunade and Shizune, who just entered the chambers, snickered at what he called Danzo. He said nothing in response, just gritted his teeth. Very well, as of now the new Hokage will be Tsunade Senju. The coronation will be held in 2 hours. Hamaru said and ended the meeting. 2 hours later Tsunade was sworn in as Hokage, and as her first job as Hokage she went to heal Kakashi and Sasuke and take a look at Lee, who was still in the hospital after his fight with Naruto during the Chunin exams. Kakashi was first. She walked in the room and healed him. He woke up and she spoke. Seriously, you're known as Kakashi of the Sharingan. One would think you know better than to look a Sharingan user in the eye. He looked down and she left. Naruto led her to Sasuke's room. When they reached the door they heard a sucking noise. Jiraiya started giggling like the pervert he is, as he knew that sound. Naruto just sighed. Not again, he said. What is it, Naruto? Shizune said. Nothing, Shizune, you'll find out why after I say a certain name, he said. Tsunade knocked on the door and a popping sound was heard and covers moving around. Somebody cleared their throat and spoke. Come in, the voice said. Naruto, Shizune, Tsunade, and Jiraiya entered the room to see a blushing Sakura with her messy hair. Before anybody could speak, Naruto spoke up. Hey Spitter, getting your daily dosage, I see. At that Jiraiya busts out laughing while Tsunade and Shizune blush at what he means and understood what she was in here doing. Okay, I'm gonna heal him so you can get back to whatever it was you were doing, Tsunade said. She quickly heals Sasuke and left with everybody else, not wanting to see what happens next. Sure enough, once the door closed the sucking noise continued. She made it to the room Lee was in and checked him over. Alright Lee, you'll have to be patient. Your injury is worse than you thought, on top of the injuries from using 5 of the 8 gates when your body isn't ready for that yet. You also have bone fragments in multiple parts of your body. Surgery now will most likely kill you, so I'm going to do some research for the next couple of months and try something so the survival rate of your surgery is more in your favor, alright? She said. Lee only nodded his head at that. After she checked Lee, they went to the Hokage's office when Naruto immediately threw a kunao in the ceiling, and at the plant that was in the corner of the room out from both places fell a blank masked Umbu from the root division. Thank you, Naruto, I'll make sure to have a sensor in my Umbu guard. Now I have to go through all the paperwork for the Chunin exams and rebuilding of the village. You wouldn't happen to know a way to get this done quicker, would you? She asked with puppy dog eyes. He shook his head at his grandmother's antics but answered. Shadow clones, but only use 3 or 4 so memories don't get mixed up. Release them one at a time every 30 seconds for the memories to settle in, he said. She hugged him and gave him a kiss on the forehead. I will, now get out of here. I have to look through the results of the Chunin exams and the invasion to see if there were any recommendations for a field promotion or not. I'll have the results next week, she said. Naruto left and Shizune went to set up her office. Mina quit after the death of Hiruzen. She didn't feel right working for another Hokage, and Tsunade understood that. Jiraiya stayed back for a while before leaving. Okay Tsunade, I'm off to check on my contacts. I'll be back in a month to check in on everything. Also in 6 months I want to take Naruto on a training trip for 2.5 years, he said. What will you be teaching him during the next 2.5 years, Jiraiya? She asked. Everything from ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, hell even my spy network, just in case something happens to me or I decide to retire, Jiraiya said. Alright, but can you stay for a little while longer? I'm not going to see you for a whole month, she said. He nodded, and sat back on the couch where she joined him. They talked on the couch and cuddled up for another 2 hours before he left. She gave him a kiss and he jumped out the window. She created her shadow clones and began to work on the paperwork. A week later all the Chunin, Jounin senseis, and Genin-Lee, were in the Hokage's office for the results of the Chunin exams and the invasion for everybody who got a promotion. Now all of you are here today for the results of the Chunin exams and who was recommended for a promotion, as well as any field promotions for actions during the war, Tsunade said. Now during the Chunin exams, since only Naruto fought in the finals, I don't really have anything to go on, so I had to rely on the exhibition round matches and the invasion. First up, Shikamaru Nara, the Jounin and Chunin were impressed by your tactical thinking and plan making during the invasion. Also they talked about how you showed great leadership like your father did at your age, but better. I hereby grant you the rank of Chunin, she said. He walked up and received his Chunin vest and bowed before returning to the line. Next up for promotion, Shino Abarame like Shikamaru, the Chunin, and Jounin were impressed by your leadership skills and ability to remain calm during the fight with sound shinobi as well as your abilities in helping Shikamaru strategize. I grant you the rank of Chunin. Shino stepped forward and like Shikamaru he bowed and received his vest. Next is not a promotion, however I noticed Tenten the Umbu captain and commander were both impressed by your use of weapons during the Chunin exams and invasion, mainly your versatility in using them. However they want you to add some ninjutsu to your arsenal and become a Chunin, and you will have an Umbu invitation waiting for you. Tenten was shocked and could only nod. Koji Akimichi, you were recommended for a field promotion to Chunin, however the Jounin and Chunin feel that it would be best for you to try the Chunin exams again when they come up again. But they are pretty high on you, and if you do good on your upcoming missions I may promote you myself. She said, and Koji nodded. Ino and Sakura the Jounin and Chunin were disappointed in both of your performances during the invasion, more so Sakura than Ino. Ino, you at least tried to fight off 4 sound shinobi despite you knowing you wouldn't win, but they were disappointed by how easily you gave up, but they chalked it up to your low chakra reserves. They did however say you show great promise and recommend you get serious and take the Chunin exams again. Ino nodded. Sakura, I don't even know how you became a shinobi. Your skills are horrible. You haven't improved, and from reports before the Chunin exams you never tried to improve at all. During the invasion you were refusing to fight and were quoted saying, "It is not my job to fight, I am a girl." Newsflash, I fought in a war, I am a girl as well. Once you put on the headband you are sworn in to fight for the leaf. I don't know what happened, but the only real kunoichi in this room besides myself, Shizun the Chunin and Jounin are Tenten and Hinata. You have 3 months to improve or you are going to be kicked from the shinobi program. Tsunade said. She didn't even wait for a response. Hinata Hyuga the Jounin, watching you were impressed by your Byakugan tracking skills. They say you can see further than most Jounin within your clan. They say you provided medical treatment with some ointment you made yourself that I would like to look at sometime. They would have recommended you for Chunin, however they say your taijutsu style is still incomplete, so when you finish and it is at a level worthy of Chunin they recommend a test before you are promoted. Hinata nodded at this. Niji Hyuga, you were not recommended for a promotion. You have the skills and brains for a Chunin, however you do it have the right attitude to become a Chunin yet. Get your attitude fixed and retake the Chunin exams next time. They believe you won't spend much time as a Chunin anyway, so get your attitude in check and you retake the Chunin exams. Tsunade said, and Niji bowed. Kiba and Yazuka, you are not even recommended for the Chunin rank or anything. You were said to be arguing against orders and trying to get with some of the civilian girls your age while in the bunker. It also states that if you weren't physically stopped you would have forced yourself on them. Now I had a punishment for you, however your mother and sister will be waiting at home for your punishment. Tsunade said and smirked when Kiba paled at that. Suzuki Uchiha. Said boy stepped forward with his chest puffed out and head held high. I suggest you deflate your chest and lower your head. The reports on you are worse. Abandoning your post during the invasion, which resulted in more than one civilian getting injured due to sound ninja getting through. Also you left the village without permission to fight your brother when you heard he was around looking for Naruto. That reminds me, Kakashi, what the hell were you thinking teaching an unstable boy the Chidori? Tsunade asked. All Jounin present were shocked that he actually taught him that. Well, he reminds me so much of myself at his age that I figured he was meant to learn it. I wouldn't have taught him it if I didn't think he could handle it. He said, not reading his book for once. So you teach an unstable genin who was well known as being unstable, an assassination technique, and a horrible one at that. Tsunade stated. I'm sorry Lady Tsunade, but the Chidori is the perfect assassination technique, so I'll have to disagree with you on that. Kakashi said. Really? Naruto, can you create your jutsu for me? She asked. Naruto nodded, and 1 second later his lightning edge was in his hand, but unlike the Chidori his was red and made no sound. That Kakashi is the perfect assassination technique. It makes no noise so you can't hear it a mile away. You also don't need a running start for it to be effective. She said. Now Sasuke, for your actions you are suspended for a year from any and all ninja activities. This also means training. She said. He tried to argue, but Naruto slapped a silencing seal on him. Now Naruto Uchiha, you were recommended for the Chunin position as well as Lee during the exhibition rounds, however Lee will have to wait until after his surgery. You did a number on his body, but in a few weeks I should be able to perform his surgery without any complications. Now during the war you are responsible for taking out squads of sound shinobi while also taking out the snake summons that were supposed to do damage with your fox summons. What was their names again? She asked. They never told me their individual names. I just know they are called the Omega Brothers. Separate the three of them can take on a squad of battle summons themselves, however together they are rumored to be able to actually push the boss summons of the foxes into using over 75% of his power if they work together, and I've told you how strong the boss fox was. Naruto said. Okay, also you were said to have taken on a squad of blank masked umbu also tasked with the intention of capturing you or killing you. You've done a lot during the war that even the fire daimyo has taken a notice of you. She said, shocking everyone including Asuma, as he knew what could happen if the fire daimyo took an interest in you. Now you were recommended for the rank of Chunin, however you had just as many recommendations for Jounin, so I welcome you the rank of special Jounin. Congratulations. She said and tossed him a Jounin vest. Now what happened next shocked everyone. Thank you Granny Tsunade. He yelled and scooped her up in a big hug. Everybody was shocked that he openly called her that and just gave her a hug. Tsunade, being embarrassed, did one thing that would save her from embarrassment. She hit him with an uppercut through the roof that sent him so high it took him 5 minutes to come back down. He crashed through the ceiling and made a hole the shape of his body in the ground. He just got up like nothing happened, no cuts, no bruises, nothing, he was just smiling. Must be a genetic thing. Tsunade thought. Anyway, I have one more announcement to do. She said. Kurane, being confused, spoke up. Excuse me Lady Tsunade, but all the genin who were recommended were promoted. She said. Yes, I know. Anko Mitarashi stepped forward. She said. Anko hesitantly stepped forward. Now I've read your file and mission reports. You have a near squeaky clean record except for some anger problems, however it was reported that was due to men trying to feel you up and you brutally retaliating. However you haven't had an incident in the last 6 going on 7 months. She said. Yeah, I've got a boyfriend now and he helped me with my anger a lot. She said, smiling at the thought of Irika. Good for him. I won't say who it is, but I'm happy for the both of you. Now, as I've said, I looked over your file and I was deeply impressed. However, what impressed me the most was the fact that you showed great leadership skills when you were in charge of protecting the civilians in the bunker. -1 dumb genin leaving while you were distracted. Also good going on healing the civilian that was hurt. Now it is also rumored that you and Kurane may be even stronger than Kakashi now due to your extreme training the past 6 months. Now it is my pleasure to welcome you Anko Mitarashi to the full rank of Jounin. Congratulations, you've earned it. She said. Anko stood there in shock and crying that she finally got promoted. Kurane and Naruto walked up to her and gave a big hug that she immediately returned. Now that the promotions are over, everyone may leave except Naruto and Anko. Tsunade said. Everybody left and Tsunade let out a sigh. That was easy enough, I guess. Now Naruto, you have 2 scrolls here in your name, but one doesn't say from who. She hands him the scroll, he opens it and a letter falls out. He picks it up and reads it but is shocked at what's inside. No way. He said. What is it, Naru-chan? Anko asked. I've been invited to join the Guardian 12 by the Fire Daimyo himself. He said. Tsunade was shocked by this because she just got her grandson in her life and now the Fire Daimyo wanted to take him away. Anko wasn't really shocked since she heard that the Daimyo only came to the Chunin exams to see Naruto fight. He opened the last scroll and it was the marriage contract. Oh hell no, can I have a pen and paper, Granny? He asked. She handed it to him and he quickly wrote a response and sent a messenger hawk to deliver it. What was that, Gaki? Tsunade asked. It was a stupid marriage proposal contract. I gave them my response though. He said. What was your response? She asked. I told them not a chance in hell. He said. Okay, I have a question. Why didn't you punch him when he called you Granny this time? Anko asked. Simple, he's my grandson. Tsunade replies while bringing Naruto into a hug that he returned. Now that you mention it, you do have similar facial features. So who's the grandfather? Let me guess, it's Jiraiya. She said, laughing at the end. She was met with a serious face from Tsunade. You're joking, right? Why him? She asked. Contrary to what you believe, Anko, he wasn't always like this much of a pervert that has to do with me. After we had the best night of my life after Minato was born, I just woke up and left him the next day. He hadn't seen me until he came and got me. He told me that me walking out led him to sleeping with any women that would offer him sex. I did love him actually more than Dan, the guy I was with, but I couldn't bring myself to tell him. Tsunade said. Okay, so are you guys together now or what? I mean, you look like you can still push out kids, and despite him being who he is, I've seen his medical reports on accident. He keeps himself in top shape. He has a checkup every 2 months. She said. I don't know, Anko. I mean, we've talked about it but never really made any move to be together again. She said. Okay, that's enough of that talk. The daimyo wants me to come in 6 months and stay for 2.5 years. Naruto said. Shit. Naruto, Jiraiya was planning on taking you on a training trip in 6 months for that exact amount of time. Tsunade said. Well, maybe I can go do the Guardian 12 and the daimyo can allow Jiraiya to grab me every 3 months to train. Do you think he will accept this? Naruto asked. I'll have to ask him. I'll write a message to him and see. She said. Now go on and enjoy your day. She said. Anko left in a swirl of leaves. Okay, bye Granny Tsunade. Shizun, tell Izumo I said hey. He disappeared in a swirl of blue flames, narrowly avoiding the stapler Shizun threw at him. So Izumo, huh? Tsunade asked with a smirk. Shizun could only blush and leave the room. Tsunade laughed and pulled out her alcohol. This might actually be fun, she said, and created her clones and started the paperwork. Check the description for the links to the author.